Welcome back to the deep dive. We are moving up the organizational chart today, tackling, well, the single most crucial function that connects a company's grand vision to its day-to-day execution.
We are.
You've given us the definitive source material, the Project Management Institute's blueprint for strategic delivery, the standard for portfolio management.
That's right. We are leaving the tactical weeds of project delivery behind and stepping into the executive suite. This deep dive is about Project Portfolio Management Professional, or PFMP, territory. We're looking at the foundational structure that dictates what work gets done, why it gets done, and maybe most importantly, when to start doing it.
You know, most of us understand the challenges of running a single project, hitting deadlines, staying on budget. That's familiar ground.
Sure.
But the learner's real challenge here is understanding the layer above that. How does an organization take a vast, vague idea, say, we need to dominate the Asian market, and filter that down into a dozen coordinated, resource-consuming, high-stakes initiatives?
And how do they do that while ensuring every single dollar spent actually moves the strategic needle?
Exactly.
It's the ultimate alignment puzzle. And it's, I would argue, the toughest job in the organization because it operates at the intersection of, grand strategy and very real resource scarcity.
So our mission today is to understand how this portfolio structure acts as the central nervous system.
Yeah, translating that high-level corporate strategy into continuous, tangible business execution. We need to see portfolio management not as some administrative function, but really as the engine of investment decision-making.
Okay, let's unpack this. Let's start at the very top. We absolutely need a crisp definition of what a portfolio means in this context, because I think it's much more specific than just a list of active work.
It is, and the definition is deceptively simple. A portfolio is a strategic group of projects, programs, or operations.
Strategic group.
But the critical word there is strategic. This is not a random collection of initiatives or, a holding basket for every idea an executive has on a Monday morning.
So if a large tech company has, say, 50 active software development efforts, the portfolio manager isn't managing the daily stand-ups for those 50 efforts.
Yeah,
They're managing the curation of that list.
Exactly. The purpose of the portfolio framework, and therefore the standard for portfolio management, is to provide a structured way for the organization to prioritize, balance, and authorize investments.
All to maximize business value.
To maximize business value that is directly aligned with its strategic goals. The question is less about how to deliver something and much more about should we deliver this versus that.
That immediately suggests the audience for this framework isn't the middle manager.
Precisely. This standard is aimed squarely at the top, senior leadership, governance boards, portfolio managers.
So anyone responsible for resource allocation.
Yes, and measuring aggregated business value. If you're the one deciding where the company spends its major capital, this is your operating framework for making those decisions.
Okay, this brings us to the crucial distinction, because this is where the conversation gets confusing for newcomers. We use the words project, program, and portfolio pretty interchangeably in casual language.
All the time.
But in PMI standards, they have very distinct roles. Let's dig into the conceptual differences, particularly around scope and how you measure success.
This clarification is absolutely essential. The best way to think of it is like a hierarchy of purpose and scale.
Okay, so let's start at the bottom with projects.
Right. Projects have clearly defined objectives, and their scope is progressively elaborated.
Meaning the details become clearer as you go.
Exactly. They deliver a specific product, service, or result. Now let's look at a program. A program is a group of related projects managed in a coordinated way to obtain benefits that you just couldn't get from managing them individually.
So their scope is bigger.
Much larger and focused on realizing significant, sustained benefits.
And then the portfolio takes us to the highest possible level.
The portfolio has an organizational scope, and its scope changes dynamically, not because of technical requirements, but because of the strategic objectives of the entire enterprise.
Can you give us an analogy for that?
Sure. Think of it this way. A project is building a single, specific new car model. The requirements are finite.
Okay.
A program is launching an entire new platform of interconnected vehicles. It has shared benefits and dependencies.
And the portfolio.
The portfolio is managing the entire global product lineup, including which platforms to retire, which new markets to enter, and how to allocate the R&D budget across all of them.
Wow. Okay. That shift in scope completely dictates how success is measured then.
It has to. For a project, success is tactical and internal. Did we deliver the product quality? Were we on time? On budget? Did the customer sign off?
The classic triple constraint.
But at the program level, the measure shifts entirely to benefits realization. Did the coordinated effort of all those projects actually provide the promised operational gain, or the market entry, or the cost reduction?
It's a different question entirely.
It is.
And the portfolio, sitting above both, measures success strategically.
Absolutely. Portfolio success is measured by aggregate investment performance and the total realization of benefits across the entire collection of components. It's an evaluation of the health and effectiveness of the organization's whole spending plan relative to its strategy.
So it's a measure of effectiveness. Did we choose the right 50 initiatives in the first place?
That's the question. And that focus on effectiveness fundamentally changes the role of change management, too. A project manager controls change. Their job is to stabilize the work.
Right, they want to lock down the scope.
But the portfolio manager expects and even demands change if the strategy shifts.
So they're almost opposites in that regard.
In a way, yes. Project managers try to keep change managed and controlled to maintain stability and meet that defined deliverable. Program managers, they're prepared to manage both internal and external change because their benefits might depend on market dynamics.
But portfolio managers?
Portfolio managers are continuously monitoring the broader environment, the internal and external world. Economic shifts, competitive actions, regulatory pivots, you name it.
So they are essentially the organization's chief investment officer for internal capital.
That's a perfect analogy.
They are actively looking for reasons to adjust, reprioritize, or even terminate components if the strategic environment dictates it, regardless of how far along the work is.
That's it, exactly. And since they're focused on this aggregate picture, their planning is also dramatically different. Project plans are detailed, task-oriented roadmaps.
Sure, Gantt charts and work breakdowns.
Right. Program plans guide high-level execution and benefits realization. But portfolio plans, they focus on creating and maintaining the necessary processes, the communication structures, and the governance relative to the aggregate portfolio. They're focused on the machine, not the specific outputs of the machine.
Okay, and this strategic machine exists within the larger context of organizational project management, or OPM. Let's map out that hierarchy and the interconnections that drive this whole thing.
It's helpful to visualize it. The structure, often shown as a hierarchy, clearly shows the flow. At the very apex is the organizational strategy.
The big vision.
That strategy then gives birth to the sample portfolio. And within that portfolio, we find the programs, the projects, and of course, operations. The ongoing business that keeps the lights on.
And it's all interconnected.
Crucially, everything is interdependent, relying on shared organizational resources and governed by shared stakeholders.
So the portfolio is the mandatory checkpoint. It's the thing that ensures the work flowing down to the programs and projects is actually justified by that top-level strategy.
It's the strategic funnel and the traffic cop, all rolled into one.
A busy intersection.
And the relationship is a continuous dynamic loop, not some static hierarchy. The portfolio level feeds several critical components down to the programs and projects. It dictates strategies and priorities, enforces governance rules, it guides the progressive elaboration of scope.
And it determines the disposition on all major change requests. Let's pause on that one. Disposition on requested changes. If a program manager wants a significant scope increase because they found a new market opportunity, that can't just be approved internally by the program, can it?
No, absolutely not, because that scope change impacts the overall strategic fit, and more importantly, it impacts shared organizational resources.
So it has ripple effects.
Big ones. The portfolio governance body must approve it. It has to manage the aggregate impact. If Program A suddenly requires 20 senior engineers for an extra 6 months, that directly impacts the delivery date and budget of Program B and Project C.
And the portfolio is the only place with the visibility and the authority to make that trade-off decision.
The only place. And in turn, the programs and projects feed essential information back up the chain.
What kind of information?
They absolutely have to. They send up performance reports, resource utilization data, and any high-impact change requests back up to the portfolio manager. The portfolio is the organizational nexus for all vital investment information. It's receiving execution status updates and pushing down strategic direction.
And this loop defines the organizational project management, the OPM cycle. If we can understand this cycle, we can really understand how value flows through an organization.
This is it. This is the continuous flow of value execution, and it has 4 distinct stages, all connected by powerful feedback loops. It starts naturally with strategy.
Stage 1, strategy.
Strategy leads directly to the portfolio, which is where value decisions are made. This is the critical gate. The portfolio determines which strategic initiatives will be greenlit, prioritized, and funded based on their expected alignment and return.
So once those investment decisions are made, the delivery can begin.
That's stage 2. Those portfolio decisions flow down to programs and projects which handle results delivery. This is where the organization actually executes the work and creates the defined products or services.
And once that new system is built or the product is launched, it gets handed over to the folks who keep the lights on.
Stage 3. Programs and projects transition their outputs to operations, which results in business value realization. This is where the rubber meets the road. The organization actually begins to use the new capability and starts achieving the planned benefits.
Okay, now how do we close the loop? We need to learn if the delivery actually worked.
And we have 2 essential feedback mechanisms for that. First, the business impact analysis, which flows from operations back up to the portfolio.
What does that tell the portfolio manager?
This data tells them, are the components currently running still producing the necessary impact, or do we need to optimize or adjust something?
And then there's the most important loop, the one that informs leadership about the efficacy of their strategy itself.
That's the value performance analysis. This analysis flows from both operations and delivery all the way back up to strategy.
So this is the organizational report card.
It is. It asks, did the strategy we set out, our vision for market dominance or cost reduction, did it actually deliver the expected value when we executed it? This loop ensures the organization is always learning and adjusting its future investment strategy based on validated, real-world impact.
That's fascinating because it means the portfolio manager is sitting right in the middle, translating decisions from strategy and receiving performance feedback from operations.
It's an active, ongoing reconciliation of future vision with current reality.
A constant balancing act.
It is, and throughout this entire cycle, it's vital to remember that the portfolio components, program management, project management, and ongoing operations management are distinct disciplines that have to coexist. The portfolio coordinates them, but it doesn't replace them.
So the portfolio ensures that the specific focus of a program manager delivering a coherent set of benefits and a project manager delivering a defined objective are all operating in service of the highest strategic goals.
Correct. In operations management, the ongoing business function provides the resources and receives the ultimate benefit. The portfolio ensures that those resources are used efficiently against the strategic objectives and that the outcomes actually integrate into the business seamlessly.
Okay, we've established the structural foundation. Now let's talk about movement over time. Unlike projects, which have definitive start and end dates, the portfolio has to be a continuous system. So let's look at the portfolio life cycle overview.
Right, and the core concept here is that the portfolio operates under an ongoing life cycle.
Meaning it doesn't have a fixed deadline for completion?
Exactly. As long as the organization is a going concern and has a strategy, the portfolio life cycle is continuously spinning, adjusting, and optimizing. It's a never-ending cycle of investment and review.
And this continuous operation is broken down into 5 critical phases.
It is. The portfolio life cycle begins with initiation. This is where the need for the portfolio is recognized and the portfolio charter is formally authorized.
Getting the official go-ahead.
Then it moves quickly into planning, where investments are analyzed, categorized, and aligned with those strategic objectives.
Then we hit the heavy lifting phase.
Execution. This is where the approved portfolio components, the programs and projects, are authorized, funded, and their work begins. But execution in the portfolio context is always followed by optimization.
And this optimization phase seems unique and absolutely critical to the portfolio manager's role.
It is the strategic differentiator. Optimization is the constant process of balancing the component, mix-adjusting priorities, managing interdependencies, shifting resources around.
All to ensure the organization is always getting the best possible return and maintaining that strategic alignment.
Yes, if execution is about delivery, then optimization is about strategic agility.
That's a great way to put it.
And the phase that wraps around all 4 of those is monitor and control. This is continuous oversight, ensuring performance is tracked, risks are managed, and, most importantly, that governance rules are applied throughout the entire life cycle.
So it sounds like optimization and monitor and control are really the strategic heart of the operation. They're the parts that ensure the portfolio never becomes stagnant.
They ensure that the portfolio is fundamentally linked to portfolio strategic management, which is the subject of Chapter 3.
Right.
The portfolio exists solely to serve and execute the organizational strategy. If the strategy changes, the portfolio must change. There's no exception.
So let's trace that connection. How does a broad, high-level strategy get translated into the very specific decisions that populate the portfolio?
It happens through a funnel of specificity. It uses a clear hierarchy of strategic artifacts.
Okay.
It starts with the loftiest statements, the vision and mission statements, which are the organization's reason for being and its aspirational future.
These are the guiding stars.
Correct. And they narrow down into strategic goals, what the organization aims to achieve over a specific time period, maybe 3 to 5 years. These goals then translate into specific, measurable strategic objectives.
So these define clear, quantifiable targets.
They do. And those quantifiable targets are what the portfolio must deliver. They directly fuel the strategic initiatives, which are the specific programs, projects, or other efforts the portfolio has to manage to realize those objectives. It's taking the why and turning it into the what and the how for investment.
And to make those investments official, we need key strategic artifacts. Let's start with the one that gives the portfolio its teeth.
That would be the portfolio charter. This is the formal document that authorizes the portfolio. It defines its scope, its alignment to strategy, and the authority granted to the portfolio manager and the governance board.
It's the organizational license to invest.
It is. Next up, you need the communication tool.
The portfolio roadmap.
Yes. This is the visualization of how strategic value will be delivered over time. It's absolutely essential for communicating the entire investment horizon, what we're funding now, what's coming next year, and what we anticipate retiring.
And then the ultimate guide for decision-making, strategic risk appetite.
This is perhaps the most underappreciated strategic artifact. It defines the degree of uncertainty the organization is willing to accept in pursuit of its objectives.
And that's non-negotiable.
It's non-negotiable, and it profoundly guides the portfolio manager. If the organization defines itself as highly risk-averse, maybe because it operates in a heavily regulated industry, then any project, no matter how potentially profitable, that exceeds that appetite must be filtered out, period.
This filter immediately takes us to component evaluation and alignment. Once we have the artifacts, the charter, the roadmap, and the risk ceiling, how do we evaluate the ideas flowing in?
First, we conduct an evaluation of portfolio key components. We assess every proposed project or program against the strategic criteria. Does it align? Does it fit the risk profile? Does it leverage existing capabilities?
And if the answer to these core questions is no,
then the component should be rejected, regardless of any internal enthusiasm.
okay, so if a component passes that evaluation, we move to the selection process.
Right. Selecting portfolio key components. This is where portfolio management truly earns its strategic weight. It's not about picking the best individual project. No, it's about constructing the best combination of projects that, when you aggregate them, maximize the overall value promise within the constraints of finite resources and that defined risk appetite.
So you might pass on a fantastic project if it cannibalizes resources needed for an even more strategically critical, maybe slightly less sexy project.
You might have to, and that leads directly into portfolio optimization. This isn't a one-time event. It's the continuous fine-tuning of that combination.
It's the active management of the component mix.
Think of it like a financial portfolio manager adjusting their asset allocation. If a key market changes, if a competitor suddenly launches a similar product, or if a critical resource unexpectedly leaves the organization, optimization means adjusting the portfolio to maintain alignment.
And the deepest insight of optimization is realizing that a project that is 90% complete is irrelevant if the strategy changed.
That is it. True portfolio management requires overcoming the sunk cost fallacy.
That requires remarkable discipline because terminating an investment that's almost complete feels incredibly wasteful to the people who are delivering it.
It does. And that brings us to the most difficult strategic challenge: managing strategic alignment and change. Alignment has to be managed continuously because organizations are living, breathing entities. We have to consider the strategic impact of every single portfolio decision.
But the true test, the moment where this whole portfolio framework really earns its keep, is when the organization faces the impact of strategic change.
Yes.
Say there's a major regulatory shift,
Right.
or the organization announces a massive acquisition that fundamentally reorients the entire company.
That is the ultimate pivot. If the high-level strategy shifts, for example, the company decides to exit an entire geographical market or shift its core technology focus, the portfolio manager must act immediately.
What does that mean in practice?
It means swiftly initiating new components that align with a new direction, and crucially, making the difficult, unsentimental decisions to terminate ongoing programs or projects that no longer fit the strategy, regardless of their progress or past investment.
So if the new strategic focus is cloud only, then all on-premise development projects, even those approaching deployment, must be reevaluated for immediate termination.
They must. That requires centralized, high-level authority.
It requires governance that values strategic fit over past expense.
And none of this, the evaluation, the selection, the optimization, or the rapid adaptation to change, is even remotely feasible without the technical infrastructure to support it.
Enter the Portfolio Management Information System, or PMIS.
The PMIS is the indispensable technical backbone. It's the single repository for all component data, resource requests, risk exposure, strategic alignment scores, everything. It provides the necessary real-time data for continuous optimization, allowing portfolio managers to run scenarios and feed those comprehensive performance reports back up to the governance board.
So it turns strategic guesswork into data-driven decision-making.
That's the goal.
We've established the strategic framework and the life cycle, but execution requires organization. So let's move to portfolio governance in Chapter 4, which provides the rules and the accountability for all these high-stakes decisions.
Right. What is portfolio governance? Well, it's the overarching framework that delegates decision-making authority, defines roles, and ensures the portfolio is continuously aligned with the strategy and operating effectively.
It's the protective structure.
Exactly. It ensures investments are being managed responsibly.
And this accountability framework flows down to all the work below it.
Absolutely. Governance defines the delegation of authority, the decision-making thresholds, and the non-negotiable reporting requirements that flow down to every single program and project manager.
For instance,
it dictates that a project manager can approve a small budget change, but a 15% scope increase has to be escalated to the portfolio board because of the strategic and resource impacts.
So a strong governance framework requires clearly defined key governance roles. Who are the heavy hitters responsible for oversight here?
First, you have the portfolio sponsor. This is an executive champion who authorizes the portfolio, secures its funding, and provides continuous high-level support and political capital.
They make sure the strategic initiatives have teeth.
They do. Then you have the ultimate decision makers.
The Portfolio Governance Board.
These are the strategic principals. They hold the ultimate authority to approve, prioritize, adjust, or terminate components based on performance data and strategic fit. They're the human embodiment of the organization's strategic risk appetite.
And finally, you need the necessary check and balance.
The Portfolio Audit Organization. Their job is to ensure compliance, not just with financial standards, but with the approved governance rules and, critically, adherence to strategic alignment criteria. A portfolio audit isn't just checking if invoices were paid.
No.
It's checking if the portfolio selection process itself is still strategically sound.
So, if I'm understanding this, for governance to be effective, it has to be meticulously structured.
It requires effective design factors. Governance structures must be unambiguous, decision rights must be explicitly documented, and the processes for review and authorization must be repeatable and transparent.
Why is that so important?
Because ambiguous governance is the #1 cause of strategic drift, where projects get approved not because they align with the strategy, but because they have a politically powerful champion.
That political capital point is critical, because even the best strategy is useless if the resources aren't available to execute it.
Right.
So what does this all mean? It means having the right people with the right skills. Let's tackle capacity and capability management from Chapter 5. This is where strategy meets the limits of organizational bandwidth.
This chapter is all about managing the finite resource pool.
Right.
And we need to distinguish between capacity management and organizational capabilities.
What's the difference?
Capacity is the quantitative measure, the budget available, the total number of hours in the organization. It's the supply side.
In capacity management, 5.3.5.4 focuses on planning that resource availability.
Yes, ensuring that you have the right headcount and budget planned over the portfolio horizon.
Yeah.
But the complexity explodes when we try to match that supply to the demand generated by all the competing projects and programs.
That's supply and demand management.
Right. And we often see a massive organizational challenge here. Resource managers hoarding their best people for their own departments.
So how does the structure laid out in Chapter 5 force that crucial conversation between the portfolio manager and the functional manager?
It addresses that fundamental challenge through structured processes. It starts with supply and demand analysis, getting objective data on what resources are needed, when, and for how long.
Then you allocate.
Then supply and demand allocations is the structured process of assigning those limited resources to the highest priority, most strategically aligned components. It forces visibility and accountability. The goal, supply and demand optimization, is not just utilizing resources fully, but utilizing them where they produce the maximum strategic return.
So, if the portfolio board dictates that Program A is 20% more important than Program B, optimization means Program A gets the priority talent and resources, even if Program B's deadline slips.
Precisely. It turns resource allocation into a strategic decision, not an internal tug-of-war based on who yells the loudest.
But as you noted, capacity isn't capability.
No, it's not. Organizational capabilities, 5.7, are about specialized skills and expertise. You might have 10,000 hours of IT capacity, but 0 hours of the specific artificial intelligence framework expertise you need for the new strategic initiative.
So what does the portfolio manager do?
The portfolio manager has to perform a capability assessment to understand the current state of skills. If the strategy requires entry into a new technological domain that the organization lacks, the portfolio must explicitly fund capability development.
Which means?
This means deliberately developing new capabilities through hiring or external training, and equally important, sustaining existing capabilities. You have to ensure that mission-critical skills are maintained, retained, and shared effectively.
So it sounds like the portfolio manager often has to argue for funding a training program or a new specialized team, even if it doesn't immediately deliver a product.
Yes.
Because it's a strategic requirement for future delivery.
That is correct. It's long-term strategic investment, not short-term task management. And to manage all this complexity, performance reporting and analytics are essential. The data gathered provides the visibility needed for management to balance capacity and capability, and to identify whether bottlenecks are simply a matter of headcount scarcity or a deeper, more challenging gap in specialized organizational maturity.
Moving on, none of the structure works in a vacuum. The portfolio interacts with the entire organizational ecosystem through portfolio stakeholder engagement in Chapter 6.
Right. Managing stakeholders is paramount because the portfolio represents massive change and massive investment.
So where do you start?
We start with the rigorous identification and definition of portfolio stakeholders. You have to categorize them. Are they internal, like the C-suite, or functional managers? Are they external, like regulators or key suppliers? How influential are they? Are they just interested?
And once you identified them, you perform the analysis of portfolio stakeholders, 6.4. You have to understand not just their title, but their interests, their influence on strategic decisions, and what outcome they view as a success.
That analysis then feeds directly into stakeholder engagement planning, which dictates the tempo and the content of your communication.
So it all comes down to communication.
Effective portfolio management relies so heavily on effective communication management, specifically through identifying communications management approaches.
And it has to be tailored. The C-suite needs to know the strategic risk level and value performance. The program manager needs to know about resource allocation changes and governance updates.
The communication approach must be highly structured and tailored to those specific needs. It requires alignment with governance, ensuring the messaging reinforces who makes which decisions, and it relies on a robust communication infrastructure, which is often built right into the PMIS we discussed earlier.
And the output of that infrastructure is the most visible element.
Portfolio reports. These reports are not just status updates. They are targeted strategic narratives. They have to communicate value realized, risk exposure, and alignment status. The portfolio manager must then actively manage portfolio communications to maintain transparency, manage expectations, and most critically, maintain high-level support for the often tough termination and prioritization decisions the board is being asked to make.
Okay, we've built the structure, staffed the roles, and set the governance. Now we get to the actual output measurement. At the strategic level, the portfolio is measured by two things: value and risk. Let's start with portfolio value management in Chapter 7.
This is the ultimate conceptual shift away from project management. Unlike projects, which deliver tangible products, portfolios deliver value to the organization.
So what is value management?
It is the continuous set of practices that ensures the organization is investing in the right mix of initiatives to maximize that strategic return.
The portfolio lives or dies based on its ability to deliver on that value promise. And value management is a cyclical process with 4 core components.
First, you have to be negotiating expected value with sponsors and stakeholders.
What does that mean?
It means quantifying what success looks like, not just completing a product, but what business outcome that product enables. a 5% market share gain, 15% reduction in operational costs, or compliance with a new regulation.
Second, the continuous optimization activity we talked about.
Maximizing value. All portfolio decisions must be made with the explicit intent of achieving the highest possible strategic return on investment, given the resource constraints and risk tolerance. If two components deliver the same strategic value, the one with a higher ROI gets the priority slot.
Third, putting safeguards in place.
Assuring value. This means implementing the necessary controls, governance checks, and performance tracking mechanisms to ensure the value proposition of the investment remains intact throughout its life cycle. It's the active protection of the expected benefit.
And finally, the moment the benefit actually hits the organization.
Realizing value. This typically happens post-delivery, within operations. This is when the organization finally harvests the intended benefits. This leads us right back to the OPM cycle, where that realization data informs future strategy. The focus is always on the benefit the delivery provides: financial return, strategic positioning, or compliance stability, not merely on budget adherence.
Let's talk about those metrics for a moment. What kind of specific metrics are portfolio managers using to measure value? It can't just be dollars and cents, can it?
Oh, it absolutely can't be only financial, especially in organizations where value includes things like market presence or regulatory compliance.
So what else is there?
Well, while hard metrics like return on investment, ROI, and net present value, NPV, are foundational, portfolio value metrics often include strategic measurements like time to market reduction, customer acquisition cost reduction, or a strategic fit score, a quantifiable rating of how closely a component aligns with the organization's highest priorities.
So the key is making sure those metrics are directly traceable back to the initial strategic objectives.
That's the key.
So the ultimate question of the portfolio isn't, did we spend the money? But did spending the money make us better, more aligned, or more profitable in a way that matches our strategy?
Precisely. And that realization of value is intrinsically linked to managing uncertainty, which takes us to portfolio risk management in Chapter 8. This is where we have to draw a sharp conceptual line between portfolio risk and project risk.
Right. Project risk deals with threats to specific deliverables. Will we finish this task on time? Will the vendor perform?
Exactly. Portfolio risk is systemic and strategic. It focuses on aggregate threats and opportunities across the entire investment mix. Things like dependency risk, if program A fails, it tanks programs B and C, or resource saturation risk.
Overcommitting the organization beyond its capacity.
Yes, or systemic external market risks, like a major economic downturn that undermines the value proposition of 80% of the portfolio.
So the guiding principles here are managing portfolio risk and, critically, balancing risk.
Balancing risk is the strategic imperative. It means ensuring that the total risk exposure of the combined investments perfectly matches the organization's strategic risk appetite.
Can you give an example of that?
Sure. If the strategy demands aggressive growth, the portfolio should carry a healthy amount of high-risk, high-reward R&D projects. But to temper that volatility, the portfolio must also include several low-risk, high-certainty operational upgrades that provide stable returns.
So if the organization is inherently risk-averse, the portfolio manager must proactively reject a high-return, high-risk project, even if it looks spectacular on its own, because it throws the strategic balance of the entire investment mix off kilter.
Absolutely. The aggregate risk profile matters more than the individual risk profile. And to manage this, you need a robust structure, starting with the portfolio risk management framework.
And this structure establishes the processes for identifying and addressing risks across all the components.
Yes. And within that framework, it is vital to analyze risk perception. How do different stakeholders, the CEO, the functional heads, the regulators, view the portfolio's exposure? Often, the quantitative risk analysis from the PMIS is ignored because stakeholders have an emotional or political perception of risk that must also be managed.
So the portfolio manager has to balance the objective data with the subjective human element.
Exactly. And all of this work, the framework, the analysis, the perception management, it all culminates in the planning document, the portfolio risk management plan.
And what's in that?
This document details exactly how portfolio-level risks will be tracked, monitored, escalated to the governance board, and addressed, ensuring that the organization maintains its strategic balance between maximizing value and protecting itself from systemic collapse.
This is a complex, continuous juggling act. It's not about avoiding risk entirely.
No.
It's about taking the right risks to achieve the strategy.
That is the perfect summary. It's disciplined risk-taking in service of the vision.
We have completed the deep dive into the standard for portfolio management. Let's try to consolidate the core lessons for our learners.
I think the biggest takeaway is that portfolio management is not an optional administrative layer. It is the sophisticated discipline that connects the organizational vision, the strategy, to the tactical execution that happens on the ground.
And its continuous focus is on optimization and unwavering strategic alignment.
Right. It is the engine that drives strategic business execution, ensuring the organization spends its finite resources on the things that matter most all the time.
So the portfolio manager's true role isn't managing tasks or deliverables, it's managing decisions.
Yeah.
Decisions about value, resource trade-offs, capacity constraints, and necessary strategic change in a dynamic, often chaotic organizational environment.
They're the guardians of the organization's investment priorities. Which brings us back one last time to that organizational project management cycle. That cycle begins with strategy, flows through the portfolio's value decisions, and ultimately aims for business value realization, feeding performance data back to the top.
And if that final step, value performance analysis, consistently shows strategic failure, I mean, we are building everything on time and on budget, but the organization is not achieving its goals, we have to ask a profound question about where the failure originated.
And that's our provocative thought for you to mull over. If the final step, value performance analysis, consistently shows strategic failure, does that imply the failure lies in the initial strategy decisions? The corporate goal was fundamentally flawed or unachievable? Or does it lie in the portfolio decisions? The selection, prioritization, and optimization process failed to execute an otherwise viable strategy. Which failure is more common, and which one is harder for senior leadership to admit?
That's a deep dive for another time.
It is.
Excellent place to stop. Thank you for expertly guiding us through this essential framework and really illuminating the strategic importance of the portfolio layer.
My pleasure. It was fun.
For everyone looking to master the crucial link between strategy and execution, this deep dive is your definitive shortcut to being well-informed. We'll catch you next time. If you've ever been part of a sprawling organization, sat in a planning meeting and just felt that crushing weight, that feeling of knowing that the brilliant, glossy strategy document you're holding is probably just going to end up in a drawer.
Right.
And then it all just dissolves into this chaotic mess of misaligned projects, wasted budgets, and teams running in circles.
Mm-hmm.
If that looks familiar, you are absolutely not alone.
Not at all. I mean, this isn't just common. You could argue it's the universal organizational problem.
We are talking about the gap. The vast, resource-consuming chasm between a fantastic, well-articulated strategy on paper and its messy, resource-intensive, real-world execution.
It happens so frequently that organizations, they often budget for the execution gap.
They plan for failure.
In a way, yes. They assume a certain percentage of initiatives will fail or just drift off course. Yeah. But the thing is, fundamentally, many organizations fail to achieve their intended strategic results, not because the underlying vision was flawed.
It's usually a good vision.
It's a great vision. Or even because the market shifted unexpectedly. The real problem is the mechanism, the actual disciplined translation of that strategy into actionable, coordinated initiatives. That part was broken or often just treated as an afterthought.
Exactly. The plan was fine, the execution was flawed, and you, the listener, you want to know how to connect those dots. How do you stop being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of competing information and, the conflicting priorities that are just inherent in any large-scale strategic discussion? Yeah. More importantly, how do you ensure your organization is truly doing the right projects at the right time and in the right way?
And that is precisely our core mission today. To solve that persistent execution gap, we have been diving deep into some highly structured, high-level source material.
Okay.
It's from the Project Portfolio Management Professional, or PfMP, framework. And this material provides a highly disciplined, really structured methodology that is designed specifically to solve this translational problem.
So it's about making sure intent actually becomes action.
That's the whole game.
Okay, let's unpack this and get into the detail. Our deep dive today is focused entirely on how the PfMP framework acts as that essential disciplined bridge.
That's the key word, bridge.
Connecting top-tier organizational strategy with bottom-line strategic business execution. We're going to break down the foundational principles that act as the system's philosophy.
Right, the why.
The processes that act as the system's engine.
The how.
And the performance domains that act as the system's oversight structure. This is how organizations can truly deliver sustained value.
Let's do it.
So where do we start?
We have to begin with the foundation. Organizational strategy itself. Our sources define organizational strategies not just as, hopeful statements or a nice slogan.
No, not just a poster on the wall.
Exactly. They are critical frameworks. They're the comprehensive structures that guide every single significant decision.
Okay.
They define the organization's overall direction, articulate its core purpose, and most importantly, they dictate precisely where finite resources, time, money, personnel should be allocated.
I always think of strategy as the organization's high-altitude flight plan. It tells you where you're going and, crucially, why you should invest in certain flight paths over others.
That's a great analogy.
And what risks are, acceptable during that journey.
Precisely. And the ultimate goal of this entire strategic framework is always, always to achieve specific targeted values.
Values, okay.
And these values are highly contingent on the organization's unique mission and vision. The PfMP framework sources are really helpful here because they categorize these targeted values into two essential buckets.
Two buckets.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's based on whether the focus of that value is external to the organization or internal to its structure.
Okay, let's spend a moment on that because I think when we hear value, we just immediately think profit.
Right, and it's so much more.
In the context of portfolio management, it sounds like value is far more profound and complex than just the quarterly numbers.
Absolutely. So let's start with the first category. Extrinsic values.
Extrinsic.
These focus inherently on external attributes, how the organization interacts with the outside world. This is the value that stakeholders outside the organization's walls experience and, frankly,
Judge.
So this is your reputation, your brand.
Exactly. It includes critical areas like market positioning, where you stand relative to competitors, your social impact, your political influence, and, increasingly your environmental sustainability footprint.
So if you're a major manufacturing company, an extrinsic value target might be achieving market leadership in a specific green technology sector by 2030.
Perfect example.
Or for a large nonprofit, it could be successfully influencing public policy on climate change through advocacy. It's about that measurable external presence and visible impact on the community or the industry.
That's a perfect illustration. These are the values the world uses to evaluate your legitimacy and your success.
Okay.
Now, the second category is intrinsic values.
Right. These focus entirely on internal attributes, the internal health, the strength, the resilience of the organization itself. This includes things like developing and enhancing core competency, retaining and nurturing top-tier talent,
Which is huge.
fostering a robust and adaptive organizational culture, ensuring sustained growth, supporting professional development, and even maintaining internal competitiveness among business units.
This distinction is so crucial, isn't it?
It is.
Because you might be excellent at achieving extrinsic goals, say capturing 90% market share, but if your intrinsic values are neglected, if your internal culture is toxic, and your best talent is constantly leaving,
That market share is utterly unsustainable.
it's a house of cards.
It creates a hollow victory, and the two types of value, they feed each other dynamically. You can't achieve external dominance if your internal engine, your intrinsic values, is sputtering. And while formulating that strategy, correctly mapping out those extrinsic and intrinsic values is inherently complex, the sources are crystal clear on this one point. Executing it to achieve the desired, sustained results is often even more challenging.
And this is where most organizations trip up. They have the map, but they fall off the trail almost immediately because of the friction of reality. The PfMP framework is designed to help organizations anticipate and overcome specific hurdles. Can we detail the 6 significant challenges organizations consistently face in achieving strategic results?
Absolutely. These 6 points are the organizational gravity that the framework is designed to fight against.
I'll kick us off with the first 3. The foundational hurdle is challenge number 1, aligning strategy and execution. This is the classic chasm we talked about.
Yeah.
You have a conceptual strategic plan, a mission statement, a 3-year roadmap, but how do you politically translate that high-level abstract blueprint into concrete, actionable initiatives, programs, and projects on Monday morning?
That's the million-dollar question.
If that translation process is ineffective, if the priorities are misunderstood, the execution will inevitably drift away from the original strategic intent.
It's guaranteed to drift. Now, the second critical challenge focuses on power and commitment, securing senior management support.
The buy-in.
The buy-in.
Yeah.
Not just once. Strategy execution is rarely a quick win. It's a long-distance effort. It requires sustained, visible commitment from the very top.
Right.
You need top leadership, not just to approve the plan initially, that's the easy part, but to continuously champion the strategic initiatives, to advocate for their resources when other departments start demanding them.
Which they always will.
Always. And to protect them from organizational turbulence or, internal political squabbles. If that visible support wavers for even a moment, the initiatives stall and the organization defaults back to business as usual.
Which is always the path of least resistance. The third challenge is a really difficult balancing act that speaks directly to resource scarcity. Balancing feasibility and necessity. Organizations have unlimited needs, but they always have limited resources. They have to prioritize the essential goals, the things they must do to achieve their mission, the necessity, while constantly checking those goals against what is realistically achievable.
The feasibility.
Exactly, the feasibility within the organizational constraints. If you prioritize the necessary vital goals but ignore the feasible aspects, you end up with expensive, high-profile, failed projects that look great on a whiteboard but just collapse in real life.
That risk of overambition is so real. Moving to the next three, number 4 deals with temporal focus, setting short and long-term goals.
The time horizon.
Exactly. The strategy needs clear objectives that address immediate pressing tactical needs, that's your short-term stability, while simultaneously maintaining a steady focus on future aspirations and long-term market positioning.
I see this all the time. A company only focuses on achieving its short-term quarterly targets,
Yes.
and they completely miss a fundamental technology shift that destroys them in 3 years.
Or the opposite. They only focus on a 10-year research project, and they might collapse financially next week. It demands balanced, concurrent goal setting and resource allocation.
So challenge number 5 is arguably the most complex from an operational standpoint. Managing resources. As we discussed, this involves more than just allocating budget dollars. The framework distinguishes resources into 2 specific types that have to be optimized at the same time: capacities and capabilities.
This distinction is so vital, and it's often misunderstood.
Break it down for us.
Okay. Capacities are the raw resources available. Things like workforce hours, computing infrastructure, or budget availability. They are the quantity of available resource.
So how much stuff you have.
Yeah, exactly. How much? But capabilities are the skills and processes, the ability to use that capacity effectively for a strategic purpose.
Can you give us a practical example of how that failure happens? Because that's where the dry definition becomes really tangible.
Certainly. Imagine a major bank decides its strategic goal is to build a new AI-driven fraud detection platform.
Okay, very current.
Right. They have the capacity. They have 50 developers available to work on it and a huge budget for cloud infrastructure.
Yeah.
Plenty of how much.
They have the bodies and the money.
But if those 50 developers only know legacy programming languages like COBOL, and none of them possess the specialized skills in Python or machine learning modeling required for the AI system, they lack the capability. Their massive capacity is rendered useless for that strategic initiative.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Managing both and ensuring they are optimized for the strategic initiatives is a massive challenge that portfolio management must solve.
So capacity without capability is just wasted budget.
Yeah.
And finally, the 6th challenge.
The 6th challenge is sustaining execution capability. This is about stamina, discipline, and adaptability over time.
The long game.
It is. It means maintaining consistent, high-quality performance. It ensures the organization doesn't just burn out after a few successful initial projects,
Right.
and that it retains the necessary adaptability to respond effectively to changes, whether internal process failures or external market shifts, without grinding the entire strategic portfolio to a halt. The failure here isn't a lack of a good start. It's a failure to finish strongly and consistently.
Wow. That is a formidable list of hurdles. When you put them all together, the struggle to translate strategy, the need for sustained leadership, the resource crunch between capacity and capability, and the need for stamina, it sounds like organizations are just constantly fighting gravity.
They are.
But the core assertion of the source material is that these struggles are overcome not by some heroic effort, but by a disciplined, structured methodology.
Absolutely. The solution, according to the PfMP framework, is the disciplined adoption of a structured approach. It provides the necessary controls, the visibility, the processes.
Or guardrails.
All the guardrails, ensuring the organization is always focused on doing the right projects at the right time in the right way. That structured approach, that bridge across the execution gap, is exactly what portfolio management provides.
Okay, so let's walk across that bridge.
To reiterate, the portfolio is so much more than a list or a database of current projects.
It's not just a spreadsheet.
Not at all. Portfolio management provides an organized, holistic approach to aligning all organizational investments, time, money, personnel, with specific strategic objectives. Its purpose is quite sophisticated: to optimize the utilization of all finite resources and to strategically balance organizational risks against the potential value derived from the entire collection of initiatives.
It really does sound like the central command center for all organizational change.
That's a great way to put it.
It's the essential tool that determines whether the organization is truly being strategic or if it's just being busy.
Precisely. It is the essential bridge between the abstract realm of strategic planning and the concrete reality of execution. By adopting this framework, organizations gain the crucial ability to prioritize initiatives strategically, to exploit emerging opportunities effectively by shifting resources rapidly, and to proactively mitigate threats that could derail the strategy across multiple simultaneous efforts.
And if an organization successfully implements this disciplined approach, what's the measurable payoff? I mean, beyond simply completing projects.
The overarching benefit is a sustained, measurable enhancement in organizational performance. This leads to profound improvements in operational efficiency and critically enhanced adaptability in the face of a dynamic business environment.
So you're faster and stronger.
Exactly. It ensures that the organization's collective energy is always driving toward its overarching goals, minimizing friction and redundancy.
Okay, and this is where it gets really interesting for me, because portfolio management isn't merely a set of tools or spreadsheets. It's founded on a philosophy, a governance mindset.
It has to be.
The sources detail 8 fundamental principles that guide practitioners. These aren't optional suggestions. They are core mandatory guidelines for conceptualizing, establishing, implementing, and managing portfolios effectively. Let's deep dive into these 8 foundational pillars because they really define the system's character.
These principles establish the necessary operating philosophy for successful execution. They represent the distilled wisdom of organizations that have successfully navigated that execution gap.
Let's start with the first. It's simple, but powerful. Achieve excellence in strategic execution. This demands that the organization prioritize high-quality execution above all else. It's about ensuring that once the decision is made to pursue a component, it is carried out efficiently and effectively.
Right.
It's the commitment that guarantees the strategic goals are met precisely as intended, not just mostly met.
The next principle is arguably the moral compass of the framework: enhance transparency, responsibility, accountability, sustainability, and fairness.
That is a mouthful.
It is a powerful and intentionally comprehensive list. It demands fostering an environment where decision-making is clear and easily understood by everyone. That's transparency.
Okay.
Where stakeholders clearly know their roles.
Yes.
Responsibility. Where outcomes are tracked and owned. Accountability. Where practices are built to last and endure past a single project cycle.
Right.
And, crucially, where resource allocation is equitable and unbiased. Fairness.
That concept of transparency is huge, because if a component is terminated or deprioritized and the reasoning is opaque, you immediately erode trust.
Instantly.
If the portfolio management office is seen as playing favorites, you lose buy-in, and the entire system falls apart, regardless of how efficient your metrics are.
Exactly. Lack of transparency breeds shadow IT and resentment. Fairness ensures that the most strategic projects get the best resources, regardless of which department owns them.
Okay, principle 3.
The third principle brings us back to strategic trade-offs. Balance portfolio value against overall risks. This requires practitioners to continuously weigh the potential benefits expected from all portfolio components against the associated collective risks.
So it's a constant balancing act.
The goal is always to optimize value creation, which fundamentally means taking calculated risks, but never ever exceeding the organization's total risk appetite across the entire portfolio.
So, if the portfolio contains one huge high-risk project that could deliver a massive extrinsic value payoff.
A moonshot project.
Right, a moonshot. That third principle means that all the other projects need to be relatively low risk and reliable to balance the scales. You can't put all your eggs in high-risk baskets.
That's the core mandate.
Yeah.
You manage risk at the portfolio level, not just the project level.
Got it.
Moving to the fourth principle, we hit the absolute center of the framework: align investments with organizational strategy.
This seems obvious, but it must be hard in practice.
It's the hardest. This mandates that every single portfolio component, be it a major program, a small project, or a smaller initiative, must directly support one or more of the organization's strategic objectives.
Every single one.
Every one. If it cannot be clearly mapped back to a strategic goal, it should be rigorously challenged and likely removed from the portfolio. This maintains relentless focus and prevents the inevitable resource diversion toward, pet projects.
I think many organizations struggle here because project requests often start with, "It seems like a good idea," rather than, "It is required to meet strategic objective C." This principle forces that discipline.
It forces strategic discipline from the bottom up. Number 5 addresses the human element and links back to that second challenge we discussed: secure senior management and stakeholder engagement.
Back to the buy-in.
Back to the buy-in. Portfolio success is directly proportional to continuous, active sponsorship and involvement from senior leaders and key stakeholders. Their engagement ensures that the strategic initiatives receive the necessary financial, political, and human commitment to succeed.
Especially when things get tough.
Especially when the inevitable challenges, budget cuts, or scope creep threats arise.
A non-engaged senior manager is essentially a project killer. They need to be visible champions.
Precisely. Principle number 6 speaks directly to effective portfolio decision-making. Exercise decisive leadership in resource optimization.
Okay, decisive leadership.
This requires leaders to make informed, data-driven, and crucially timely decisions regarding resource allocation. They have to act decisively to shift resources where they will maximize impact and minimize waste.
And that often involves the most difficult decisions.
The most difficult. Pausing or terminating work that is still actively running but no longer delivers maximum value.
That phrase, decisive leadership, is key. But what if the data isn't perfect? In a fast-moving environment, waiting for 100% perfect data means you've already missed the opportunity. How does the framework advise balancing speed and analytical rigor?
That is a fundamental tension in portfolio management, and the principle acknowledges that. Leadership must use the best available data, but the decision must be timely.
So it's not about perfection.
Not at all. Decisive action based on 80% data today is almost always superior to perfect data 3 months from now. The decision-making structure, the governance domain, which we'll get to later, must be designed to enable rapid, informed choices, accepting that portfolio management is an optimization exercise, not an exact science.
That adds a layer of necessary realism. Moving on, the 7th principle is about organizational maturity. Foster a culture embracing change and risk.
This is a big one. A successful organization in a dynamic world cannot be static. It must cultivate a mindset that is inherently adaptable to change.
And that means being okay with some failure.
It means being comfortable with calculated strategic risks, the bets required for extrinsic value creation and growth, rather than defaulting to stagnation out of fear of failure.
This culture principle underpins the success of the entire framework, doesn't it?
It does. If the culture penalizes change, the portfolio initiatives, which are by definition vehicles of change, will fail due to organizational inertia.
And finally, the 8th principle.
Navigate complexity for successful outcomes. Portfolio management inherently operates in a highly complex, often ambiguous environment characterized by overlapping interests, siloed departments, and massive information flows.
So it accepts the messiness?
It accepts it and provides a way through it. This principle demands that portfolio practitioners address these complex challenges systematically, using the framework structure, governance, and processes to achieve positive results despite the inherent uncertainties.
Okay, so when you take these 8 principles together, what's the big picture? What does an organization get?
When taken together, they create an incredibly robust framework. They collectively guarantee 4 major outcomes for the organization. First, they guide strategic alignment, creating strong, continuous connections between the strategic planning phase and day-to-day business execution at every level.
Second, based on our discussion on Principle 6, they clearly improve resource utilization. They make sure that limited, precious resources are optimized and prioritized only toward high-value, strategically aligned projects.
Right, preventing them from being drained by low-value efforts. Third, they enable the organization to exploit opportunities and mitigate threats rapidly.
So it makes you more agile.
Much more. They provide the systemic visibility needed to identify new possibilities in the market and proactively address potential risks across the entire portfolio before they materialize in individual projects. And finally, they enhance organizational performance.
Bottom line.
The bottom line. By driving measurable improvements in efficiency, effectiveness, and adaptability, adherence to these principles allows the organization to navigate complexity, foster a culture of accountability and innovation, and ultimately achieve sustained competitive advantage.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's anchor this whole discussion again on value. You said it's the primary focus.
The primary absolute focus, the entire reason for portfolio management's existence, is the delivery and realization of sustainable business value.
Okay.
The PfMP framework defines value very broadly. It's the total sum of quantifiable and qualifiable benefits derived from the organization's efforts.
That distinction between quantifiable and qualifiable is incredibly important because it forces us to deal with more than just a spreadsheet of immediate returns. We're talking about long-term legacy, competitive positioning, and political influence.
Exactly. Our sources carefully distinguish between two types of value components that feed the strategic goal. First, there's the tangible value.
The hard numbers.
These are the hard, measurable assets and benefits. They are things you can quantify and place on a balance sheet. Think monetary assets, the satisfaction reported by shareholders, or utility, the measurable usefulness derived from a physical product or service outcome.
And then there's the crucial but often harder to manage intangible value.
Intangible value encompasses elements that are immensely valuable but notoriously harder to put a specific number on immediately.
Like what?
This includes the organization's reputation, brand recognition and loyalty, any public or societal benefit created, or intellectual property like patents and trademarks.
But they're still critical.
While intangible, they're often the most critical drivers of sustained long-term competitive advantage. An improved reputation can directly enable higher pricing power, which is a tangible benefit derived from an intangible asset.
So portfolio managers aren't just looking at the internal rate of return for a project. They are also assessing how that project will enhance the company's brand equity, which is much more complex to model.
Absolutely. And this value realization isn't instant. It happens over a time horizon.
It's not a one-off event.
Not at all. Value realization can occur in the short, medium, or long term. It's created through two essential channels: the effective management of ongoing operations, which produces steady baseline value.
Keeping the lights on.
Exactly. And strategic initiatives, which are designed to increase the organization's value production capability for the future. Portfolio management acts as the critical vehicle for executing these change initiatives and strategic investments, ensuring they are correctly sequenced to achieve the organizational goals over time.
And what influences this entire strategic system? It sounds like the strategy isn't set in stone, but it has to react to its environment.
It is entirely responsive. The set of initiatives that form the portfolio, the initiatives that translate organizational strategy, are constantly influenced by a constellation of external and internal factors.
Externally, what are we talking about?
Externally, we are talking about market dynamics, specific requests from customers, expectations from shareholders, external government regulations, and actions taken by competitors.
And internally?
Internally, you have the aspirations of stakeholders, the limitations of the current organizational structure, and the internal political environment.
That sounds like a constant bombardment of inputs.
It is. Portfolio management's job is to digest all this external noise and internal desire, filter it through the strategic framework, and translate it into a balanced, executable set of authorized programs and projects within a defined financial and time period. It takes the chaos and imposes strategic order.
Now, let's connect this framework to the bigger picture, the organizational context. Our sources use a powerful visual, structured like a pyramid or a hierarchy, showing the flow of strategy into execution. Can you walk us through that hierarchy, emphasizing where portfolio management sits as the bridge?
Sure. If you visualize the hierarchy, it starts at the very top with the foundational elements, the vision and the mission.
The big why.
These define the organization's overarching purpose and its long-term desired future state.
That's the North Star that never moves.
Directly below that sits the organizational strategy and objectives. This is the comprehensive plan designed to achieve that vision and mission by defining the specific extrinsic and intrinsic values we just discussed.
Okay.
Now, immediately below the strategy level is where the bridge is explicitly constructed: portfolio management.
So portfolio management isn't designing the strategy, it's the operational layer that manages the entire execution effort on behalf of the strategy. It's the filtering and prioritizing mechanism.
Precisely. Portfolio management is responsible for the strategic planning and holistic management of all authorized work, including programs, projects, and ongoing operations. Its primary function is directing and allocating resources, which flow up from the base of the pyramid.
And how are those directed resources ultimately utilized at the base of this pyramid?
They're split into two major and often competing activities. On one side, you have the management of ongoing operations.
Business as usual.
These are recurring activities like running the core IT system or manufacturing current products that are currently producing value. On the other side, you have the management of authorized programs and projects.
The change initiatives.
Yes, the change initiatives like developing a new product line or implementing a new ERP system, these are focused on increasing value production capability for the future.
So one is running the business, the other is changing the business.
And portfolio management sits right above this split, managing the critical allocation between these two competing demands, maintaining the current business versus building the future business.
That diagram beautifully illustrates portfolio management as the critical filtering mechanism, the gatekeeper for executing change and translating strategic intent into a coordinated set of actions across the entire enterprise.
It truly is the execution engine. And this brings us to a key concept that integrates this entire operational structure and ensures the three levels of work: portfolio, program, and project don't act in isolation. Organizational project management, or OPM.
This is a point that needs some depth. What exactly is OPM, and how does it prevent that siloed thinking we see all the time?
OPM is a critical, disciplined, overarching framework designed to ensure the predictable and successful delivery of strategic objectives across the organization. Its power lies in its integration.
Integration of what?
It pulls together portfolio management, program management, and project management. But it doesn't stop there. Crucially, it also integrates these three disciplines with organizational enabling practices, things like change management processes, consistent reporting standards, and continuous execution capability.
So OPM is like the quality assurance layer over the whole thing. It ensures that the various disciplines speak the same language and follow the same rules, which must be essential given the scale of these initiatives.
Exactly. It provides the structured discipline. OPM ensures that the portfolio components, the programs and projects, are explicitly defined as the vehicles for delivering strategic objectives. It standardizes governance models, establishes common resource management metrics, and sets up clear reporting pathways so that every component aligns with one or more specific organizational goals.
And how is success measured in that context?
Success in the OPM context means not just finishing a project on time and budget.
The classic metrics.
Right. It means ensuring that the finished project actually delivers the intended strategic value, which is measured back up at the portfolio level.
Can you elaborate on how OPM integrates these three levels practically? For instance, how does it ensure a project manager at the lowest level still aligns with the portfolio strategy?
It uses standardized interfaces and feedback loops. At the highest level, the portfolio establishes the strategic goals and allocates the budget to specific strategic themes.
Okay.
The program level takes those strategic themes and breaks them down into coordinated streams of interdependent projects designed to deliver a specific long-term benefit.
And the project level?
The project level executes the tactical deliverables. OPM provides the common language. It mandates that the project manager must use a consistent reporting format that feeds key performance indicators, KPIs, directly up to the program manager,
Who then rolls it up?
who then aggregates those reports based on strategic value delivery for the portfolio manager. If a project KPI falls out of an acceptable range, OPM's governance structure dictates who addresses it, ensuring the portfolio stays on course.
So it's a nervous system for the whole execution structure.
It is. This integrated framework dramatically enhances implementation success and helps the organization maintain competitiveness because it minimizes strategic leakage.
One of the central tenets we keep returning to is alignment. We established in Section 1 that securing alignment is the first major challenge. But the source material emphasizes the importance of continuous alignment.
Sure.
Why can't we just set the portfolio once a year and stick to the plan? That sounds so much easier.
It sounds easier, but it's a recipe for failure because the world doesn't stand still.
Right.
Alignment is fundamentally dynamic, not static, and it's influenced by everything outside the organization. Companies are forced to constantly redefine strategies due to external pressures, a new competitor launching a disruptive technology, a sudden market shift like a pandemic, or new unexpected shareholder demands.
And internal pressures, too.
And internal operational needs and tactical changes in execution. Portfolio management must ensure these shifts are integrated immediately and effectively, otherwise the organization is just executing a strategy that is already obsolete.
So, if an organizational goal becomes obsolete, say, a massive regulation gets passed that makes a core manufacturing process illegal, The portfolio manager can't just ignore the components related to that process. They have to act immediately.
Exactly. When a strategic goal becomes obsolete or redundant, portfolio managers, in collaboration with the governance teams, must immediately reassess all relevant components.
And what are the options?
They have to decide quickly, adjust the scope, reprioritize to a new objective, or, often the hardest decision, terminate them outright before further resources are wasted. This continuous review process is the immune system of the organization. It maintains focus and efficiency.
Let's delve into the actual mechanics of this continuous alignment. The sources detail 4 critical processes involved in strategic portfolio management that ensure effective strategy execution. These are the engine room activities.
The first of these 4 processes is resource optimization. We saw how vital resource management is in Section 1. This process is the balancing act that allocates finite resources, people, budget, infrastructure, and those elusive capabilities across the 3 major areas: ongoing programs, authorized projects, and the day-to-day operations. The goal is complex: to maximize the delivery of business value across the entire enterprise, not just the highest priority projects.
Resource optimization is where decisive leadership, that principle 6, really comes into play. You have to be prepared to take resources away from one area, even if it's profitable or running smoothly, to maximize value elsewhere in the strategic portfolio.
You do.
What kind of data is required to perform that kind of optimization effectively?
It requires sophisticated data inputs. You need accurate capacity assessments. How many available hours does Department X actually have? Demand forecasts from all stakeholders, skill inventories, who knows that specific, required capability.
Okay.
And most importantly, performance data on currently running components. Without data showing which initiatives are lagging or exceeding their expected value delivery, optimization just becomes a political negotiation.
So data depoliticizes the decisions.
It tries to.
Yeah.
This process ensures resources are not just allocated, but optimized for maximum strategic return.
That leads directly to the second process, which is constant triage, initiative prioritization.
Correct. Portfolio management must systematically prioritize every single initiative competing for those optimized resources. And this prioritization is based strictly on 2 core factors. First, their alignment with the strategic objectives.
The strategic fit.
And second, their potential to deliver the highest level of business value. This process ensures that the organization's most valuable resources are always working on its most important, highest value objectives, and it forces clarity on what must be deprioritized.
Prioritization sounds like the constant political battlefield of the portfolio manager's job. How do they handle the inherent conflict when multiple high-value initiatives all demand resources at the same time?
They employ various techniques, often involving scoring models that translate subjective strategic alignment into objective numerical score.
So they quantify it.
They try to quantify the qualitative. The models typically weigh factors like projected ROI, risk profile, strategic fit, how many core objectives it hits, and resource dependency. This systematic, data-driven approach removes emotion and politics from the conversation, forcing leadership to agree on the weighting criteria before the projects are scored.
Ah, so you agree on the rules before you play the game.
Exactly. The political reality means prioritization is less about choosing winners and more about clearly defining the strategic value threshold for entry and maintenance.
And once a major shift happens, an acquisition or a market failure, you immediately need the third process, realignment and rebalancing.
That's right. When significant executive strategic decisions occur, whether it's the acquisition of a rival, a major divestiture of a non-core business unit, or a complete pivot in market focus due to technological disruption, the entire portfolio must be reviewed, realigned, and rebalanced to reflect those updated goals and resources.
And this has to happen fast.
This is not a slow process. It requires rapid evaluation of every component's ongoing relevance.
I imagine the communication aspect of this process is immense. You can't just silently shift resources.
Communication is absolutely paramount and is often the failure point. The changes resulting from realignment must be clearly and transparently communicated to all stakeholders, from senior management down to the program and project teams executing the work.
So everyone knows why.
You need to explain why Project X was terminated and how the new priorities ensure the entire organization is still moving towards the updated strategic destination. Clear, timely communication prevents panic, reduces organizational confusion, and helps sustain execution capability.
So if the previous processes focus on setting the targets and moving the pieces, what about The fourth process, how do managers know if their adjustments and optimizations are actually working?
That's handled by the feedback mechanisms. Portfolio management uses rigorous, systematic reviews of capabilities spanning strategic, tactical, and operational levels to gather crucial feedback continuously.
And what is that feedback used for?
This feedback is essential for several activities. It informs future resource planning. It helps in the continuous monitoring of the portfolio's overall health against its strategic objectives, and it provides execution support and guidance to the underlying program and project management teams, allowing them to adjust their scope or timelines if necessary.
So it's a closed-loop system, which sounds much healthier than the typical annual review. Strategy informs the portfolio drives execution, and execution feeds back into both the portfolio adjustments and potentially the strategy itself.
It is a dynamic living system. The overall function of strategic portfolio management goes far beyond mere tracking. It provides crucial decision-making support.
How so?
By maintaining constant, high-fidelity awareness of all portfolio components, understanding their intricate relationships and dependencies, how the success of Project A might rely on the successful implementation of Program B. Portfolio managers gain the ability to anticipate future risks and systemic issues.
They can see around corners.
They can. This comprehensive awareness ensures that senior management has the informed intelligence required to make sound, strategic decisions that maximize success and, crucially, minimize unpleasant surprises later down the line.
We've established that portfolio management operates in a complex environment defined by massive information overload and overlapping, sometimes fiercely competing interests.
Yes.
You have shareholders pulling for short-term profit, customer needs demanding long-term quality, and resource constraints everywhere. It's an ecological system of competing demands. How does a framework advise practitioners to navigate this inherent complexity?
Practitioners must consciously adopt what the framework calls a systems perspective.
A systems perspective.
This involves viewing the portfolio not as a mere collection of individual siloed components, Project A, Project B, Program C, but as a deeply interconnected, interdependent system.
Okay.
By adopting this view, seeing the entire organizational flowchart and resource matrix as one cohesive whole, portfolio managers can better anticipate system behaviors.
Like the ripple effects.
Exactly. How a budget cut in IT might ripple and impact the timeline of 10 separate programs. And they can ensure that programs and projects consistently deliver the intended value, even amidst high uncertainty and dynamic change.
So it's about understanding the gravitational pull between all the elements. If you push on one project, you need to predict where the pressure will pop up elsewhere in the system.
That's a perfect way to describe it. And to manage this interconnected system effectively, the PfMP framework is supported by a defined structure of 6 key performance domains that collectively surround and guide the entire portfolio lifecycle.
Okay, 6 domains.
These 6 domains represent the essential best practices and areas of focus required for effective management and strategic business execution.
Before we detail the 6 surrounding domains, let's look at the heart of the matter, the portfolio lifecycle. This cycle represents the linear movement of components from idea to completion and optimization. What are the 4 phases of this inner cycle?
The portfolio lifecycle is the chronological roadmap for a component's journey. It consists of 4 distinct phases. First, initiation, where potential components are identified, documented, and evaluated against the strategy.
The idea funnel.
The idea funnel, exactly. Second, planning, where the authorized components that passed initiation are detailed, scheduled, and formally prioritized within the existing portfolio structure.
Then the work starts.
Third, execution, where programs and projects are actively managed, monitored, and implemented to deliver the defined benefits and value. And fourth, optimization, which involves continuous review, performance monitoring, adjustment, and balancing to ensure the portfolio remains perfectly aligned and resources are maximized until completion or termination.
That makes sense as a pipeline. Now let's detail the 6 performance domains that surround this life cycle. These are the continuous areas of management that ensure the cycle is running effectively, ethically, and strategically.
We begin with the domain that connects everything back to the top of the pyramid: portfolio strategic management. This domain is the ultimate link to the organization's high-level strategy.
Its job is alignment.
Continuous, deep alignment. It involves setting the portfolio's boundaries, defining the measurable value metrics, both tangible and intangible, and ensuring that component selection, prioritization, and resource allocation always directly reflect the current strategic objectives. It answers the question, are we working on the right things?
Next is portfolio governance. We've mentioned governance multiple times, and it sounds like the non-negotiable oversight structure.
Governance is the structural backbone. This domain provides the necessary oversight, structure, and enforcement mechanism. This includes defining clear decision-making bodies, the actual board or committee, establishing clear roles and responsibilities connecting back to Principle 2's emphasis on accountability, and ensuring that the portfolio processes themselves are being followed consistently and fairly across all business units. Governance ensures that decisions, especially tough ones like termination, are made transparently and adhere to established rules.
The third domain is vital for making Challenge 5 manageable: portfolio capacity and capability management.
Absolutely vital. This domain focuses on the practical reality of execution. It ensures the organization possesses, maintains, and can properly utilize the resources and skills required to execute the entire portfolio effectively.
So it's about having the right stuff and the right people.
Right. This means continuous tracking of both human and physical resources capacity and verifying the specialized expertise and efficient processes capability available. If strategic management decides that the organization must pivot to AI, this domain is responsible for identifying the capability gap and initiating training or hiring programs to close it.
And the fourth domain, related to governance and senior leadership buy-in, is portfolio stakeholder engagement.
This domain is the Communication and Expectation Management Hub. It focuses on maintaining active involvement, commitment, and alignment from all key parties and leaders, both internal and external.
Why is this so important?
Stakeholder engagement ensures that the portfolio is constantly communicating its health, managing expectations regarding inevitable delays or resource conflicts, and securing the continuous commitment necessary to drive success across complex, multi-year initiatives. It turns passive observers into active sponsors.
Moving to the core purpose again, value. The fifth domain is portfolio value management.
Given that value is the organization's North Star, this domain is dedicated explicitly to maximizing the realization of business value, encompassing both the tangible and intangible elements.
So it's about tracking the benefits.
It involves establishing the specific metrics for value, rigorously tracking benefits realization over time, post-project completion, assessing the actual return on investment, ROI, and ensuring that the outcomes of the projects and programs actually translate into the intended strategic benefit, rather than just nice-looking deliverables.
That benefit realization tracking is critical. The project might deliver its scope, but if the market changed, the value might not be realized. This domain tracks that success post-delivery.
Exactly. It looks for strategic failure, not just project failure. And finally, the sixth domain closes the loop on our risk discussion: portfolio risk management.
How is this different from program or project risk management? They both have risk logs.
Project risk management looks at threats to that individual project's success. Portfolio risk management looks holistically. It assesses the collective, aggregated risks associated with all components and balances against the overall portfolio value.
So it's managing the total risk exposure.
It is. It ensures that the organization takes calculated risks necessary for innovation and value creation, like betting on a new technology, but never jeopardizes its strategic viability by having too much risk concentrated in one area or by having too many interdependent high-risk components simultaneously. Collectively, these six domains provide the robust, continuous structure that supports the 8 principles, manages the 4 processes, and ensures that the portfolio lifecycle consistently delivers strategic results while navigating a complex and demanding environment. They operationalize the strategy.
What an incredible discipline structure. We started this deep dive with the universal difficulty of bridging that strategy to execution gap, the 6 significant hurdles organizations face daily.
Right, the gravity.
We then walk through the solution: the disciplined PfMP framework, rooted in 8 fundamental principles designed to enforce ethical, strategic, and decisive management.
And we finish by detailing how this philosophy is translated into sustained action through 4 critical closed-loop processes, from resource optimization and decisive prioritization to realignment and continuous feedback. This entire operational structure is then governed and maintained by the 6 performance domains surrounding the component lifecycle.
The sources truly define portfolio management as the sophisticated engine room for continuous, sustainable organizational change, ensuring that every resource expenditure has a strategic purpose.
What's fascinating here, and this is a paradigm shift for many organizations, is how sophisticated the feedback mechanisms are.
Tell me more.
Portfolio management doesn't just collect information on project performance. It collects aggregate, systemic feedback that can prompt adjustments to the organization's strategic direction itself.
So it's a two-way street.
It is. If the portfolio consistently fails to find feasible, valuable ways to execute a strategic goal, that feedback is a clear signal that the strategic goal might be unrealistic, too expensive, or misaligned with current organizational capability.
So execution informs strategy, not just the other way around.
It's a dynamic two-way street between execution and intent, where execution dynamically informs and adapts the strategy.
That shifts the paradigm entirely. And that leads us to our final provocative thought for you, the learner, to consider as you step back into your own professional environment. The PfMP source material clearly emphasizes that portfolio components, your programs and projects, are the defined vehicles for delivering strategic objectives. This raises an important question you should ask about your own organization right now. Are the initiatives you are currently working on truly operating as effective, direct vehicles driving you toward the organizational vision, or are they just expensive detours consuming fuel and capacity but leading away from the necessary strategic path? Something to mull over as you align your next steps.
Okay, let's unpack this. We've all been involved in projects, right? Getting a specific, defined thing done. And, many of us have even navigated programs coordinating a bunch of related projects for some big integrated outcome. But if you're sitting in an executive chair, or you're the person connecting that C-suite vision to what your organization is actually building, the question, it just shifts completely. How do you make sure all those separate programs and projects, and even, the daily grind, how do you ensure they all actually align to deliver real strategic business value?
That is the critical pivot, and today we are diving deep into project portfolio management, which is really the system that answers that exact question.
Okay.
When we talk about this, we're really digging into the framework of the Project Portfolio Management Professional, or PfMP. And the key insight here, the fundamental shift, is that this discipline isn't about managing projects well.
I think that's the project manager's job.
Exactly. Portfolio management is about making sure you are managing the right projects in the first place.
Yeah.
It's about ensuring every single dollar spent and every hour worked is pushing the enterprise toward its highest strategic goals.
That distinction, doing the work right versus doing the right work, that's just foundational, isn't it?
It's everything.
So the mission for you, the listener, is to get a really quick but thorough understanding of this strategic layer. We want you to walk away from this deep dive understanding how top-tier organizations group their investments, and that's whether they're projects or programs or even operational changes, into a single integrated whole. This is the ultimate connection point where that boardroom strategy becomes execution reality, and we're going to explore the nuts and bolts of how that system actually works.
And what's so fascinating here is just the sheer difference in focus compared to the lower levels of management. A portfolio is not just a list of initiatives. It's not a spreadsheet. It is explicitly defined as a collection of components, and that word components is so critical, that are managed collectively to achieve the strategic objectives of the organization.
So it's the highest level of the hierarchy.
It is. It's a structured, systemic view where all the components share a common strategic purpose. And their success, it isn't measured individually. It's measured by their collective contribution to that ultimate organizational goal.
So it's definitely not just a bucket of stuff to do. It's a deliberately structured system designed to maximize enterprise value.
Precisely.
That strategic purpose brings us right to defining the core structure. When we talk about a portfolio, we are talking about a collection of entities, which the framework formally calls portfolio components, plus all the structured interrelationships between them. And crucially, these components are managed as an integrated whole relative to everything else going on in the organization.
And that concept, that integrated system, that's where the complexity really begins. The portfolio's hierarchy, it inherently creates this parent-child relationship with its components.
Okay.
So what that means is a larger enterprise-level portfolio can absolutely contain what we call subsidiary portfolios. Now, you might ask, why would you do that?
Yeah, why? And it sounds like it could create organizational friction.
Well, these subsidiaries are themselves collections of programs, projects, or operations, but they're grouped together for very specific management reasons. Often they're practical, sometimes even geopolitical.
So wait, let's pause on that for a second, on the subsidiary portfolio. What are some of the common reasons an organization would break off a sub-portfolio? How does that complexity get managed from the top?
It's often driven by governance or by geography. So imagine a big global corporation. The main portfolio might cover a worldwide strategic objective, let's just say digital transformation. But they might create a subsidiary portfolio specifically for the APAC region, or maybe a technology portfolio dedicated just to upgrading the core infrastructure stack.
Why?
Because these groups have unique constraints, Available funds might be regionally constrained. They might share a very specific schedule timeline, like regulatory deadlines that are only for one country, or they might report to completely different specialized sponsors. The main portfolio manager still oversees them, but the subsidiary portfolio manager, they're the one handling the internal prioritization and resource allocation within that more constrained group.
Okay, so the structure is flexible, but every single level is purpose-driven, and that purpose always ties back to the corporate mission. So whether it's a massive subsidiary portfolio or just a single small project, every component in that hierarchy is measured periodically. And this measurement gauges its likelihood of achieving the organizational goals, often relying on established standards like the PMBO guide for the foundational stuff. That constant systematic measurement is really the engine that keeps it all aligned.
Exactly. And that brings us down one crucial layer from the portfolio to program management. This is the rigorous application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to a program. And the goal is to obtain benefits and control that are absolutely not available by just managing those underlying projects individually. It's fundamentally about aligning multiple components projects, other activities, for a specific, unified set of strategic benefits.
The distinction there is so key, and I think it's where a lot of organizations make a critical mistake. If the only relationship among a group of projects is that they share the same client, or maybe they share a pool of designers, that effort should really be managed as a portfolio of independent projects.
Yes, that's not a program.
It's not a program. Program management inherently requires integrating and controlling complex interdependencies among components to deliver some major unified outcome, like building a new type of commercial airplane or launching a completely new product line that needs manufacturing and supply chain and retail readiness projects, all to succeed at the same time.
And the whole need for program oversight arises because of these interdependencies. The program manager, they have to provide a framework that coordinates the planning, integrates all the deliverables, and really optimizes the pacing of the work. And this is vital. These complex interdependencies often create new emergent issues and risks that no single project manager ever saw coming. The program manager is the one responsible for managing these systemic risks and ensuring the consistent, sustained realization of those strategic benefits. Their success is benefits realization. The project manager's success is a deliverable.
And then we finally hit the bedrock, project management. This is where the rubber really meets the road. The application of all that knowledge and skill to the project activities to meet the requirements by providing the specific deliverables. This is the layer where the actual tangible thing gets planned, managed, and executed.
And this is where that constant tension lives. Every single project manager is balancing the famous competing constraints. You've got scope, quality, schedule, budget, resources, and risk. The problem is they're all linked in this intricate web. So if the portfolio governance body mandates a scope change, the project manager has to immediately reevaluate the budget, the schedule, or the resources they need.
Of course.
And if the budget is suddenly cut because of a portfolio-level resource decision, well, the project manager might have to sacrifice scope or push out the schedule.
And the political difficulty of that balancing act is just immense, because stakeholders often have deeply conflicting ideas about which of those constraints is the most important one. From a portfolio perspective, what's really fascinating is how the project management plan handles all this potential for change through something called progressive elaboration.
Progressive elaboration is it's the iterative, continuous process of improving and detailing the plan as more specific information becomes available. So in the initial phase of a project, estimates might be really high level, kind of abstract. But as the project evolves, the team gains knowledge, they get refined requirements, and more accurate estimates. This allows the plan to be continuously refined.
And that's critical for the portfolio manager.
Absolutely, because it provides the data they need to make strategic decisions. If a project uses progressive elaboration and, its cost estimate suddenly ballooned by 300% after the planning phase, well, the portfolio manager now has the data they need to recommend a suspension or termination back to the governing body.
Because the entire value proposition has just changed.
It's changed drastically. The quality of planning at the project level directly impacts the financial acumen and the decision-making capability at the portfolio level. It just shows how tightly integrated this whole hierarchy really is.
That makes perfect sense.
And finally, we have to include the organization's ongoing engine, operations management. This is the core business function responsible for, planning, coordinating, resourcing, and controlling all the repeatable day-to-day activities. The classic business as usual, or BAU.
The day-to-day grind.
The day-to-day. Operations management is all about efficiency, consistency, and maintaining current value.
Right, so operations only really enter this portfolio discussion when that ongoing pattern of activity needs to change or improve, or when new capabilities are being handed off from a project, right? This usually happens when our senior leadership decides, okay, we're going to invest resources in a project or a program to fundamentally alter the operational landscape.
And that's when the portfolio provides that crucial link. Any recurring operational activities that are managed as change projects, like, say, updating a financial system or implementing a new regulatory process, they have to be linked to the overarching organizational strategy. This just ensures that the operational improvements are actually aligned with the strategic direction the portfolio is moving in.
And the results delivered by these change activities are what ultimately sustain and underpin the execution of the organization's strategic portfolio. You can have the best digital transformation project in the world, but if the operations team can't absorb and run the new platform, the portfolio value is basically zero.
Precisely. Therefore, at the highest strategic level, the organization has to manage its strategic change components, the programs and projects, and its operational change components as a single comprehensive portfolio of work. This holistic view is just non-negotiable because it optimizes the efficient balance of organizational resources. You have to balance the resources you dedicate to running the business with the resources you dedicate to changing the business.
That seamless integration, that constant balancing act, it demands a really high-level operational structure. And the PfMP framework provides exactly that through what it calls the 7 domains of portfolio management. So let's dive deep into these. These are the core continuous activities you need to manage a portfolio effectively, ensuring alignment, control, and sustained value delivery.
Okay, we begin with the foundational structure, portfolio lifecycle management. This domain addresses a core strategic tension. The portfolio represents these significant long-term organizational investments, right? But the environment is constantly changing. So management requires this delicate balancing act between stability, so you can actually execute, and adaptability, so you can respond to market shifts.
And that balance is handled through 4 distinct stages of the life cycle. So we start with initiation. This is the high-level definition phase. You're establishing portfolio's purpose, its scope, its strategic objectives, and that initial list of candidate components. This stage ends with the formal approval of the charter by the governing body, which authorizes the investment needed for planning.
Then comes planning. Once it's authorized, the portfolio management team develops the comprehensive portfolio roadmap. This roadmap details how the components will be selected, prioritized, authorized, and executed over time, ensuring that tight alignment with the strategic goals. This is where you set the cadence for performance reviews and define your risk tolerance.
Following that is execution. This is the longest stage, right? It covers the active delivery of all the programs and projects within the portfolio. It requires continuous performance monitoring, reporting, and most critically, just maintaining that alignment. This stage includes all the ongoing component reviews, the reporting cycles, and those critical resource allocation decisions that happen daily and weekly.
And finally, you have optimization. Now, this is often misunderstood as just a closure phase. It's not. It's really about strategic improvement. It's the continuous activity of auditing the portfolio's current performance against its strategic contribution, looking for ways to maximize the value you're delivering, and integrating lessons learned back into the initiation and planning stages of the next cycle. It's the mechanism for organizational learning.
Right. It's the feedback loop. Okay, next up we have portfolio strategic management. This is really the why domain, the foundational core. We know the organizational strategy is paramount, but how does the portfolio formalize that link?
This domain is what I call the alignment mandate. It ensures that every single portfolio component aligns with one or more explicit strategic objectives to deliver a predefined business value. If a component can't clearly articulate its link to strategy, it just shouldn't be in the portfolio. It's the first and often the most difficult filter.
But how do top organizations manage that? Especially when you're dealing with non-financial objectives like, say, increasing market share or improving regulatory compliance. It's easy to assign an ROI to a new product line, but it's much harder for foundational IT infrastructure.
That's the strategic challenge. It requires using structured tools like strategy maps or objective key result frameworks, OKRs. Proposals for new components must clearly demonstrate their contribution to the organization's intended value. And not just in terms of dollars, but in capability uplift or a strategic fitness score or risk reduction. This requires continuous monitoring of the component's impact against those non-financial metrics to ensure that alignment is maintained, right from approval throughout its entire lifespan.
So if the strategic landscape shifts,
Then this domain triggers the discussion to modify or even terminate the components that no longer serve the current strategic needs.
okay, that makes sense. Domain 3 is portfolio governance, which is the organizational architecture for decision-making. This is all about establishing transparency, accountability, and ultimately, trust. Governance establishes those transparent processes you need for categorizing, prioritizing, selecting, and approving portfolio components. It is the structured system for making these high-stakes, multi-million-dollar decisions.
And open governance is absolutely crucial because it lends legitimacy to what can be highly contentious decisions. When resources are constrained, which they always are, some components will get prioritized and others will be delayed or suspended. Open processes foster stakeholder trust and acceptance of these decisions, even if their specific project or program was the one that got delayed.
So what does robust governance actually look like in practice? Who sits on this governance body and what are they arguing about?
Well, typically, the portfolio governance body is composed of senior executives. You're talking the COO, CFO, CIO, business unit heads, because they have the authority and the organizational scope. And their debates really center on two things: strategic prioritization criteria and decision rights. The prioritization criteria might range from mandatory regulatory compliance, which gets priority one no matter the ROI, to strategic enablement, which is about building future capability, to high financial return. They use these criteria to score components and allocate resources, ensuring every component approved clearly fits the organization's risk appetite and strategic direction. They're constantly just verifying that the process itself is being followed correctly.
Which brings us to domain 4, which is the reality check domain: portfolio capacity and capability management. In my experience, this is often the one that causes the most pain. This domain focuses on balancing component selection and implementation against the organization's actual current capacity and capabilities. It's the crucial domain that stops organizations from confidently committing to 10 times the work they can realistically finish.
It's the cold, hard math of resource constraints. The key challenge is balancing resource allocation across all portfolio components at the same time. You're managing people, money, specialized skills, technology capacity, and organizations often fall into the trap of over-optimizing the build capacitor, the project teams, while completely neglecting the run capacity, the operational maintenance. And that leads to system instability down the road.
So how does the portfolio manager handle that political challenge when they realize the organization just doesn't have the people, the specialized data scientists, for example, that they need to execute the top strategic projects?
That's where capacity management turns into capability planning. They have to quantify that resource gap. If the organization lacks the required capability, this domain mandates two choices. Either resource allocation must be planned for capability development, so training, hiring, or outsourcing, or the component has to be deferred until that capability exists. This just ensures the organization doesn't overextend its resources and burn out its specialized teams. It requires robust resource leveling tools that provide a view of resource utilization not just month by month, but often week by week across the entire enterprise portfolio.
Wow, that's detailed.
It has to be. Next, we have the human element: portfolio stakeholder engagement. Given the complexity, the investment levels, and the necessity of saying no to some really good ideas, effective communication, and active expectation management, they aren't just important, they are critical for the portfolio's survival.
This sounds a lot like standard executive communication, but I imagine at the portfolio level, the stakes are just so much higher.
They are. This domain emphasizes proactively building stakeholder trust through, radical transparency. When the portfolio governance body makes one of those difficult decisions, terminating a long-standing project, for instance, the portfolio manager needs a foundation of trust with the executive sponsor of that component. The communication strategy has to be tailored to different audiences. Senior executives need strategic impact summaries, program managers need resource allocation certainty, and functional managers need clear timelines for capability handoffs. By maintaining those strong connections and managing expectations actively, the portfolio maintains alignment and secures the buy-in it needs for long-term success, and it avoids political sabotage.
Okay. Domain 6 is portfolio value management. This is all about tracking the return on investment, but defined broadly. This focuses on ensuring that the significant investments made in the portfolio actually yield the expected returns as defined by the strategy, which has to go beyond simple financial calculation.
It absolutely must go deeper than a simple ROI. This domain requires continuous monitoring of sustained value. So this involves measuring and tracking value delivery, not just during component execution, but crucially, after the component has closed and its deliverables have transitioned into operations.
So what are some of those advanced metrics that demonstrate sustained value beyond just a completion certificate?
Leading organizations use a combination of metrics. They track benefit realization metrics, so they ensure the promised outcomes, like reduce cost by 10%, are actually achieved 6, 12, and 18 months after implementation. They use strategic fitness scores, which assess how well the newly delivered capability supports the current organizational strategy compared to legacy systems. And they use capability uplift metrics, ensuring the investment didn't just solve one problem, but actually improve the organizational capacity to handle similar projects faster or cheaper in the future. This rigorous post-closure monitoring closes the loop, and it proves that the portfolio investments result in real organizational change.
That's a great point. Finally, Domain 7, portfolio risk management. This takes a decidedly strategic view of uncertainty. It's evaluating both opportunities, so positive risks and threats, negative risks, but at the portfolio level, which is a much broader systemic perspective than just managing individual project risks.
Right. The focus here is on aggregate and strategic impact. We're not worried about the risk that Project X's server crashes. We're worried about the risk that a sudden market shift renders half of our active portfolio obsolete, or that aggregating all of our high-risk projects creates an unacceptable fiscal exposure for the company.
So if a program manager identifies a significant schedule risk on their program, how does the portfolio manager use that information differently?
The portfolio manager assesses how that individual risk contributes to the overall portfolio's ability to achieve its strategic plan. If Project X's delay threatens the launch of the next 2 phases of a critical program Y, well, that's a portfolio dependency risk. And that requires immediate executive escalation and maybe resource reallocation from a lower priority component. It assesses both internal risks like widespread resource turnover or fiscal constraints, and external risks like rapid technological change or new competition. Continuous monitoring ensures that risks are managed proactively.
Okay, with the structure, the hierarchy, and those 7 continuous domains defined, we have to now focus on the key role running this entire complex system, the portfolio manager. This role requires such a unique combination of strategic and tactical skills because the focus is just fundamentally different.
The contrast is the crucial point to understanding the job. Program and project managers, they focus on executing work correctly, delivering the output on time, on budget, to spec. The portfolio manager, however, they prioritize selecting and managing the right work at the right time to optimize strategic value and ensure the organization's overall health.
They are operating squarely at that strategic intersection, which I guess means they have to be the ultimate communicator.
Exactly. They serve as a key conduit. They link all the portfolio components, subsidiary portfolios, programs, projects, operations, to the senior stakeholders and the governance body. They operate within that framework that the governing body establishes, linking all the activity to organizational strategy and constantly verifying the strategic results. Their job is less about managing deliverables and much more about managing investment performance.
And because of that high-level vantage point, the portfolio manager has to adopt multiple demanding roles at the same time. Let's start with the most strategic one, the architect.
As the architect, they collaborate with senior stakeholders to evaluate and refine the entire portfolio management plan. They are responsible for defining the necessary skills, the structure, the team composition for the PMO, and designing or adapting the underlying processes to make sure they fit the organization's culture and strategic needs. They design the whole system.
Second, they are the enabler. They're driving continuous improvement, but not just in projects. They're driving improvement in the portfolio management processes themselves. And more critically, they're constantly adjusting the component mix, recommending modifications, reprioritizations, or even terminations to maintain alignment with evolving strategies, recognizing that strategy is a living document, not some static target.
Third, they serve as the facilitator. They oversee the daily operational cadence of the portfolio, reviewing performance dashboards, flagging major risks, ensuring that components align with strategic goals and deliver ongoing value. They're responsible for gathering all that performance data and providing actionable, evidence-based recommendations like prioritization changes or formal terminations to the governing body for their definitive approval.
And fourth, which is arguably the most challenging role, the analyst. They manage the immensely complex process of resource allocation, monitor all the aggregated component performance data, and report that integrated progress back to senior management. They are constantly maintaining the portfolio's balance, for instance, making sure the organization isn't overly weighted toward high-risk initiatives or balancing necessary short-term tactical goals against essential long-term strategic ones.
And to succeed in juggling those four demanding roles, portfolio managers need a robust, carefully blended set of skills. The PfMP framework aligns these skills with the PMI talent triangle, which demands deep technical management, leadership, and especially strategic and business management expertise. We should probably break down the 7 specific competencies that really separate this role from a typical program manager.
Okay, let's do it. Starting with number 1. Portfolio strategic management and alignment. This is the core purpose of the job. So the portfolio manager must not only deeply understand the organization's vision, mission, and strategic goals, but they also have to have the political foresight to anticipate potential changes to ensure the portfolio remains supportive of future directions, not just current ones.
And this deep understanding requires significant financial and business acumen. They have to assess both financial benefits, like ROI, and non-financial benefits, like capability scores or strategic fitness. This means they need to conduct complex cost-benefit analyses, understand capital planning cycles, and link investment performance directly to organizational profitability. I mean, they are the strategic investment stewards.
Number 2 is expertise in portfolio management methods and techniques. And we are not talking about Gantt charts here. This requires expertise in both qualitative and quantitative portfolio management methods, specifically those designed for selection, categorization, and optimization. They have to use advanced tools to aggregate, prioritize, and model performance data on components, making sure the reports they give to governance bodies are validated and actionable.
The third competency is high-level stakeholder engagement. Since they are that conduit between execution and executive decision-making, effective portfolio managers excel at engaging a wide and often conflicting range of stakeholders. They have to communicate complex trade-offs frequently and clearly, tailoring the message to a CFO who's focused on budget versus a CMO focused on market impact. They have to be experts at high-level conflict resolution to enable fast, agile decision-making.
Fourth is leadership and management skills. This involves interacting effectively with senior executives, often negotiating scarce resources with their peers. But it also involves actively managing their own portfolio team, so recruitment, goal setting, performance evaluation, and developing their staff. They have to maintain that trust-based communication across all organizational levels.
Fifth, risk management. As we discussed in the domains, the portfolio manager actively addresses systemic risks. This includes assessing factors like macroeconomic shifts, market changes, fiscal constraints, and the organizational risk appetite to ensure the overall portfolio is stable. They aren't just mitigating risk on a single schedule, they are managing the aggravated systemic risk profile of the entire collection of investments.
Number 6, organizational change management. A portfolio exists to deliver strategic change. So the manager has to assess and manage the impacts of changes, not just at the portfolio level, but across the entire organization. This involves evaluating the organization's change readiness. Do we have the systems, the people, the processes ready to absorb the expected benefits? If the organization isn't ready for the change, the investment value is just wasted. They're managing organizational fatigue.
And finally, number 7, and this is maybe the most critical differentiator, systems thinking. It's the intrinsic ability to understand the intricate, often non-obvious interdependencies among all the portfolio components and their collective contribution to strategy. This requires a dual perspective at all times. A top-down approach ensuring proper component selection and a continuous bottom-up view, constantly evaluating each component's actual value and performance data to inform those immediate decisions about resource allocation and strategic alignment. They're connecting dots others don't even see.
It's clear that the portfolio manager is a strategic orchestrator, but they absolutely cannot function alone. Portfolio success relies on a robust network of defined roles operating within that governance structure, an entire ecosystem working in concert. And if even one of these roles fails, the strategic integrity of the whole portfolio is threatened.
Right. Let's start with the top-tier oversight roles that provide that strategic mandate. First, you have the sponsors. These are the key individuals or groups, usually at the executive level, who provide critical resources and sustained support for the portfolio and its major components. They champion the approval of the portfolio charter, they participate actively in the governance body, and they are ultimately accountable for the portfolio's success.
And these sponsors are the portfolio manager's closest allies and also their greatest source of pressure. They work to ensure components align with strategic objectives, and they're the ones who have to advocate for those sometimes painful decisions, like the closure of a component that no longer aligns.
And complementing them is the portfolio governance body. As the ultimate decision makers, they establish the framework, the functions, and the processes that guide portfolio management for the entire organization. Their composition is crucial. Typically, it's high-level executives who possess the authority and the enterprise scope to ensure strategic alignment and make those tough trade-offs.
What are the biggest challenges a body like that faces?
Decision paralysis and organizational politics. They have to manage this constant inflow of recommendations for new components, for suspensions, for changes, resource reallocations. Effective governance ensures accountability. It optimizes investments by linking them directly to strategy, and it provides the mechanism to escalate issues that need executive intervention. They're essentially the Supreme Court of organizational investment.
That's a good way to put it.
Moving to the organizational support layer, we have the Portfolio, Program, and Project Management Office, or PMO. At the strategic level, this often functions as an enterprise PMO and EPMO. This is the organizational entity that supports management through a bunch of crucial standardized functions.
Their responsibilities are just immense. The EPMO often acts as the central hub. They identify, track, and manage components. They standardize proposals and evaluation metrics. They facilitate the complex prioritization process. They may even hold the delegated authority to authorize or terminate certain lower-level components. They're instrumental in ensuring resource alignment, often owning the enterprise resource management tool.
And beyond that execution support, the EPMO plays a critical role in developing and maintaining the portfolio frameworks, standardizing methodologies, and owning knowledge management, including that centralized repository for lessons learned. They provide standardized progress reports using established KPIs, not just for schedule, but for expenditure rates, defect counts, resource usage. The PMO acts as a major stakeholder in defining strategy execution.
And supporting the PMO and the portfolio manager directly is the portfolio analyst. This role is dedicated to managing the immense volume of data you need for portfolio operations. They focus intensely on identifying and tracking the interdependencies between components, something that becomes unmanageable very quickly in a large organization, and facilitating their resolution before they become blockers.
The analyst also has a strong continuous process improvement mandate. They're constantly looking for process gaps and inefficiencies, recommending and implementing improvements to ensure the portfolio management process doesn't become rigid or outdated.
And we should mention the Change Control Board, the CCB. While traditionally focused on projects at the portfolio level, they often function as a steering committee for strategic change. Their role is to review and decide on significant change proposals for projects and programs, working with sponsors and the governance body to ensure that any adjustment, say a scope change that costs an extra $1 million, maintains alignment with the overall portfolio investment strategy.
Then moving down into the core delivery layers, you find the program managers. They ensure their program structures and processes are perfectly aligned with the overall portfolio management plan, taking their strategic mandate directly from the portfolio manager. And they provide essential performance data benefits realization and major interdependency risk back up to the portfolio manager, or PMO, which enables informed portfolio decision-making.
Similarly, project managers are the bedrock. They oversee the initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and closing of individual projects. They provide vital real-time performance indicators, cost variance, schedule variance, emerging risks. This is the crucial data used to monitor progress, assess dependencies, and make those highly consequential decisions about project continuation, modification, or termination. Their data fuels the strategic decisions at the very top.
And finally, the execution relies heavily on team members, subject matter experts, SMEs, business analysts, and functional managers. Team members execute the work. SMEs and BAs provide specialized knowledge, and functional managers who oversee the daily operational activities play a final essential role. They ensure that the outcomes and benefits from completed components are fully realized and sustained within the ongoing operations of the business. If the functional manager doesn't own the delivered asset and integrate it, the portfolio investment fails.
It's such a complex, multi-tiered structure. Sponsors provide the accountability, the governance body sets the strategic criteria, the PMO provides the operational standardization, the portfolio manager is the ultimate orchestrator, and the program and project managers ensure the execution provides the necessary data. It's a full circle of alignment.
This deep dive really clarifies that portfolio management is fundamentally an act of continuous, rigorous strategic alignment. It's about managing a structured system of investments, a comprehensive, constantly evolving view of all the organization's work. The ultimate goal is maximize sustained value delivery through the diligent and optimized balancing of scarce resources against aggressive strategic objectives, constantly adapting while maintaining that core, verifiable link between the organization's vision and its day-to-day work.
So what does this all mean for you, the listener? Well, understanding this framework gives you the necessary language and the structure to view your organization's total work effort, not as a random collection of competing silos, but as a deliberately sequenced, strategically optimized investment portfolio. It shifts the entire conversation within your organization from the tactical question, are we doing the project right? To the high-level strategic imperative, are we doing the right project at the right time with the right resources?
And this leads us to our final provocative thought for you to consider. If the portfolio manager's true goal is to optimize organizational capacity and maximize value realization, how should a large enterprise calculate the opportunity cost of not terminating a strategically obsolete program, and what is the hidden long-term impact on the speed and agility of the entire portfolio?
Think about that resource tension and the strategic cost of inertia. Understanding this framework means you now possess the strategic acumen to identify those points of friction and speak the language of investment stewardship, which is, ultimately, the language of the executive suite.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. This is the show where we take your pile of source material, the standards, the best practices, the research, and convert it into high-impact strategic intelligence, giving you the shortcut to being truly well-informed.
And today we are talking about really high stakes. We're moving beyond the successful execution of just one project or even a program.
Yeah, this is bigger.
Much bigger. We're discussing the ultimate level of organizational oversight. This is the mechanism that fundamentally determines where an organization places its biggest, most critical strategic bets.
That's Project Portfolio Management, or PPM. If you're a professional in this space, you probably know the acronym PFMP, that's Project Portfolio Management Professional. And this deep dive is really tailor-made for anyone who recognizes that strategic success isn't just about finishing Project A on time. It's about managing an entire collection, an ecosystem of projects, programs, and operations all working together.
In concert, yeah. To make sure every single component aligns perfectly to achieve those massive overarching strategic goals.
So our focus today is on the PFMP portfolio lifecycle.
Right. And what we need to establish right from the get-go is that this is not a one-and-done linear process. Not at all.
It's not a waterfall chart.
Exactly. This is an adaptive, continuous framework. It's the engine that ensures an organization stays competitive, that it maximizes how it uses its resources, and, crucially, that it maintains long-term financial stability even when everything is constantly changing.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because when people hear life cycle, their mind immediately goes to, sequential, rigid steps. Step one, then step two.
Sure, that's the natural instinct.
But we are diving into a flowing, continuous loop. For this framework, we've got 4 core iterative stages: initiation, planning, execution, and optimization.
And the key part is that they're all continuously connected. They're all overseen by this central active function: monitoring and control.
And that continuous monitoring and control piece, that's what demands the adaptability, isn't it?
That's everything. This framework just cannot be rigid. It has to be a highly flexible system designed to pivot the entire organizational investment strategy. I mean, just think about the external forces organizations face today.
Oh, yeah. Unforeseen regulatory shifts, for one.
Or major market disruptions from some nimble competitor you never saw coming, or, radical, sudden technology advances.
So the portfolio lifecycle has to be responsive enough to reallocate resources quickly.
Instantly. To make sure the entire ship doesn't just sail toward a goal that became obsolete 3 months ago.
The mission, then, is to peel back the layers on this adaptive framework. We need to understand the strategic input and output of each stage and figure out how PFMP professionals actually use this cycle to deliver real, enduring value. All right, let's set the stage of the definition. When we talk about the life cycle and the PFMP standard, why is there so much emphasis on the word continuous? How is that different from, say, a traditional project management approach?
Well, it's a fundamental a philosophical difference in how we view strategy implementation. The portfolio lifecycle is defined as a continuous adaptive process.
Okay.
It encompasses ongoing functions that manage a defined set of, well, everything: portfolios, programs, projects, operations. And it does this within an unending time frame.
Unending. So a project or a program has a clear end date.
Right. They end. A portfolio, if it's managed correctly, it only regenerates. It is the organization's continuous operating rhythm for strategic investment. It's not just a timeline for a few deliverables.
That makes a lot of sense. It's the strategic engine always running. I found it interesting that the source material points out that organizations often manage multiple portfolios.
Oh, absolutely.
That immediately introduces a ton of complexity, right? It's not just one master list of everything going on.
Not at all. And the complexity just multiplies based on the organization structure and its size. I mean, think about a massive pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
They might have a centralized portfolio for all their global IT infrastructure updates. For that, unified control is essential for standards, for compliance.
Centralized top-down control.
Exactly. But they might also have a highly decentralized portfolio just for early-stage R&D. And in that world, innovation needs freedom. It needs quick decision-making, so it's managed at the business unit level.
So the management approach, whether it's centralized or decentralized, that's totally dictated by the overall governance structure and the goals of that specific portfolio.
Precisely. And the adaptive life cycle has to accommodate these varying speeds and controls, often at the same time.
So the governance structure is kind of like the traffic cop. It decides if a portfolio is high-speed and decentralized or tightly controlled and centralized.
That's a great way to put it.
And all this supports the need for flexibility. I mean, if a new regulation drops or a competitor launches a surprise product, you can't just wait 9 months for the next annual strategy meeting.
You'd be out of business. Portfolio controls have to adapt to these complexities, these changes, in real time. Now, sure, the major decisions like portfolio selection and initial component authorization, those usually happen during periodic planning.
The big annual review.
Yeah, the formal annual budget review or a strategic review. But the updates are frequent. We often see full portfolio reviews quarterly, sometimes even monthly.
But the monitoring is constant.
The performance monitoring is continuous, and that's enabled by the PMIS, which we'll get into later. If a component starts drifting off track, or some external factor shifts its strategic value, adjustments have to be made immediately.
And that prevents the classic organizational mistake.
Right. Funding a component that became strategically irrelevant 6 months ago, but no one had the data to kill it.
That leads us right into the inputs then, because this whole machine isn't running on air. What strategic artifacts are feeding into this continuous process?
The inputs are entirely strategic. They flow from the very top of the organization. So firstly, you look at the core strategic planning documents.
The vision, the mission statement.
Exactly. The organization's vision, mission, its overarching goals, and the performance metrics they use to measure success at the highest level.
Okay, what's second?
Secondly, you pull in organizational performance metrics. How are existing operations actually performing? Are there bottlenecks or new capabilities we need to build? And thirdly, inputs related to product and service design.
So what the customer is actually asking for.
What the customer wants, what our product lifecycle constraints are. All these elements are the raw data that let the organization build the initial business case and a comprehensive financial model for any potential portfolio components.
This focus on inputs really clarifies that the portfolio is simply the delivery mechanism for the strategy.
It is.
So if the strategy itself is bad, the portfolio will, by definition, fail to deliver the right value, no matter how well it's managed.
Exactly. And that brings us right to the core of value realization. If the portfolio exists to deliver strategic value, we need a really rigorous way to confirm that value is being generated and, maybe more importantly, that we aren't wasting resources.
So how does the framework make sure that strategic value is actually being tracked?
It mandates a deep understanding of the portfolio's value proposition. Its value to the organization, to the customers, to all the stakeholders. And the framework suggests using tools like value stream mapping.
I think a lot of our listeners probably associate value stream mapping with something like optimizing a manufacturing line, identifying steps that don't add value to a physical product. How do we apply that to a portfolio of investments?
It's a conceptual shift, really. Instead of mapping a factory floor, you're mapping the investment chain. You trace the flow of investment from that initial strategic alignment all the way through to when the benefits are realized.
So you're looking for waste in the investment process itself.
Precisely. The goal is to identify and rigorously eliminate any components, any processes, or even decision points that are non-value added in a strategic sense.
Give me an example of that.
Sure. It could mean cutting a project that is technically sound, it's running well, but it just no longer offers a competitive edge. Or it could mean eliminating bureaucratic sign-offs that just delay necessary pivots. It ensures every single authorized component demonstrably contributes to the strategic objectives that the leadership team defined.
That concept, ruthlessly eliminating non-value added investments, that's where the real strategic discipline lies. That's where millions, maybe billions are saved.
It is.
If a project can't draw a straight, defensible line to the vision or mission, it becomes a candidate for what? Immediate termination or radical rescoping?
It absolutely should. And that strategic focus is kept constant by what the standard calls the guiding principles.
Okay.
These aren't technical instructions. They're more like the ethical and philosophical compass that influences all the stages. Initiation, planning, execution, and optimization. They are the non-negotiables.
Like a commitment to sustainability, for example.
Or ethical investment. Or stakeholder transparency. Things that keep the portfolio aligned with the organization's overarching strategic identity, even during those high-pressure optimization decisions. They're the constants in what is often a very adaptive and turbulent world.
Okay, so moving into the formal life cycle, initiation is where it all begins. And it feels like this is the most critical stage, because if you establish a misalignment here, every single thing that follows, no matter how well you manage it, will be fundamentally flawed.
You're building a house on a shaky foundation.
Exactly.
That's a perfect way to put it. Initiation establishes the foundation for successful portfolio management. This is the moment where the organization translates those kind of vague strategic goals into concrete investment criteria. And it defines the entire management infrastructure before any significant component level spending gets authorized.
Okay, so let's nail down the core strategic goals of initiation. What are they?
The PfMP framework identifies 3 essential goals here. First, validating strategy. We have to achieve perfect documented alignment between the proposed portfolio objectives and the overall business and operational strategies.
No daylight between them.
None. Second, identifying components. We need to clearly define the boundary and scope of what the portfolio will contain. Is it just programs, individual projects? Does it also include specific ongoing operations that need strategic investment oversight?
And the third goal?
Third is creating management frameworks. This is the crucial step of developing the entire structure, the governance, communication, risk thresholds, and value metrics, everything needed to manage the portfolio throughout its life.
Let's talk about those portfolio level activities then, the ones that formalize the strategic mandate and sort of set the governance table. What documents are we actually creating here that act as the portfolio's constitution?
So this is the heavyweight documentation phase. You're creating the high-level portfolio strategy and management plans. You formally define the governance structure, the communication strategy, and the stakeholder engagement roles. You're setting crystal clear expectations for who has decision-making authority.
And a crucial activity here is establishing the ideation process.
Yes, this is the official, managed pipeline for how new ideas even enter the portfolio cycle in the first place.
That ideation process, that can be a major strategic bottleneck, can it? I mean, if the entry point is too political or too informal, the portfolio risks just funding the loudest voices rather than the best ideas.
Oh, absolutely. The ideation process is a strategic defense mechanism. It ensures that new proposals, whether they come from R&D or operations or even the C-suite, they get captured, standardized, and measured against the same set of criteria.
It prevents the random, unscheduled pet project from just appearing out of nowhere.
Exactly. It stops those exception-based components that haven't been vetted for strategic alignment.
And what are those criteria we're using to measure these ideas?
That's where you define the selection and prioritization criteria. This is where the rubber really meets the road. And more importantly, you have to define the value metrics. The framework explicitly says these must include both financial and non-financial metrics.
Okay, financial metrics are the standards. We're talking return on investment, net present value, that sort of thing.
Right. ROI, NPV, IRR, the usual suspects.
But the non-financial metrics, that's where the strategic intent really shows up, doesn't it?
It really does. Non-financial metrics could be things like reducing your environmental footprint or enhancing regulatory compliance scores in a specific country, maybe generating a targeted number of intellectual property patents, or even improving employee retention.
And you need both types.
You have to have both. Because sometimes the most strategically vital project, let's say implementing a massive compliance system, it might have a negative ROI at first, but it prevents massive regulatory fines and preserves your market access. The value metrics ensure we capture that true, holistic organizational value.
So once all of this is defined and documented, we get the key outputs, the formal deliverables from this stage.
Exactly. The main outputs are the portfolio charter, which is the formal authorization for the portfolio's existence. It gives the manager their mandate. Then you have the detailed governance plan, the defined value metrics for future measurement, and the long-term roadmap.
And that roadmap is a high-level, multi-year plan.
Right, showing the anticipated sequence of component delivery. These documents, together, they form the sacred baseline against which all future performance, all adjustments, all optimization decisions will be measured.
Okay, let's drill down to the component level during initiation. We haven't started executing anything yet, but we are definitely gathering the potential candidates.
Yes, we're gathering and we are filtering. We create the initial component lists based on that ideation process we just talked about.
And then what?
Then those lists are immediately subjected to the first strategic filter, a review based on strategic alignment and those newly defined prioritization criteria. This is just basic due diligence. We're also gathering component validation feedback, maybe a preliminary scope or a quick assessment of our internal capability, and making sure that feedback is formally incorporated into the next stage, into planning.
So the core power of the initiation stage is really twofold. First, it forces strategic leadership to articulate exactly what value they want to create. And second, it ensures that the necessary infrastructure is ready to manage the inevitable chaos of delivery.
It turns vague ambition into a concrete, measurable investment contract.
And if you skip this or you rush initiation, you end up in planning with just a random list of projects that look good individually.
But collectively, they drain your resources and pull the organization in 6 different directions at once. Strategic clarity is the most valuable output here, no question.
All right, so we've established the strategic mandate in initiation. Now, as we transition to planning, the focus shifts entirely to feasibility and resource allocation. This feels like where the abstract strategy hits the wall of reality.
It is. Planning is all about operationalizing that strategy. The core goals revolve around taking the portfolio management plan and refining it, making sure alignment isn't just strategic, it has to be practical.
What does practical mean in this context?
It means checking alignment with organizational goals, with customer values, and, most critically, with resource availability. We also have to define the management parameters for the authorized components, their scope, a detailed budget, and how we're going to manage all their interdependencies.
The moment you said interdependencies, I immediately thought of that common strategic tension. You know, projects often fail not because they're inherently flawed, but because they're waiting on a resource or a technical output or funding from a different project that's struggling.
That is the core challenge the portfolio manager is there to solve. They had to look across the entire field of components, identify the risks, the issues, and determine all the resource requirements.
Human financial assets.
Human capital, financial budget, physical assets, intellectual property, everything. And this leads us to what is probably the most difficult portfolio-level activity: capacity and capability planning.
Tell me more about that distinction. Capacity and capability, they often sound interchangeable, but they're addressing 2 very different strategic gaps.
They are drastically different. Let's use a simple analogy. Imagine you are building a new line of electric vehicles.
Okay.
Capacity planning is making sure you have enough ingredients, enough budget, enough factory space, enough total engineering hours. If you need 10,000 engineering hours and you only have 8,000 available, you have a capacity gap. Simple as that.
And capability planning.
Capability planning is ensuring you have the right ingredients and the right skills. You might have 10,000 available engineering hours, full capacity, but if 80% of those engineers specialize in diesel engines and your plan requires expertise in complex battery management systems,
Your capability is 0.
Exactly. The planning stage requires a rigorous, honest assessment. If the roadmap requires a specific technology capability that the organization just doesn't have, the plan has to either allocate resources to build that capability first, or that strategic component has to be postponed or even outsourced. Planning forces that honest conversation.
So on the portfolio level, Planning acts as the formal, periodic refresh of the whole system. It's making sure that long-term roadmap from initiation is still relevant and actually executable in the next short cycle, say the next 12 months.
Exactly. It's the check-in. This is where we set detailed yearly goals and objectives based on that longer roadmap. We revisit governance structures, maybe we refine metrics based on the current operating environment. We update our strategic alignment based on any external shifts.
New competitors, new tariffs, new technologies.
Anything that's occurred since that portfolio charter was signed.
And this is where the cycle's adaptive nature really starts showing up internally. We're in the planning stage, but we're already adjusting.
Correct. Planning involves performing what we'd call initial optimization. You're revising portfolio plans based on current, validated resource constraints and newly identified component aggregated risks.
So you're already trimming the fat.
You are. This continuous adaptive nature means we are constantly realigning the investments to strategy based on changes in the business landscape or new tech factors that might have emerged. We're essentially running a miniature optimization phase right here within planning itself.
And that prevents the entire portfolio from being blindsided later in execution. Okay, let's look at the component level activities. How do we vet the ideas that we collected back in initiation to make sure they actually deserve resources?
This is where we demand proof of life. We conduct feasibility reviews and proof of concepts, or POCs, for the potential components.
And these aren't just paper exercises.
Oh no. These are small, time-box efforts designed to retire the major technical or commercial risks early. The portfolio component list is then iteratively reviewed and finalized based on the quantifiable results of those POCs and feasibility studies.
So if a POC shows the technology is too expensive or the market demand is lower than we thought,
the idea is immediately dropped or shelved. The goal isn't just to authorize components, it's to eliminate non-viable ones as efficiently as possible.
and once an idea has successfully passed that POC and the feasibility review, what happens next?
It receives formal authorization. New components are reviewed against the approved criteria, they're authorized, and they're allocated the initial resources to officially enter the execution stage.
Right.
This rigorous vetting process is the organization's strategic insurance policy.
It makes sure that when we hit execution, we're funding things that have not just strategic fit, but also proven technical and commercial viability.
Exactly. And furthermore, component updates are made based on detected changes to customer values, strategy, products, and services that we might have detected during this planning review. It ensures the component definition is still relevant before we commit those large resources.
So planning, then, is the stage that converts strategic intent into an actionable, resourced delivery schedule. And it confirms the organization actually has the capacity and the capability to successfully pull it off.
It's the reality check. And it prevents that classic strategic failure, overcommitting capacity in the planning stage, only to realize in execution that you can only deliver 60% of what you promised.
Okay, here's where it gets really dynamic. We move from that refined blueprint of planning into the continuous high-speed world of delivery and adjustment. Let's start with execution.
The execution stage is focused entirely on dynamic delivery management and continuous control. It's about constantly translating that strategic intent into tangible outcomes. Hashtag 4.1, the execution stage, delivering and controlling.
So what are the core goals during this crucial stage?
The goals are very pragmatic, very action-oriented. We were leading the execution of the components. We are actively managing those interdependencies we identified in planning.
Which, as we said, can become major organizational pain points in real time.
They absolutely do. We are resolving emerging risks and issues that inevitably crop up, and we're facilitating crucial, timely communication across all the component teams and the strategic stakeholders.
Let's discuss the portfolio-level activities that show active strategic leadership during execution. What does that look like?
This is where leadership becomes immediately visible through data. We're continuously reporting portfolio health through standardized status updates and metrics via the PMIS. We are dynamically adjusting demand and resource capacity planning based on real-time consumption.
So where are projects overspending? Where are resources bottlenecked?
Precisely. And most critically, governance decisions are made through the change management process. If a major component comes and requests a 20% budget increase or a 6-month delay, that is a governance decision. And it's handled rigorously through the established change management protocol, making sure strategic leaders understand the aggregate impact of that request.
And the adaptive element is absolutely vital here. I mean, if the market shifts mid-delivery, you can't just keep building what you planned 6 months ago.
You can't. Execution is where the organization have to be ready to continuously realign the portfolio to the current strategy. If a competitor releases a game-changing technology halfway through your development cycle,
or a new government ruling comes down.
right, requiring a massive overhaul of a technical specification, the portfolio manager has to initiate strategic pivots. This could involve accelerating some components, canceling others, or rescoping entire programs, all based on those real-time changes encountered during delivery. This is the stage where the strategic mandate is actively defended and updated.
What about the operational side, the component-level activities?
Well, this is the delivery and control mechanism in action. Formal authorization of new components continues as they pass their various gates. Pilots or limited proofs of concept are launched to validate scale. Governance decisions are made via change management at the component level, for instance, chaining a specific project scope within the approved portfolio boundary.
And the process also handles those exception-based components.
Yes, those that are authorized outside the standard annual flow. Maybe it's for an urgent compliance fix or a massive, time-sensitive M&A opportunity. But the primary key outcome that we're tracking here is the potential for benefits realization based on the component's actual performance. We're constantly validating if the value we planned is actually materializing. Hashtag 4.2, the optimization stage, maximizing value.
Okay, so execution transitions us directly into optimization. And this feels less like a celebration at the end and more like a continuous triage and alignment phase. It's this strategic moment of truth.
It is the moment we maximize the return on what has been invested. The core goals of optimization are very clear. We're aiming to maximize portfolio effectiveness by aligning all remaining resources, human, material, financial, solely to the components that still deliver the highest strategic value.
And making sure the benefits are actually realized.
We ensure stakeholder discussions confirm that benefits realization is on track and that all the lessons learned are captured for incorporation into future cycles.
Let's focus on the portfolio-level activities that define this stage.
Well, the name of the stage is the primary activity. Re-optimization of the portfolio. This is a comprehensive review. Governance documents and value metrics are revisited. Have our priorities changed since we started? Demand and resource capacity planning are formally adjusted post-delivery of successful components, which frees up bandwidth for the next cycle.
And this is where you formally close things out.
Right. We formally close portfolios when their strategic purpose is fulfilled, meticulously archiving all the associated artifacts. And most critically, we document portfolio-level lessons learned.
The strategic insights.
Yes, strategic insights about resource conflicts or market timing, to feed that intelligence back into the next round of initiation.
That archiving process, that's the corporate memory, isn't it? It might feel tedious in the moment, but it's the foundation for actually learning as an organization.
It is.
What about component closure?
So at the component level, we revisit the original business cases for any final adjustments to the projected value, and we confirm the outcomes. We evaluate the results from pilots and POCs. We formally close components that are finished or have been terminated. Then we define benefits accountability.
That sounds critical. What is it?
It's a critical handover. It means migrating the successful component, the new system, the new product, the new process to ongoing operations, and formally assigning a business owner responsibility for realizing the long-term benefits that were defined in the original business case. This closes the value loop.
So optimization ensures that the strategic momentum doesn't just stop because the project is technically finished. It makes sure that the delivery team's success translates into actual accountable business benefit.
Exactly. And by archiving artifacts and documenting specific component-level lessons learned, the organization learns from every success and, maybe even more importantly, every failure. It creates a closed-loop system of continuous improvement.
Okay, we've established the 4 flow stages, but the success of an adaptive cycle relies entirely on continuous oversight. This brings us to monitor and control, which you called the central pillar that runs concurrently with all 4 stages. Hashtag 5.1, monitor and control, the central pillar.
Yeah, if the 4 stages are the engine, monitor and control is the sophisticated electronic control unit. It's constantly reading inputs and adjusting performance. It involves continuous performance tracking against established organizational standards, strategic metrics, and risk tolerances. It is the real-time truth serum for the organization.
What's the primary strategic impact of this function? If it's always running, how do we prevent it from becoming a source of, paralysis, where we spend all our time adjusting components instead of actually executing them?
That is the essential tension, and the answer lies in its mandate. Monitor and control's function is not to micromanage. Its job is to recommend strategic changes to the component mix or to the management processes themselves. It is the source of the strategic pivot.
So give me an example.
Okay. If monitoring reveals component A is chronically underperforming, it's absorbing way too many resources, and it's actively cannibalizing the critical path of component B.
The more important component.
Right. Monitor and Control recommends the strategic adjustment, perhaps descoping A or canceling it entirely to preserve the value of B.
So it's not just administrative overhead, it's the strategic oversight that protects the aggregate value of the entire portfolio.
Precisely. It manages governance by documenting and communicating all decisions to adjust the portfolio. And this ensures transparency and accountability for those critical pivots, preventing the organization from just drifting off course because of a few component-level issues. Hashtag 5.2, supportive processes, operationalizing alignment.
The sources also mention several supportive processes that are defined during initiation, but they're operationalized throughout the entire life cycle. Which are these, and why do they require a dedicated focus at the portfolio level?
The supportive processes are communications management, financial management, risk management, and dependency management. They're the mechanisms that ensure the portfolio actually adheres to the governance controls.
So financial management is aggregated budgeting.
Right, and COD controls. Risk management tracks the total aggregate risk profile, not just the risk of Project A, but the systemic risk if 3 high-risk components all fail at the same time.
I want to spend a little more time on dependency management. At the component level, we manage dependencies in a schedule, like a Gantt chart. But at the portfolio level, it seems much more complex and strategic.
It is arguably the most complex supportive process, and that's because it focuses specifically on the interconnectedness of components across 4 key strategic vectors.
Okay, what's the first one?
First, resource constraints. Component A and Component B may both need the same highly specialized resource, a specific legal expert, or a unique piece of testing equipment.
Second is money.
Second, financial costs. The failure or delay of Component C might drastically increase the future cost of Component D, disrupting the entire portfolio budget. Third, project outcomes. Component D cannot even start until Component C delivers a critical output or system.
And the fourth vector?
Risk profiles. This is the aggregate systemic risk. A high-risk component might infect the stability of an otherwise stable component if they share a common resource or a technical platform. Dependency management visualizes and manages this entire 4-way web of connections.
Without it, the whole portfolio could just collapse when one component struggles.
Because its failure just cascades across the entire investment landscape. The PMIS is critical for visualizing these complex relationships and allowing for that strategic triage. Hashtag 5.3 governance within the portfolio lifecycle.
And finally, governance. The framework insists that portfolio governance is an integral part of organizational governance, and it must be established early. Why is it so important that governance precedes or coincides with initiation?
Well, if governance isn't established early, every single strategic decision, from which ideas to fund to how to handle a major execution risk, it'll be slowed down or challenged by unclear authority. Governance defines who holds the mandate, who allocates the resources, and who signs off on the strategic pivots. If that isn't clear from day one, you just build a politically gridlocked system.
The source also details 6 factors that determine the required level of governance rigor: how much documentation, how many approvals, how frequent the audits need to be. Let's break down the strategic implications of those 6.
Yeah, we have to match the governance system to the context. First, component complexity. The sheer types and number of components and subsidiary portfolios being managed. A dozen high-cost, long-term programs requires far more rigor than 50 small operational efficiency projects.
Okay. Second, regulatory needs. That seems straightforward, but compliance isn't cheap.
It is not. If the portfolio contains components subject to stringent legal requirements, think HIPAA in healthcare, or SOX compliance in finance, or aerospace standards, the governance has to be intensely stringent. It demands detailed documentation, frequent external audits, and mandatory approvals at specific milestones.
Third is resource availability. This often gets overlooked. You can't just mandate perfect governance if you don't have the staff to actually support it.
Exactly. Governance has to match the administrative bandwidth. Do you have the resources for multiple audits, extensive documentation, specialized communication plans, dedicated governance committees? If you over-engineer the governance rigor relative to your available bandwidth, you just get compliance failure and shadow processes.
Now let's look at the strategic tension between some of the more abstract factors. Fourth is agility, and this is often in direct conflict with factor 2, regulatory needs.
This is a high-value strategic dilemma. If the market demands rapid adaptation to technological changes, like in consumer tech or fintech, your governance needs to be agile enough to allow for fast decisions.
So fewer layers of traditional oversight.
Maybe. But that demands much more continuous real-time monitoring and control. You have to find the trade-off. A high-agility portfolio cannot tolerate the slow governance required by a highly regulatory one. Fifth is the organizational structure. Centralized versus decentralized. A decentralized global structure requires governance that ensures consistency across different geographical and legal boundaries while still allowing for local autonomy.
And the final factor, audits and metrics.
This dictates the documentation rigor. If you have stringent internal or external audit requirements, or if your performance metrics are highly complex, combining ROI, regulatory compliance, and non-financial ESG goals, then your governance system has to be robust enough to generate the required data trail.
So what's the predictable cost of failure here if component governance isn't aligned with portfolio governance from the start?
The cost is systemic failure. If there's a misalignment, challenges arise immediately. Communication gaps between project teams and strategic leaders, resource conflicts because of unclear prioritization, poor aggregate risk management, ineffective day-to-day management.
And senior stakeholders lose trust.
They lose trust, they disengage from a system they see as chaotic, and that leads to a breakdown in decision-making precisely when those critical pivots are needed the most. Alignment is strategic insurance.
Wow. Okay, so the entire adaptive cycle, all 4 stages, plus the continuous control and rigorous governance we just talked about, it all relies on one thing to function: timely, accurate, standardized data.
It does.
And this introduces the Portfolio Management Information System, or PMIS. This is the critical tool set that makes complex portfolio management actually possible in the real world.
The PMIS is the brain and the nervous system of the adaptive cycle. It's indispensable, especially in modern organizations, managing portfolios that might contain dozens or hundreds of components spread across all sorts of departments or geographies. Its purpose is entirely focused on gathering, integrating, visualizing, preserving, and disseminating all the portfolio management outputs.
In practical terms, what specific value does a robust PMIS provide to the organization?
It provides standardization and transparency. It dramatically enhances organizational visibility. It standardizes processes across the component lifecycle. It improves measurement capabilities. And it facilitates continuous process improvement by creating a single source of truth.
And by providing that transparency, it supports better decisions.
High-quality, data-driven strategic decision-making through standardized key performance metrics.
So what are the actual operational components of a good PMIS that let it handle all this complexity?
A comprehensive PMIS includes several integrated systems. You need mechanisms for portfolio categorization, which is how components are grouped strategically. You need centralized dashboards for quick status visualization of the aggregate health.
Document repositories.
Robust document repositories for all those archived artifacts and lessons learned. Change and configuration management tools to process governance decisions quickly. And workflow management systems to automate the ideation and authorization process defined back in initiation.
And crucially, it has to integrate with other enterprise systems, right?
It absolutely must. Your ERP, your financial tools, your business process management tools. It has to integrate deeply to ensure data accuracy and avoid those manual data entry silos.
And the implementation can vary. It can be simple or very sophisticated, but the strategic function is the same regardless of the tech stack.
Completely. Implementation can range from highly manual systems, and believe it or not, some very sophisticated organizations still rely heavily on shared spreadsheets and documents, all the way to fully automated commercial PPM tools. But regardless of the technology, the system has to support complex data analysis, standardized reporting, and integration. It serves one ultimate purpose.
Which is?
Empowering the portfolio manager to make evidence-based strategic decisions based on quantifiable data, rather than on intuition or politics.
Let's discuss that strategic decision-making. If the PMIS is working perfectly, it should be able to answer 4 core questions that guide decision-making throughout the life cycle. What are those questions, and why do they sort of summarize the entire PfMP process?
These 4 questions are the litmus test for any organization practicing portfolio management. If your system can't answer them clearly, your organization is indeed flying blind.
Okay, what's question 1?
First, which components best support organizational strategies? The PMIS has to quantify alignment scores and projected value against the strategic goals and non-financial metrics we defined back in initiation. This is how you confirm component X is actually worth more to the strategy than component Y.
Question 2.
Are components delivering anticipated results? It must track real-time performance metrics, schedule compliance, budget burn rates, risk exposure against the baselines that were defined in planning. This lets monitor and control instantly flag underperforming components that need strategic intervention.
And number 3 addresses the resource complexity we talked about in planning.
Precisely. Are resources appropriately allocated? This is critical for resource leveling, capacity planning, and dependency management. The PMIS has to show where your human, financial, and asset resources are currently being spent versus where they were planned to be spent. This allows managers to instantly identify over-allocation or bottlenecks caused by shifting priorities.
And the final question, it speaks directly to the trustworthiness of the whole operation, doesn't it?
It does. Does the PMIS reflect the portfolio's true status for decision-making? This confirms the data integrity and the visualization are trustworthy enough for critical governance decisions during execution and optimization. This question confirms confidence in the system itself. If senior leadership doesn't trust the data, they won't use the process.
So the PMIS is the engine that takes this abstract concept of the adaptive life cycle and makes it actionable. It quantifies component value, supports rigorous prioritization, and gives you the necessary real-time insight to address performance challenges across both ongoing work and new initiatives.
It's what allows the portfolio manager to maintain dynamic, strategic control over the continuous flow of organizational investment. Without a functional PMIS, the adaptive nature of the cycle immediately degrades into reactive and chaotic. It just becomes constant firefighting rather than strategic alignment.
Wow. That was a serious deep dive into strategic portfolio management. We've meticulously mapped the 4 stages initiation for establishing the strategic mandate, planning to define capability, capacity, and resource needs, execution for that dynamic real-time delivery, and optimization to maximize value and close the accountability loop.
And all of it continuously governed by monitor and control and powered by a robust PMIS.
The core takeaway for me is constant refreshment. This cycle is not about achieving some fixed end state. It's about perpetual strategic alignment.
It is. The organization is constantly adding, modifying, or terminating components based on dynamic internal and external changes. It's the highest form of organizational fluidity.
So what does this all mean for you, the learner?
It means that mastering this adaptive cycle is really the key to ensuring organizational efficiency. It's the proven mechanism that ensures every dollar spent, every hour of human resource time, and every strategic asset is focused solely on maximizing the right kind of value and maintaining organizational competitiveness in a rapidly changing world.
It's the difference between merely doing projects
And strategically investing in a successful future.
We focused heavily on aligning the portfolio with external factors like market shifts and regulations, making sure it stays relevant. But since the portfolio life cycle is continuous, the true measure of a mature organization isn't just delivering the current set of results. The true success comes from ensuring that the lessons learned and the documented insights from optimization, that comprehensive look back, are so thoroughly integrated that they actually redefine the next cycle's initiation criteria.
Making the entire portfolio process smarter and more efficient year over year. That feedback loop is where maturity lives.
It effectively makes the portfolio lifecycle its own best continuous improvement process. That's something to think about as you review your own objectives. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive into the world of adaptive portfolio management.
The modern organization is, well, it's a colossal undertaking. Just try to picture it. You've got thousands of people, hundreds of projects, all generating work daily operations, new programs, billion-dollar investments.
Right.
But for you, the perpetually curious learner, I think the core challenge is always this. How can senior leadership, or you, if you're prepping for that next big meeting, be absolutely certain that any of that effort is actually connecting back to the company's highest level mission?
And that disconnect you're talking about, that is the single greatest destroyer of organizational value. It's everywhere. You can have project teams executing their individual tasks with, world-class efficiency, hitting every single deadline and budget marker. But if those flawlessly executed projects don't align perfectly with the strategic trajectory of the business, you aren't just wasting time.
No.
You are systematically accelerating the organization in the wrong direction. It's strategic drift disguised as efficiency.
That is the ultimate definition of exhaustion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Succeeding at something that shouldn't have been done in the first place.
Exactly.
So our mission today is to cut through all of that complexity. We're providing you with a high-level shortcut, a comprehensive deep dive into the sophisticated frameworks that ensure every single organizational resource, every dollar, every hour, is delivering maximum strategic value. We're diving into the world of project portfolio management, or PFMP, and we're focusing on the two pillars that really guarantee success: portfolio strategic management and portfolio governance.
That's right. And just to be super clear here, we're not talking about managing the daily schedule of, Project A. We're analyzing the systemic alignment process at the executive level.
Yeah.
It's the difference between, say, efficiently sailing a boat, which is project management, and ensuring the entire flotilla is sailing toward the right continent. That's portfolio management. We have to understand the foundational elements of strategy, what we're trying to achieve, and then the rigorous framework of governance, the how we make sure we achieve it transparently, accountably, and repeatedly.
Okay, let's unpack this. Let's start with the foundational question. How do executives even decide where to steer the ship in the first place? So we begin with the definition of the whole ball game: portfolio strategic management. It sounds like high-level corporate jargon, but if we strip it down, it's really just the engine of organizational planning, isn't it?
It is the engine, and Section 3.1 gives us a very clear starting point. Portfolio strategic management is the defined process of aligning and managing the entire portfolio of initiatives, and that includes your programs, your projects, and even your standing operations, specifically to support the organization's high-level strategic objectives.
Okay.
And it requires continuous strategic thinking, not just some annual review, to ensure ongoing value delivery while remaining adaptable to all the internal pressures and external market changes.
I really appreciate that emphasis on continuous adaptation. This can't be some static document that just gathers dust on a shelf.
No way.
You mentioned alignment, and the source highlights what I think is the single most critical point here. This alignment process is inherently two-way.
That two-way flow is absolutely non-negotiable for success. If it's only top-down, it's just dictation.
Right.
On one hand, yes, the portfolio executes the top-down strategic decisions handed down by the board. But on the other, equally critical hand, it provides bottom-up feedback to those same senior managers about the actual viability, the cost, and the real-world impact of their strategies.
Okay, hold on. Let's explore that bottom-up feedback loop for a second. If I'm a portfolio manager and the board has just authorized a massive project based on some strategic assumptions, say that a new technology will be ready in 6 months, but my project teams are telling me the technology is, failing in trials, what is my job in that two-way loop?
Your job is to be the honest broker of reality. That feedback mechanism is what stops the organization from pouring billions into a vanity project or something that sounded great in a boardroom PowerPoint but is technologically obsolete or culturally non-viable on the ground.
I see.
If your teams report that a component is consuming resources but won't deliver the value necessary to meet the strategic objective, the portfolio management system has to flag that. That tough feedback loop is what allows leadership to stop, kill, or defer low-value initiatives before they become a catastrophic resource drain.
That makes perfect sense. And to succeed in delivering that kind of honest, high-stakes feedback, you need more than just good communication channels. You need a shared organizational philosophy.
You do.
The source gives us 6 key guiding principles. What's the foundational mindset necessary for this kind of rigorous long-term success?
So these principles, they really define the long-term vision, and they guide all executive decision-making when it comes to risk and value delivery. They essentially establish the culture of how work gets done.
Yeah.
The first one is just non-negotiable: achieving excellence in strategic execution. If you have invested all the time in defining a great strategy, you absolutely must be excellent, methodical, and consistent in deploying the organizational resources required to make that strategy a reality. It requires real discipline.
And the second principle brings us right back to the core directive: aligning portfolio components with organizational strategy and governance. This just confirms that strategic alignment is the mission's central heartbeat.
Precisely. The third principle addresses that inherent, unavoidable trade-off in business, the necessary balance of portfolio value against risks. High reward almost always means higher risk.
Always.
A successful organization doesn't eliminate risk. That's impossible. It understands where that sweet spot lies, where the potential benefits justify the acceptable exposure. If you're risk-averse to the point of stagnation, you'll never achieve high value.
Which flows directly into the fourth principle: fostering a culture that actively embraces change and risk. If the culture just freezes up every time a threat is identified, or if a competitor shifts the market, the organization will fail to execute its strategy because its people are too afraid to try new things or fail quickly. That cultural resilience is a non-technical strategic advantage.
And that resilience is crucial when you consider the fifth principle, navigating complexity effectively for successful outcomes. Portfolios are inherently complex beasts. I mean, they involve multiple programs, projects, ongoing operations, often across different business units that might not be interdependent, but they all need coordinated management, prioritization, and resource allocation to deliver collective results. It's a massive juggling act.
And here's the one that often surprises people. The sixth principle is continuously acquiring and managing talent. Wait, talent management is a principle of portfolio management. Isn't that HR's job? Why is talent acquisition so foundational to high-level portfolio strategy?
That's a great question. And it's foundational because portfolio management is all about securing the resources needed to deliver the strategy. And the most critical, least interchangeable resource is specialized human capital.
Oh.
If your strategic initiative requires a team fluent in AI development or specialized regulatory compliance, and you cannot acquire, retain, or develop that talent, your entire strategic objective is dead on arrival.
Right. It doesn't matter how good the plan is.
Not at all. All the process and technology in the world won't work if the people aren't capable of driving the change. This principle forces executives to view talent as a strategic component that has to be managed, optimized, and prioritized, just like cash or infrastructure.
That elevates the discussion immediately. Collectively, these principles ensure the portfolio isn't just delivering tactical results. It's confirming the long-term viability of the organization's entire strategic hypothesis to its stakeholders.
Exactly. Now that we have the mindset defined, we have to move on to how these abstract aspirations turn into concrete, actionable work.
Right.
Section 3.4 outlines this critical hierarchy of intent. This is the translation mechanism where ambition moves into specific, measurable, and actionable steps, usually targeted in the short term, like a 1 to 2 year window.
And it all starts at the very top with the vision and mission statements. Let's clarify the distinction, because I think they're often used interchangeably, but they serve very different corporate functions.
They're completely distinct. The vision statement describes the ultimate aspirational future state. It inspires the employees and answers the question, what do we aim to become? It's high level, it's ambitious, and it has to remain consistent regardless of who is sitting in the CEO chair. The classic example is a world without cancer. It's designed to be enduring and, emotionally resonant.
By contrast, the mission statement is grounded firmly in the present. It defines the current purpose, what the organization does, for whom, and how. If the vision is the star you're aiming for, the mission is the map that guides today's travel.
That's a great analogy.
A source's example, providing high-quality fishing gear at low cost, perfectly defines a current actionable purpose. This guides daily activities and may actually evolve as customer needs change or the market shifts, unlike the vision.
And both must be simple. They have to be culturally embedded and easily articulated by anyone from the CEO to the newest intern. From that foundational base, we translate the ambition into strategic goals. These are qualitative statements aligned with the vision and mission. They outline broad areas of desired achievement, like capturing significant market share or improving profitability globally. They provide direction, but they lack the detailed metrics for immediate execution.
And goals are useless if they aren't structured correctly. The source provides crucial requirements. They must be understandable and simple. They must be suitable to the vision and mission. I mean, you can't have a goal that contradicts your core purpose.
Right.
They have to be acceptable to organizational values and the employees who execute them, and they have to be flexible enough to adapt. And they have to focus on key priorities to avoid scattering organizational focus.
Now we zoom into the most critical layer for portfolio managers. Strategic objectives. This is really where the rubber meets the road. Objectives are specific, measurable actions derived from those goals. They cover defined categories like innovation, compliance, financial targets, or operational efficiency. They must be feasible and absolutely consistent with the overall strategic plan.
The defining example is fantastic because it's so clear. Increasing market share by 10% in a specific region within 6 months. If you are a portfolio manager, how does that level of specificity immediately guide your resource allocation decisions?
It instantly provides the selection criteria for your projects. If a potential project does not contribute measurably to that 10% increase in that specific region within that 6-month window, it should receive 0 priority.
It's a filter.
It's a quantifiable filter. Objectives are the benchmark against which all component performance is measured, and they're essential for translating abstract goals into actual budget decisions.
And the final execution layer. Strategic initiatives.
These are the tangible portfolios of programs and projects that execute the strategy, moving the organization from its current state toward that future vision. An initiative might be something like digital transformation, which in itself is composed of dozens of individual programs and projects, deploying new customer platforms, retraining staff, migrating data centers.
I see.
These initiatives are identified using systematic techniques like gap analysis, what do we have versus what do we need, or balanced scorecards. It ensures the organization is investing in things that actually bridge the strategic gap. And importantly, components within an initiative are managed based on strategic contribution, even if they aren't technically dependent on one another for execution.
Okay, we've established this strategic hierarchy.
Yeah.
Now, before we execute anything, the organization needs to set its guardrails. First up is strategic risk appetite. This is the moment leadership explicitly tells the organization, here is exactly how much danger we are willing to accept to win this market.
That's precisely what it is. The strategic risk appetite defines the acceptable level and this is key, the type of risk an organization is willing to tolerate to achieve its objectives. And this appetite is deeply influenced by the organization's culture. Is it conservative or aggressive? The current strategic drivers and the risk tolerance of the leadership team. You have to communicate this clearly. Or you risk people either being too timid to take necessary chances or too reckless.
So how does an organization formally define and communicate this appetite? It sounds like more than just a vague statement.
It involves 3 systematic steps. First, establishing clear risk thresholds. These are quantifiable lines in the sand that reflect the acceptable variation around those strategic objectives we just defined.
Like what?
For example, we will not risk more than 5% of our annual revenue on R&D for a completely unproven market. Second, they have to balance risks or threats against opportunities. Risk management has to be viewed not just as a defensive cost center, but as a strategic element, taking on acceptable risk to seize massive opportunities.
Yeah.
And third, they must communicate a clear, formalized risk appetite statement to support enterprise risk management across the entire business. Setting these thresholds for each risk category, financial, operational, market, is vital for portfolio selection.
Once that level of risk tolerance is established, you need the official permission slip to start spending money and allocating people. That brings us to the portfolio charter. This is the foundational, crucial authorizing document.
It is the constitution of the portfolio. The charter formally empowers the portfolio manager. It grants them the executive authority to allocate resources, define prioritization rules, and manage component termination. It also explicitly defines the portfolio structure, its hierarchy, and its necessary alignment with organizational strategy. Without a clear charter, the portfolio manager is just a coordinator.
And with it,
they're a decision maker.
this document has to be extremely comprehensive then. What are the non-negotiable components that must be in this charter?
It must detail the portfolio's objective, the detailed justification for its existence, the business case, and clearly identify the sponsor or sponsors and their roles. It must outline the high-level scope, the expected benefits, the quantifiable value, critical success criteria, required resources, the master timeline, and all known constraints, dependencies, and risks.
Wow.
Crucially, the charter ensures the portfolio delivers value and aligns with strategic priorities, all while being guided by the portfolio's strategic plan and process assets like established policies and procedures. If the charter is vague, the portfolio will drift.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting for me, the visual translation. We need to talk about the portfolio roadmap, because this is where all that planning becomes a tangible, trackable, visual commitment. This is the moment the strategy becomes real for the board and for investors.
The roadmap is a profoundly critical tool for managing expectations. It's a visual representation, usually a graph or a chart, that clearly links portfolio components to the overarching strategic goals across a timeline.
So it's not just a schedule.
Not at all. It provides a high-level, temporal view of how the organization's massive body of work contributes to long-term objectives. And it's not static, it's a living document, constantly updated and re-optimized as performance changes.
The source provides an excellent example flow for this. This isn't just a Gantt chart. It illustrates a whole multi-year investment thesis. Walk us through what that visual representation conveys to an executive.
Okay, so it shows the direct causality chain. It starts at the top with broad strategic goals, which then funnel down to specific product or service goals. Then it maps out the execution. In years 1 to 3, the organization invests in Portfolio 1, say, components A and B, and Portfolio 2 with C, D, and E. This concurrent work is the investment required to achieve the first performance milestone.
And what makes this so powerful is the metric tied directly to that time period.
Exactly. The commitment is visible. By the end of year 3, the expected strategic outcome is the realization of 80% of financial targets met. This shows the market, the board, and internal stakeholders that the investment strategy is directly tied to a specific value delivery metric at a specific point in time.
I see.
The roadmap then maps the next phase, say, years 4 to 5, involving Portfolio 3, which is designed to close the remaining gap and lead to the ultimate target of 100% of financial targets met. This structure visually validates why the organization needs 5 years, why these specific components are running, and what success looks like along the way. If year 3 performance comes in at, say, 6%, the roadmap immediately triggers a necessary reoptimization conversation.
So the roadmap is the tracking device.
Yeah.
Now we need to discuss how the organization maintains quality control. Section 3.8 discusses key portfolio components. The source stresses that components must be prioritized based strictly on their strategic contribution, regardless of any interdependency they might have.
That independence in evaluation is key. A project might be technically dependent on another project for data, but its strategic contribution might be low compared to a high-value program that stands alone. All components, projects, programs, operations must be managed and prioritized according to their direct ability to contribute to the portfolio's realized benefits. And this necessitates constant, regular evaluation.
What triggers the organization to evaluate its components? It can't just be a scheduled annual event, can it?
No, the triggers are continuous and they're driven by change. Evaluation happens whenever there's a significant shift in organizational strategy, which can be internal, like a new CEO, a new priority, or external, like a major competitor move.
Okay.
It's triggered when there are clear gaps between the expected and actual portfolio results. If a component is delayed, risks increase, or if a new high-potential opportunity emerges, like a breakthrough technology evaluation is triggered to validate the new component's fit and assess the other's viability.
And the evaluation itself is structured around 3 comprehensive categories of factors. Let's start with the gritty practical constraints. Realization factors.
Realization factors are all about, can we actually do this? They include the execution constraints, total cost, required duration, current resource capacity. Are people already booked for 3 years?
Right.
The sheer complexity of the initiative and the anticipated organizational resistance to the change. These factors provide the reality check. If the required capacity isn't available, the component simply cannot be authorized no matter how good the idea is.
Then we have objective-oriented factors. This brings us back to strategic alignment and value.
Exactly. These factors focus on the consequence of the work, the component's impact on the strategic objectives, how easy it is to measure the results. Measurability is huge. Its visibility to senior stakeholders, and its timeline relative to non-negotiable strategic deadlines. This category answers the question, does this component move the organization measurably and quickly toward its goal? If the impact is minor or the results are impossible to quantify, the objective-oriented factor score will be low.
And finally, external factors remind us that portfolios operate in a competitive public environment.
External factors include things like the initiative's contribution to the organizational image or brand reputation, its community impact, and any external regulatory or market resistance it might face. And crucially, the source reminds us that components often involve significant trade-offs between these categories. A classic example. Launching a massive, high-profile marketing campaign might significantly boost organizational image, a high external factor score, but it may concurrently reduce internal operational efficiency because it strains resources and requires new complex compliance measures, which is a low realization factor score. Leadership has to rigorously evaluate these trade-offs during selection to ensure the final mix delivers maximum strategic value. Anything non-aligned or low value must be ruthlessly terminated or deferred.
Now we get to the core balancing act, which is ongoing. Portfolio optimization. This sounds like the continual process of fine-tuning the components to maximize returns.
It is the relentless, ongoing process of balancing expected benefits, acceptable risks, and available resources to maintain alignment with strategic objectives. It's typically a central part of the annual planning cycle, where management must match the finite resource supply against the massive component demand, all the projects, programs, and maintenance required to run the business. Optimization ensures you aren't just doing things efficiently, you're doing the most important things efficiently.
And this process is necessary because organizations are constantly running into operational bottlenecks. What are the 4 major challenges the source lists that make optimization an absolute necessity. These sound like where most companies really struggle.
They do. The 4 critical challenges are systemic issues. First, misaligned resources and objectives. This is when your best, most expensive talent is busy doing maintenance on legacy systems instead of developing the breakthrough new product.
I've seen that.
Second, a pervasive executive nightmare. Lack of data transparency, meaning senior leadership can't trust the status reports they receive and cannot make rapid, informed decisions.
That second point is huge. If I'm the CEO and I can't trust the reports on cost and timeline, the entire governance structure just breaks down.
It completely paralyzes decision-making. The third challenge is the slow, silent killer. Overutilization of resources on low-value projects. The organization is busy, but it's busy doing things that barely move the strategic needle. The opportunity cost here, the projects they could be doing, is immense. And fourth, difficulty adapting to market changes because the existing portfolio is too rigid, too complex, or too internally focused to pivot quickly. Optimization strategies are specifically designed to overcome these 4 points of failure.
So moving from challenge to solution, what are the actionable strategies for achieving robust optimization?
Strategies include prioritizing high-value components over everything else, no exceptions. Implementing rigorous real-time cost forecasting and tracking to ensure profitability goals remain achievable. Providing consistent real-time status reports for executives to maintain confidence and trust in the data. Establishing clear governance for consistent, repeatable processes. And, most fundamentally, maintaining a single, accurate view of portfolio status, that single source of truth, to ensure all decision-makers are operating from the same set of facts.
This entire structure hinges on the organization's ability to pivot, which brings us to managing strategic alignment. Alignment is a state of being, not a checkbox. It requires constant adaptation to both internal and external strategic shifts.
Absolutely. When the strategy shifts, the portfolio must shift with it, and quickly. Managing alignment involves a systematic comparison of the current portfolio state, our components and their outcomes, with the new strategic requirements, the future state. This comparison helps identify gaps, informing exactly which components need modification, termination, or replacement. And all the key portfolio documents, the strategic plan, the charter, the roadmap, they all must be updated to reflect these dynamic changes.
The source lists 3 specific, crucial techniques used to achieve this fluid alignment and manage the transition.
The first is stakeholder analysis. This is often as political as it is technical. You engage stakeholders, including new ones who may emerge because of the strategic change, to align their expectations and address any concerns, such as changes in risk tolerance or shifts in regulatory mandates that affect their business unit.
Right.
The second is gap analysis. This is the hard comparison work, directly contrasting the current portfolio's components and expected outcomes against the requirements of the new strategic direction. It precisely informs which existing components are now obsolete or misdirected.
And the third technique assesses the organization's intrinsic capability to handle the proposed change.
That's the readiness assessment. It evaluates the organization's actual internal ability, its culture, its capacity, its technology, to implement the planned strategic changes successfully. It identifies unmet needs or capabilities that must be developed, acquired, or mitigated before the strategic shift can be realized successfully through the portfolio. Strategic changes impact funding, charters, roadmaps, management plans. It requires a deep, rigorous process to ensure every document is aligned with the new reality.
So, to summarize part 1, strategic management is about setting the destination, mapping the path, securing the authorization, and constantly checking the compass to make sure we're still headed the right way, even if the seas change.
Precisely. It's the navigational system.
We've spent all this time defining the direction, the why, the what, and the strategic path. Now we shift to the control system, the mechanism that keeps the entire operation honest, accountable, and legal. We move to portfolio governance. This is where we establish the rules of the game.
This is the critical framework. Section 4.2 defines governance as the set of practices, functions, and processes rooted in fundamental principles, norms, rules, or core values that guide portfolio management activities. These principles ensure 5 absolute key outcomes for the organization: transparency, accountability, responsibility, sustainability, and fairness. Without governance, you simply have chaos masked by good intentions.
And we must clearly distinguish governance from portfolio management itself. They are intrinsically linked, but they are fundamentally different roles.
They are distinct. The source makes the distinction simple. Governance is oversight, control, decision-making, and integration. It sets the rules, the boundaries, and the standards for the system. Think of governance as the legislative and judicial branches.
Okay.
Management, conversely, operates within those rules and constraints. It's the execution function, the executive branch, focused on delivering the defined benefits. Governance establishes the ethical and procedural structure that enables the effective application of management principles.
So, if governance is setting those rules, what are its 4 key functional roles?
First, oversight. This is the continuous monitoring and guiding of the portfolio and all its components to ensure adherence to strategy and policy. Second, decision-making. This involves establishing the necessary structures for delegating authority, who is authorized to approve, terminate, or fund an initiative, and when.
Right.
Third, control. This is the rigorous monitoring, measuring, and reporting of performance against defined metrics and established standards.
And the 4th function ties us back perfectly to our discussion in part 1, integration.
Integration means ensuring continuous strategic alignment across the portfolio and all of its individual components, making sure the left hand knows what the right hand is doing and that both are aiming at the same target. These 4 functions work together iteratively throughout the portfolio's life cycle to ensure that management activities consistently be directed toward portfolio objectives and organizational priorities.
To understand the far-reaching power of governance, we have to look at how control flows through the organization. The structure of governance is fundamentally hierarchical.
It is.
So if I'm a project manager on the ground, how does the board's governance principle affect my daily job?
It affects everything. Governance originates at the organizational level, typically defined by the board or senior management. Their principles say a commitment to high data transparency flow downward to the portfolio level, which translates them into specific policies.
Right.
These policies then flow further down to the program, project, and operational levels. This cascading structure ensures a continuous chain of control, accountability, and oversight. For that project manager, the principle of data transparency means they must use a specific reporting template, updated in real time, and cannot obscure negative results.
So governance principles aren't just high-level ideals, they dictate the methodology used by a single team on the ground. It's like the immune system for the organizational body of work, ensuring consistency and health.
It acts exactly like an immune system. This hierarchy ensures that governance provides control and oversight while actively embedding a consistent value system across all levels of activity. The practical impact is huge. Effective governance is responsible for resolving those ambiguities, conflicts, and priority issues that inevitably arise, especially in highly complex environments with low outcome predictability. By embedding these principles into every component methodology, the organization creates a consistent, reliable framework for managing uncertainty and maintaining strategic alignment. It really underpins all other performance domains of portfolio management.
The source rightly warns us that poorly designed governance can be a major liability, potentially increasing the risk of component failure and even jeopardizing strategic success.
Oh, for sure.
This means governance isn't a rigid, off-the-shelf template. It must be customized or tailored to the unique environment. What are the key factors we have to consider when designing an effective governance system?
First and foremost, the legislative and regulatory environment. Governance must guarantee compliance with all industry regulations, local, national, international, throughout the component life cycles. It also has to account for continuous legislative changes that may require direct, proactive interaction with external authorities.
So like a new privacy law or something.
Exactly. If you're launching a new financial services portfolio, your governance must immediately incorporate new data privacy and anti-money laundering regulations. Non-compliance is a failure of governance.
Second is the definition of power, the decision-making hierarchy. This determines who has the final say and where the balance of power lies.
It's the most sensitive balancing act. Authority for decision-making must be assigned to the levels that possess the appropriate competence and accountability. And the source makes a really insightful distinction here. In organizations with generally low accountability, perhaps due to a history of tolerance for failure stronger, more centralized control mechanisms are required to prevent systemic issues. Conversely, experienced teams operating within a high accountability culture, where trust is high, often require greater autonomy and flexibility to maximize speed and innovation. Governance design dictates that level of control. You have to tailor the structure to the capability and culture of the people executing the work.
The third factor addresses the reality of complex structures. alignment with organizational governance.
This is mission critical, particularly in federated structures, subsidiaries, or joint ventures. Portfolio governance must align perfectly with the overarching principles and objectives of all parent entities involved.
Oh, that sounds complicated.
It can be. If a joint venture has two parent companies with different risk appetites and different decision-making speeds, the portfolio governance has to harmonize those conflicts. Furthermore, governance practices should reflect the types of components being managed, their associated risk profiles, and the support available from internal PMOs.
And finally, the design has to be accepted and successfully implemented, which brings us to the most human element, organizational culture.
Governance design is inert if the culture rejects it. The framework must explicitly reflect the organization's operating culture. If the organization is fundamentally decentralized, flexible, and values rapid iteration, like many tech startups,
Right.
an overly centralized, rigid, highly documented governance framework, say, one modeled after a regulated utility, will be immediately rejected, ignored, or actively circumvented. Culture influences the acceptance, compliance, and successful implementation of all governance practices. These four design factors ensure the system is tailored to the portfolio's specific needs, maximizing its effectiveness without causing cultural friction.
A framework is just ink on paper until people execute it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's discuss the critical roles that bring governance to life and ensure the rules are enforced, starting with the portfolio sponsor, the champion.
The portfolio sponsor is usually an executive member of the board. They are the political advocate and financial steward. They ensure the necessary resources are secured and that the portfolio achieves its intended value, which often takes political maneuvering at the highest level.
So what do they actually do?
Their functions are extensive. They align portfolio objectives with the organization's strategic vision, provide critical high-level oversight, actively remove the inevitable organizational barriers that impede progress, secure crucial long-term funding, and facilitate crucial high-stakes communication between senior management and the portfolio team.
So they are far more than just a name on a charter. They are the ultimate troubleshooter and advocate, accountable for realized outcomes.
Absolutely. Their effectiveness hinges on their organizational perspective, their influence, and their explicit decision-making authority. They're the ones who often drive the necessary organizational changes, restructuring, budget realignments required to support portfolio outcomes and ensure value realization flows back to the business. If the portfolio fails to deliver value, the sponsor is accountable.
Next, we have the collective body that formally establishes and stewards the rules, the Portfolio Governance Board.
The governance board is composed of executive-level stakeholders who have deep strategic insight and organizational authority. They are the rule setters. They're responsible for defining the governance practices, providing leadership, oversight, and making all the key strategic decisions. Their core operational responsibilities include establishing the entire governance framework, formally approving policies and procedures, establishing the clear criteria used for component selection and prioritization, and resolving critical issues that have been escalated beyond the portfolio management level, especially resource conflicts.
Does the composition or role of this board shift depending on the size of the company?
It does, significantly. In smaller, less complex organizations, a single executive might actually handle both the direct management tasks and the board oversight duties. However, in larger, matrixed organizations, the board is composed of multiple stakeholders and takes on complex additional responsibilities. Aligning the portfolio with nuanced strategic goals, managing enterprise-wide resource allocation across business units, setting performance targets, and communicating key messages across the massive enterprise structure. They're the central nervous system for alignment.
And finally, we need the independent oversight, the necessary truth-tellers who ensure accountability is maintained, the portfolio audit organization.
The audit organization's role is critical for structural integrity. They ensure compliance with both the governance rules and the management processes. And this is accomplished through planned or ad hoc audits that cover vital areas: financial adherence, risk management protocols, strategic alignment accuracy, quality assurance, and documentation standards.
They're the check and balance.
Exactly. They act as an independent check against both manager enthusiasm and executive bias.
Audits are often seen as a necessary evil or a bureaucratic burden by the teams being reviewed. From a governance perspective, what is the core value they provide?
Their value is immense and systematic. They provide crucial, unbiased insights into component quality and component health. By identifying flaws, they actively reduce risk exposure across the entire portfolio. Most importantly, they serve as a direct, independent communication channel to senior management regarding the true status and health of the components, a check on that data transparency we discussed earlier.
All right.
The audit plans outline expectations and responsibilities, guaranteeing adherence to established rules, which ultimately supports the portfolio's long-term sustainability and credibility.
And lastly, the operational glue, other supporting roles.
These roles are the essential facilitators within the organization. They support governance by facilitating necessary organizational and process changes. For instance, changing the resource allocation model. They assess the impact of those changes on programs and projects before implementation. They often represent functional areas of the business, like finance or IT, on the governance board, ensuring that governance practices are practical, align seamlessly with portfolio goals, and support effective day-to-day execution across the entire enterprise.
They ensure the rules created by the board can actually be lived by the team.
Exactly. They translate the principle into practice.
This has been an incredibly structured and detailed look at the inner machinery of high-level organizational success. We've mapped the entire life cycle from the abstract organizational vision, translating that into concrete, measurable objectives like 10% market share in 6 months, navigating the political and financial authorization required in the portfolio charter, and visually tracking the commitment and the roadmap. And all of that strategic intent is held together and rigorously controlled by the principle-based framework of governance.
The ultimate insight for you as a learner is that portfolio strategic management is the forward-looking, agile direction setter. It determines the portfolio mix, the desired speed, and the value proposition. Portfolio governance is the reliable, disciplined control system. It ensures that mix adheres to principles of transparency, accountability, and fairness while managing risks and resolving conflicts.
Okay.
They are distinct concepts, setting the rules versus playing by the rules, yet they are intrinsically linked by the continuous flow of information, accountability, and the shared goal of strategic alignment. You really can't have one without the other.
We spent a lot of time discussing how alignment requires speed adjusting the portfolio mix, updating core documents like the roadmap and the charter whenever the organizational strategy inevitably changes. But speed requires agility. So, considering the critical factors of organizational culture and strategic risk appetite we covered, what happens if an organization knows a strategic pivot is desperately needed to survive, but its existing rigorous governance framework is too slow, too rigid, or too resistant to change because it was designed for stability, not speed? Does the organization's relentless pursuit of short-term stability, that tight governance control, inevitably sacrifice the long-term survival that demands strategic agility? What stands out to you as the biggest bottleneck in this entire complex system?
Welcome back to the deep dive. This is where we take these really complex frameworks, sometimes binders full of organizational theory, and we try to boil them all down.
Right, down into the actionable insights,
Yeah.
the things that make you the most informed person in the room.
That's the goal. And our mission today is, I think, a big one. It's laser focused on this core question of why organizations, even with brilliant strategies, so often just stumble. They fall flat when it's time to actually execute.
Yeah.
So we are tackling the sophisticated mechanics of portfolio capacity and capability management.
And that really is the mission. And a thank you to the learner who sent in the source material. It gives us a fantastic look into the principles of the Project Portfolio Management Professional, or PfMP.
PfMP, right.
We're addressing what is, let's be frank, it's often the most challenging and least understood part of the whole portfolio domain.
I can believe that.
This entire deep dive is about the bridge, that messy, really difficult bridge between a strategic vision and, successful real-world execution. We're taking these huge organizational concepts, the quantity of your resources versus the quality of your skills, and we're just going to break them down.
Right down to their practical core, so you know where the levers are.
Exactly. So you know exactly where to apply pressure.
And the core challenge, as you just said, it feels universal. It doesn't matter if you're a huge tech company or a small nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
Leadership dreams up these impressive, bold strategies. But then what happens? They stack all those initiatives up, and the engine just stalls.
It seizes up.
They fail at execution because they don't really understand their own limits. They just overcommit.
Every single time.
And this function we're talking about today, portfolio capacity and capability management, this is the mechanism, the rigorous system designed to make sure that the resource demands of all those projects and programs are, actually achievable.
It's the organizational voice of honesty. That's a great way to put it. It's the reality check in the planning process.
Exactly. The voice of honesty.
And that honesty, It absolutely requires us to start by making a really crucial distinction between two terms that get thrown around and, frankly, confused all the time in these conversations.
It's capacity and capability.
Capacity and capability.
Yeah.
They sound alike, but they are talking about entirely different organizational realities.
Okay, let's lay these definitions out right at the top, because I feel like if you don't get this distinction, the rest of the framework is just, it's not going to make any sense.
It's meaningless. So let's start with the immediate and the tangible. Capacity.
Okay.
Capacity is simply what the organization can do now. It is the immediate, measurable ceiling on your operations.
The hard limit.
The hard limit. It focuses on determining the types, the precise quantities, and the timing of resources you need. We're talking purely about the quantity of your available inputs.
So things like the number of people on staff, the amount of cash you have on hand, the server space you've got deployed, it's a measure of volume.
It's a measure of volume. It's the size of your warehouse and the number of forklift drivers you have on shift today.
Yeah.
That's your capacity. It's the maximum throughput you can handle with your current setup.
Got it.
Precisely. Now, you contrast that with capability.
The other side of the coin.
The other side. This is the organization's potential. What you could achieve if everything were leveraged correctly or integrated or trained up. Capability looks at the attributes of your resources, your core competences, the specific skills your organization has, and the whole support system.
So the processes, the culture, the internal systems.
All of it. This is the quality and the depth of your staff's skills. So to use your analogy, do your forklift drivers also know how to code the new automation system? That's capability. It's the maturity of your underlying processes.
That makes perfect sense. So the goal isn't just to fill the warehouse, that's capacity. It's to make sure the warehouse has the right safety standards, the most optimized layout, the specialized machinery to handle future products. That's capability.
Yeah.
If your strategy is to start building rockets, having a giant warehouse full of lumber means you have high capacity, but you have zero capability for the mission.
That is the perfect analogy.
Yeah.
And the ultimate goal of this whole framework, then, is to continuously optimize how you use resources and minimize all those internal conflicts by dynamically balancing your capacity, the stuff you have now, with your capability, the potential and the skills you need to execute the strategy for tomorrow.
It sounds like the central nervous system for the whole portfolio.
It is. It's essential for successful execution, for actually realizing the value you planned, and for that constant proactive monitoring and controlling of all the individual programs and projects that make up the portfolio.
Okay, so we're establishing a really holistic function here. We're talking about using guiding principles and some pretty sophisticated tools to identify, allocate, and then optimize all of your resources, people, money, IP, tech all, with the goal of maximizing how you use them without driving the organization into conflict or, complete burnout.
That's the tightrope you have to walk.
Okay, so let's unpack this. What really sets the stage for success here? If we're building a system that requires this constant balancing act, what are the non-negotiable principles leadership has to get on board with?
That's a great question.
Because I can just imagine if you skip these foundational ideas, the whole model is just going to wobble. Or worse, it becomes a political tool.
It becomes a political football. Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're right. Effective capacity and capability management, it relies on a set of guiding principles. These directly inform how decision makers should behave and how resources get used. The framework lays out 4 foundational principles that really underpin everything else we're going to talk about.
All right, let's start with the one that feels like it could be the most politically charged: leadership.
It's number 1 for a reason. The first principle is the need for active and decisive leadership to optimize resource use.
Active and decisive.
And this isn't, a suggestion. It's a requirement. It means leadership has to be fully engaged, ready to make the hard calls.
The trade-offs.
The trade-offs, shifting priorities, and committing to difficult resource reallocations when conflicts, and they will inevitably surface.
Right.
Without that active, timely intervention from the top, resource constraints, like, 2 critical projects fighting for the same lead programmer, they just stall the entire portfolio. And that leads to expensive delays or compromised quality.
Okay, I get the need for being decisive, but here's the real-world problem. How do you distinguish between decisive leadership and leadership that just shifts resources to their own pet projects? The thing that creates all the conflict and resentment.
That's a critical distinction to make. And the answer is data. Decisive leadership in this context has to be data-driven. It has to be strictly aligned with the agreed-upon strategic scoring model and the organization's risk appetite.
So it's not leadership acting on a whim.
Never. The portfolio governance body, they use the metrics coming out of the capacity management system to justify why they're reallocating something. If Program A has a strategic value score of, say, 60, and Program B has a score of 95, and they both need that same bottleneck resource,
The decision is clear.
decisive leadership reallocates to B. And this is the important part. They transparently communicate why they did it using the metrics. Decisiveness here is about preventing analysis paralysis when the data clearly points to the strategically superior path.
I like that. It provides political cover through objectivity. Okay, what's the second principle? This one seems to be about making sure the effort is targeted correctly.
It is. It's focusing on excellence in strategic execution. What this means is that all your resource mechanisms, your allocation decisions, your capability development programs, they all have to consistently serve the larger strategic objectives.
So it's an evaluation of effectiveness, not just efficiency.
That's the perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
You could have perfectly efficient execution, everything is on time, on budget, but if you're executing the wrong programs that don't align with where the market is anymore, the whole exercise is a failure.
You're efficiently driving in the wrong direction.
Exactly. Excellence here means you are executing the right initiatives, and that requires constant validation of that alignment.
And the third principle, this ties right into that unavoidable tension between risk and reward.
Absolutely. The third one is balancing portfolio value against risks. Allocating resources is, by its very nature, a risky bet.
How so?
Well, let's say you decide to put all of your top specialized talent, your highest capability human capital, on a single high-reward but also high-risk project.
The moonshot.
The moonshot project. You might maximize your potential upside if it works. But at the same time, you are concentrating the risk of total failure across the entire portfolio. If that project fails, you've lost your best people's time for a year.
And everything else was neglected.
Right. So this guiding principle demands that there has to be a constant, explicit, and measurable discussion about the trade-off. What are the expected strategic benefits, and how much risk are we, as an organization, willing to take on to get them?
So this explains why, even if a project is a potential home run, you might intentionally staff it with, say, your B team players and give it staggered timelines.
Yes.
You do it just to preserve your A team's capacity and skills for some boring, low-risk, but mandatory compliance work that has to get done.
That is exactly the kind of explicit resource trade-off this principle demands you make consciously, not by accident.
Got it. Okay, and the fourth and final principle.
The fourth one addresses the nature of the portfolio itself. It's about navigating complexity for successful outcomes.
Portfolios are never simple.
They're rarely simple. They can involve hundreds, sometimes thousands, of interdependent moving parts. You have varying priority levels, dynamic resource demands. It's a mess.
It's chaos.
It can be. So effective resource management requires a methodology, a framework like this one, that can successfully navigate that organizational and technical complexity. It's about keeping the sheer number of variables just manageable enough so you can still make timely, informed decisions.
Okay, so those four principles, active leadership, execution excellence, value risk balancing, and navigating complexity, that's the philosophical foundation.
That's the underpinning, yeah.
Now let's get specific about what we're managing. You mentioned 4 key categories of capital. This seems designed to force organizations to look way beyond just their budget and their headcount.
It is. The resources you need to actually execute a portfolio, they span 4 key categories of capital that you have to track, forecast, and allocate.
Let's break them down.
First, and this is often the most volatile one, is human capital, the people. The availability and, crucially, the skill level of the staff needed to support the portfolio. This includes your full-time employees, your contractors, consultants, even management oversight time. It's not just the number of people, but the type of people.
Right. What's next?
Second, financial capital. This one's more straightforward. It's the budget, the operational funds, the liquidity you have available for all the initiatives. It's the cash you need to keep the programs and projects running within their approved funding.
Okay. Human and financial. What's third?
Third, we look at assets. These are the physical resources, the tangible goods.
Like machinery.
Exactly. Manufacturing machinery, proprietary testing equipment, data centers, all your software licenses, real estate, or even specialized vehicles you might need for execution. Anything physical.
And the fourth category, you said this is the one that's most easily overlooked as a bottleneck.
It absolutely is. This is intellectual capital. These are the intangible organizational assets.
So things like patents, copyrights.
Patents, proprietary data sets, unique algorithms you've developed, trade secrets, established client lists, even just your internal organizational know-how and your standard operating procedures, your SOPs.
And the key is that these assets can't be easily or quickly bought or rented or replaced.
That's the critical part. They are unique to you.
That is a crucial breakdown. I could have the financial capacity and the human capacity. Let's say I've hired a team of 100 brilliant scientists and I've given them a huge budget.
Right.
But if my strategy requires me to manufacture a specialized product and I don't have the intellectual capital, like the patent for the key chemical process, I simply cannot execute that program, no matter how much money or how many people I throw at it.
That is the core lesson of the intellectual capital constraint. Here's another example. If a regulatory approval process requires you to use proprietary internal testing data that was generated 5 years ago, and that data was accidentally deleted,
Oh, no.
your intellectual capital capacity for that component is zero. Even if your financial capacity, your budget, is $100 million, it's a hard stop.
And the overarching realization here, as the framework describes it, is that you have to treat the whole portfolio as a complex adaptive system.
You must. When you treat it that way, you are forced to acknowledge that these 4 types of resources and all the initiatives that depend on them, they're not static. They're not isolated islands.
They're all connected.
They're profoundly interdependent and constantly shifting. If you change the financial allocation for one program, it instantly ripples out and affects the available financial and human capital for another.
And if a key asset like your cloud architecture hits its capacity limit,
It impacts the timing of your intellectual capital generation, your developers can't write new code, and your human capital deployment, because those developers are now sitting around waiting.
so managing this system isn't something you do quarterly or even monthly. It has to be continuous. You have to track the domino effect of every single decision.
Exactly. That recognition that everything is linked and a change in one area will propagate through the entire system, that's what elevates this from just project management to true strategic portfolio management. You have to ensure executability not just in one category, but across all 4 categories of resource constraints all at the same time. So if that first section set the stage with the principles and the 4 capitals, this next part is where we get into the mechanisms of the now. This is all about capacity management.
The quantity focus.
The quantity focus. It's the systematic process for making sure the organization can meet the aggregate resource demands of all its portfolio components. Fundamentally, it's about resolving resource conflicts efficiently for optimal allocation today.
This really sounds like the operational discipline you need to make sure the strategic plan is even feasible in the first place. Where does that discipline start?
It has to start with rigor in forecasting. The process is called capacity planning. This is the stage where we assess the collective demands of the portfolio components against the current and also forecasted available resources. It's future-focused. It's about ensuring that what we plan to do next quarter or next year is actually possible given our current limits.
And what's the main output of this planning stage? What does it produce?
The primary output is what's called a supply and demand profile. And this profile is much more than just a simple spreadsheet. It's a comprehensive, time-phased forecast that consolidates all the anticipated resource needs from every single project and program across all 4 of those capital categories we just discussed.
So what kind of data inputs are critical for that? It must have to pull from everywhere.
It's highly integrated. The profile has to pull data not just from the individual project schedules, but from the organization's highest level strategic plans, from specific risk management plans, from its internal process, assets like historical data and templates, and from external environmental factors.
Like market volatility or regulatory changes.
Exactly. And that consolidation is so vital because, as we mentioned with the principles, the organization's risk attitude dictates the whole plan.
How does that work in practice?
Well, the organization's stated risk attitudes and thresholds, they directly influence the plan. If the portfolio governance body has a very low tolerance for any project delays,
Which they always say they do.
they always say they do, then the capacity plan has to reflect that. It has to build in larger contingency reserves, more buffer time in the resource schedule, which in turn increases the projected need for supply.
And a high-risk tolerance.
A high-risk tolerance might lead to a much tighter, higher utilization schedule, accepting the risk of delays for the sake of efficiency. The plan has to mirror those policy decisions.
So this profile, it highlights all the available resources and the constraints across human, financial, asset, and intellectual capital. This is the document that the governance board uses to decide which projects get the green light, right?
Yes. But there's a crucial, messy detail that capacity planning must accommodate, even if it messes up the otherwise tidy forecast.
What's that?
Mandatory or legislative initiatives.
The things you have to do, even if they aren't strategically exciting or profitable.
Exactly. If a new data privacy regulation comes down and requires a specific system update and retraining 50 of your key staff members by December 31st, that resource demand is non-negotiable.
And it probably has a fixed, immovable timeline.
A fixed timeline. And these mandatory components, they might actually exceed your current resource limits. The capacity plan has to show how those resources will be sourced, often by explicitly recommending a delay or defunding a lower priority strategic project to free up the people.
So it forces a very real and probably painful trade-off.
It does. And on top of that, the plan has to budget for contingency reserves for those unplanned but high-priority components that might get approved mid-cycle because of a sudden market shift or competitors' move.
That really is the ultimate reality check, then. Capacity planning forces leadership to see upfront and in hard numbers that they simply don't have enough to do everything they want to do once they've accounted for everything they must do.
It is the essential filter of feasibility.
Okay, so once that profile is built, that forecast is in place, we move into the actual management part.
Right. We move into supply and demand management. This is the heart of the operational decision-making. It's broken into two phases: analysis and then allocation.
Let's start with analysis.
So the analysis phase, this is where we rigorously evaluate the available capital across all four dimensions to select, fund, and execute the components. And this evaluation is it's highly sophisticated.
Sophisticated in what way? What techniques are we talking about beyond just adding up the numbers in the forecast?
It moves way beyond simple summation. It involves things like scenario analysis, where we'll model different funding and allocation possibilities to see what their impact would be on the overall portfolio value and its risk profile.
So what if we fund Project X instead of Project Y?
Exactly. Then we use quantitative analysis, hard number metrics on utilization rates, cost efficiency, time estimates, but we have to integrate that with qualitative analysis.
Expert judgment.
Expert judgment, opinions from senior technical staff on feasibility, the portfolio's risk tolerance, and finally, you have to perform a robust risk analysis, specifically matching the resource capabilities, things like specific skills or required certifications, with the portfolio objectives to find those single points of failure.
Okay, this deep analysis then leads directly to a major executive decision. You called it the supply-demand dilemma. This is about the organization's core philosophy on resources, right?
It is. Based on that analysis, the organization has to consciously commit to one of two major strategic approaches.
What are they?
First is the demand-driven approach.
Okay.
In this model, the strategic goals of the market pressures, the demand, are so critical, or maybe the organization is in such a high growth phase, that the organization decides it must adjust its supply to meet the requirements.
So if demand is high, the philosophy is find or create the capacity.
That's it. You aggressively increase capacity. You hire temporary specialized resources, you ramp up outsourcing contracts, you fast-track training programs, or you go out and secure additional financial capital through debt or equity. You feed the machine.
And the second approach?
The second is the supply-fixed approach. In this model, your resources, maybe due to strict budget constraints or regulatory limits, or highly specialized, non-expandable intellectual capital, are inherently limited. They're fixed.
So you can't just go out and hire more?
You can't. So in this case, the project demand, the scope, and the sequencing, it all has to be rigorously managed or delayed or scaled down based strictly on the current fixed resource supply you have and your established priority levels you work within your means.
That's a fascinating reflection of an organization's identity. I can just picture a rapidly scaling tech startup trying to capture market share. They're almost certainly demand-driven. They're just throwing cash and outsourced human capital at the problem. And then you contrast that with, say, a heavily regulated public utility that has a frozen hiring budget. They are fundamentally supply-fixed, and that forces just brutal trade-offs and delays on their projects.
The difference in how the portfolio gets executed is enormous. And that chosen approach then strictly guides the next phase, the allocation phase.
This is where the rubber meets the road.
This is it. Resource allocations are now governed by that prioritized list of portfolio components, by the clear decision criteria the governance board set up, and by the analysis we just did.
So how does the actual high-level allocation process work? What does it look like?
The resource demands, which are detailed in each component's business case. So, Program X needs 3 specialized data scientists and $5 million in asset purchases. Those demands are first aggregated across the entire portfolio.
You get a total picture of the needs.
A total picture. This aggregated demand is then meticulously mapped against the available resource supply, and its time phased into a master schedule. The key here is that this is not project-level scheduling. This is portfolio-level oversight.
You're just trying to make sure the total demand doesn't overwhelm the total supply.
Right, and that the high-priority components get their resources locked in before the low-priority ones.
Okay, and within that mapping process, what is the single most critical resource factor that you have to manage continuously to prevent the whole system from just seizing up?
It's the continuous, almost obsessive management of bottleneck resources.
The pinch points.
The pinch points. These are the resources that are scarce, highly specialized, or unique. It could be a specific, highly certified cloud architect. It could be a piece of proprietary manufacturing equipment. It could be a piece of intellectual property that only one team knows how to use.
And if you don't manage that bottleneck?
If the resource allocation doesn't carefully time and sequence the demand on these bottlenecks, performance issues will inevitably follow. It doesn't matter how much general capacity like junior staff or general funding you have available to throw at the problem.
Because if that one senior expert is required to sign off on 10 different high-value components, but they only have the capacity to review 3 this quarter, then 7 components just stall.
Yes, so. And that's why the allocation process must prioritize components, not just on their value, but also on their demand for these bottleneck resources, always trying to smooth out the load.
This sounds like it leads right into the next step, which is optimization, finding that equilibrium.
It does. This moves us into optimization, which isn't a one-time event. It's the constant effort to maintain balance while you're executing. If you imagine a graph of supply, which is your capacity, versus demand over time, the operational goal is to achieve and maintain equilibrium.
Equilibrium sounds like this perfect ideal state, like organizational nirvana. What does it look like in the real world when you deviate from that? What are the risks?
Well, equilibrium just means your supply of resources is perfectly matching the strategically required demand for work at any given point.
Mm-hmm.
Deviation from that leads to 2 major and equally dangerous states.
Mm-hmm.
First, there's overutilization. This is where your demand consistently exceeds your supply. This is the state of constraint, and it manifests as organizational stress.
Burnout.
Burnout is the #1 symptom. When your human capital is scheduled for 120% utilization, you rapidly see burnout. You see the quality of deliverables drop, project risk goes up, and delays become inevitable. In the long term, high turnover just decimates your capability.
Okay, that's one danger. What's the other?
The other is underutilization. This is where your supply exceeds your demand. This means your resources, whether it's idle server time, unspent financial capital, or, most expensively, staff sitting on the bench between projects, or just sitting idle.
And that's just waste.
It's wasted capital. It's a reduced return on investment. And critically, it represents missed opportunities to either accelerate the portfolio or to develop new necessary capabilities with that spare time.
So optimization is this continuous operational function. It's
Right.
monitoring your capacity utilization rates and constantly adjusting resource deployments to avoid both the stress of overutilization and the waste of underutilization.
That's it. It's making sure the right resources are on the right projects at the right time, as dictated by your strategy, not by who yells the loudest.
And what happens when the monitoring shows that resources are constrained, which, let's be honest, in most growing organizations is almost always the case?
When that happens, reprioritization may become necessary. This is a big deal. It requires the governance board to make real-time adjustments to the portfolio. They have to look at the updated strategic value and the current risk profile of all the components, and potentially delay or even pause low-value components to free up that scarce capacity for the high-value ones.
This seems to demand a huge amount of organizational agility. If your capacity framework is too rigid, if every little change requires 2 months of bureaucratic approvals, the whole system becomes useless. The second reality changes.
Agility is absolutely paramount. The framework stresses the need for lean structures and robust change management processes. Lean structures cut down the administrative overhead, and they speed up the decision-making cycles.
And the change management.
Robust change management ensures that when a resource trade-off is made, say you have to shift an entire development team from one project to another priority, the organizational resistance is minimized. The transition is efficient. You can't optimize if changing a resource allocation requires 3 months of cross-departmental warfare.
That makes sense.
And on top of that, you need continuous, proactive stakeholder engagement. This helps the portfolio managers identify risks or even surplus resources before they show up as a major problem. It enables those rapid, data-driven adjustments, and it keeps that constant alignment between your risk appetite and your actual working capacity. This continuous management is how you preserve and maximize the portfolio's value during execution.
Okay, we have spent a good amount of time really rigorously defining capacity, the quantity. Now we make that essential pivot. This is where it gets strategically, I think, really interesting. We're moving from what we have to what we can do.
And what we need to be able to do next year.
Exactly. This is the deep dive into capability management.
And this is a total shift in focus. We're moving away from the nuts and bolts of counting resources to thinking about the inherent quality, the potential, and the synergistic attributes of those resources and the processes that connect them. This function explores the organization's potential for strategic success.
So give us the overview. What is organizational capability?
Organizational capability, it refers to the underlying embedded ability of the organization to execute a portfolio effectively. It's done through its people, its processes, and its supporting systems. And ultimately, a strong capability is what delivers your sustainable competitive advantages and long-term customer value.
So while capacity is the current maximum number of things you can do,
Capability represents the potential that you could develop and leverage over time.
so if I can try another analogy, an organization with high capacity might have, say, 500 generalist data analysts.
Okay, a lot of bodies.
A lot of bodies. But an organization with high capability might only have 200 analysts. But those 200 are highly specialized in predictive modeling. They're networked by super efficient, standardized data pipelines, and they have processes to scale up their knowledge really rapidly.
That is an excellent illustration of what we call the evolutionary path of capability. Capabilities evolve dramatically as an organization matures.
How so?
Well, in their infancy, organizations often rely very heavily on the individual, often irreplaceable talents of a few key people. The heroics of one or two superstars.
Knowledge is all in their heads.
It is.
Yeah.
But as you mature and scale, you have to consciously shift your reliance away from that and towards standardized processes, integrated systems, and institutional knowledge. The process itself becomes the durable capability, not the person who happens to be running it today.
And we mentioned the complexity of synergy earlier. This feels like where capacity and capability can really start to clash.
They often do. The complexity of synergy means that the simple sum of your individual resource attributes often does not equal the whole organizational capability.
The whole is not the sum of its parts.
Or it can be greater than the sum of its parts. You might have 10 brilliant individuals, but if they can't communicate effectively or their systems don't integrate, their collective capability is actually quite low.
Right.
But conversely, sometimes the successful interaction between two teams or two systems creates a unique new capability, a specific repeatable innovation process, for example, that is far greater than the components themselves. This reality is precisely why just maximizing capacity, just hiring more people without focusing on capability training them, giving them integrated processes, often leads to organizational diminishing returns.
It sounds a little abstract, though. How do portfolio managers actually measure this potential and make sure they're investing in the right kind of quality? We need some kind of assessment framework.
We do, and that's the capability assessment. This is the process that analyzes an organization's internal strengths and weaknesses in its people, its processes, its technology, all relative to the current strategic portfolio goals. This assessment is foundational. It supports every decision about portfolio selection, funding, and execution.
Okay, so what are the specific targets of that analysis? What are you looking for?
You're looking for two things. First, you're identifying your strengths. These are capabilities that you can actively leverage for a competitive advantage. They're repeatable, scalable skills or processes that give you an edge in the market.
In a second.
Second, you're looking for your weaknesses or your capability gaps. These are the skill or process deficiencies that are currently hindering you from achieving your competitive strategy, the things holding you back.
So what specific critical insights does a really robust assessment give to the portfolio managers and the governance board? What do they walk away with?
A thorough, fact-based capability assessment provides several non-negotiable insights. You can't move forward without them.
Like what?
First, it clearly defines the current organizational state. A realistic, no-nonsense picture of where you sit today in terms of your actual ability to execute the strategic portfolio.
An honest baseline.
An honest baseline. Second, and this is probably the most critical part, it identifies the gaps between your existing capabilities and the desired capabilities you need for your strategic roadmap. If your strategy requires a rapid shift to offshore manufacturing, but you lack the supply chain management expertise, that gap is explicitly defined and quantified.
So it's not just a feeling, it's a number.
It's a number. Third, it spotlights potential roadblocks to portfolio success that are skill-based or process-based, not just budget-based. A skill gap is a structural roadblock that throwing money at won't fix, at least not quickly.
That's a huge one. What else?
Fourth, it objectively measures your organizational agility, your ability to pivot, adopt new processes, retrain your workforce in response to change. Fifth, it provides crucial insight into resource application for long-term success, making sure your resources are being applied strategically to build capability, not just expediently to put out fires.
And
finally, it delivers fact-based recommendations for achieving full capability. It gives you a measurable, time-phased roadmap for how you're going to develop and sustain those capabilities you need.
those insights are incredibly valuable. They force the conversation past that simple request of, we need more money or we need more people.
Yes.
And it moves it to the more nuanced statement. We need people with these specific competences supported by these integrated systems in order to successfully execute Strategy X.
That is the conversation you want to be having. And that leads directly into capability development and sustainment. The organization is constantly monitoring its operating environment, customer demands, market trends, urgent events, to figure out what new capabilities it needs to develop or what existing ones it needs to sustain, always keeping it tightly aligned with strategy.
Okay, so let's talk about developing new capabilities first. How does that process work? You're not just hiring someone, you're trying to build deep institutional expertise.
Exactly. Developing new capabilities involves actively building specific competences. These are the discrete knowledge, skills, and abilities that, when you combine them, directly and positively impact your business outcomes and drive your strategy forward.
Can you give some examples of these key organizational competences that portfolio management frameworks tend to prioritize?
Sure. The framework highlights that portfolio success relies heavily on both technical and interpersonal competences. Things like expertise in human resource management, the ability to hire and train effectively, strong relationship management skills, which are crucial for stakeholder alignment.
The soft skills.
The soft skills that are actually incredibly hard. Consulting capabilities, the ability to diagnose and solve complex internal problems, decisive leadership, effective communication across all those functional silos, cultural sensitivity in global portfolios, strict ethical behavior, sharp decision-making processes, and critical business acumen.
So understanding the market context.
Understanding the market. These are the skills that transform that raw capacity we talked about into real execution power.
And what triggers an organization to make what must be a pretty significant investment to build a whole new capability?
The drivers are diverse and they're powerful. They can be internal, like a major shift in the organizational culture towards innovation, for example. They can be external pressures, like new customer demands for speed or personalization, or rapid disruptive market trends, like the sudden emergence of a new technology.
Or an emergency.
Or sometimes it's urgent events, a major security breach, a rapid shift in regulation. Something that exposes an immediate critical capability gap that you have to fill right now.
So how do you structure that development? It feels like it could be a bit chaotic.
Well, to structure it, organizations will usually break down a capability into 6 interconnected elements. There's the mission, which is the why, the reason the capability exists, the talent, the people with the skills, the process, the standardized methods they use, the technology, the systems that support it, the integration, how it works with all your other capabilities, and finally, the insights, the data and knowledge you get from having the capability.
That structural view must really help to focus the investment.
It does. And the strategic detail here is critical. Organizations really should prioritize interconnected capabilities, things like fast learning, innovation processes, and cross-functional collaboration.
Why those specifically?
Because developing them together helps you stretch your existing resources and it builds sustainable, really difficult to replicate competitive advantages. A fast learning capability, for instance, allows your organization to rapidly retrain existing staff rather than having to constantly go out and acquire expensive new external human capital every single time the market shifts.
That makes a lot of sense. So developing new skills is the exciting part, but often the hardest strategic challenge is just maintaining and institutionalizing the skills you already have. How do organizations make sure their hard-won capabilities don't just fade away?
Atrophy, yeah. Sustaining capabilities involves a completely different set of processes. It's about embedding them into interconnected processes and institutionalizing them within the organizational hierarchies. That move from relying on an individual expert to relying on a repeatable process, that's the key to making it sustainable.
So if your key subject matter expert leaves,
The capability remains. Because it's now documented, it's trained, it's enforced as part of the standard process, not just resident in that one person's head.
so how do you measure and enforce that sustainment?
It's measured using two primary mechanisms. First, you do regular capability audits. These are formal assessments that check the current state, the utilization, and the effectiveness of your embedded processes and skills. They're like internal inspections.
And the second mechanism?
Second, you use continuous benefits realization measurements. These are designed to gauge whether that capability you acquired is still delivering the expected strategic value and boosting your organization's capability status over time.
So if that expensive new AI capability you built is no longer delivering the projected cost savings you planned for,
Then the sustainment process has failed. And that's a signal that you need to reevaluate and maybe reallocate those resources.
okay, so if we try to connect all this detailed analysis to the bigger picture, both the capacity and the capability processes, they're generating a tremendous amount of data about resource use, process maturity, bottlenecks.
A huge amount of data. And that data isn't just useful for today's allocation decisions, it is absolutely vital for long-term organizational learning and strategic evolution.
So you're talking about creating an active, intelligent feedback loop that informs all your future planning. How is that data actually captured, analyzed, and synthesized?
This function involves capturing and analyzing a specific set of metrics. And these metrics have to be tailored to both your capacity utilization and your capability maturity. They have to be carefully customized to the portfolio size, its complexity, and the specific organizational culture.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. A heavily regulated entity, like a bank, might prioritize metrics around compliance capacity and audit readiness, whereas a fast-moving consumer goods company, they might prioritize metrics around speed-to-market capability and how innovatively they're using their resources.
So what's the most significant long-term strategic value of doing all this rigorous reporting?
The value proposition is the building of a comprehensive institutional knowledge base. This knowledge base stores all that historical data on past resource constraints, on the success rates of different allocation strategies, on specific capability gaps that hindered you in the past, and on the effectiveness of your different development programs.
And the point of that is to prevent the organization from making the same resourcing mistakes over and over again.
That's it exactly. I mean, if your organization consistently underestimates the time required for a senior IT architect to migrate data, that historical data should inform all your future portfolio plans. You effectively adjust your human capital capacity factor down for that specific skill.
So you move from estimating based on some abstract ideal to estimating based on your own real-world, proven organizational velocity.
Precisely. That institutional learning is the key to maturing the entire portfolio management process.
Okay, we've spent this entire deep dive carefully separating these two concepts. Quantity versus quality, immediate constraints versus long-term potential. Now we have to bring them back together. What is the ultimate goal of combining and balancing these two rigorous processes?
The ultimate goal is to achieve a sustained dynamic balance between your capacity and your capability. And getting that balance right is absolutely essential for effective portfolio execution and for long-term value delivery.
It's the whole point.
It's the whole point. If you have high capacity but low capability, you're busy but you're ineffective. If you have high capability but low capacity, you're brilliant but you're paralyzed.
And what's the single most important facilitator of this crucial and I imagine often tension-filled balance?
It's organizational change management, or OCM. That's the necessary non-technical facilitator.
The human element.
The human element. Because achieving this balance often involves shifting people's roles, requiring new skills, changing processes that have been in place for years, or decommissioning old technologies that people love. OCM is what ensures that the organizational structure and, crucially, the culture are ready and willing to accept those adjustments. It manages the human resistance.
Can you elaborate a bit on how OCM facilitates those trade-offs? It really does feel like it's the glue holding this whole system together.
It is the glue. OCM provides the communication framework and the support structure for what could be some pretty radical changes. For instance, If the governance board decides to move the entire organization from a supply-fixed to a demand-driven model.
Which is a huge shift.
A massive shift.
Yeah.
OCM is responsible for communicating why the budget suddenly increased, why all these new roles were created, and how the existing employees are going to be trained for this new reality. It builds trust.
And on a smaller scale.
On a smaller scale, when portfolio balancing requires personnel to be temporarily redeployed from component A to component B, OCM manages the impact on the A team. It mitigates those feelings of being undervalued or abandoned. Without effective OCM, these mandatory resource trades just create massive internal friction, and that crippling friction kills your execution velocity.
And this portfolio-level balancing act, it's fundamentally different from the kind of requirements balancing that happens down at the project level, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. At the project level, you're balancing the triple constraint scope, time, and cost for a single deliverable. It's tactical.
Right.
At the portfolio level, the balancing involves strategic resource trades. This is where you intentionally shift capacity reallocating budget or staff time to align the organization's current volume, its capacity, with its future strategic potential, its capability. It's a complex, integrated process that's pulling data from your strategic plans, your process assets, and external factors all at the same time.
Let's focus on the sharpest point of that balance, which has to be personnel skills. What's the key insight about dynamic balancing here?
The key insight is this concept of dynamic balancing, particularly when it comes to highly specialized personnel skills. Sometimes, to close a critical capability gap, that missing skill set you need for a strategic shift, the organization must deliberately prioritize building that new skill, which is developing capability, over simply maximizing the utilization of an existing resource, which is managing capacity.
Okay, let's use that engineering example again. So you might intentionally pull a valuable, highly utilized engineer off a high-priority ongoing project for, say, 25% of their time.
Right.
And you put them through advanced training in some future critical technology that you don't have skills in yet.
Exactly that. Now, that decision, it temporarily reduces the capacity of that ongoing project. It will cause a short-term, measurable drop in efficiency. It might even cause a minor delay.
Which managers will hate.
However, that calculated dynamic trade-off is what fills a critical long-term capability gap. And by doing so, it fosters future innovation and maintains strategic alignment. If you only ever prioritize maximizing capacity utilization, just running every resource at 100% efficiency all the time, you starve the organization of the opportunity to adapt, to innovate, and to develop, and that leads to strategic stagnation.
So true strategic balancing demands the flexibility to accept a temporary dip in utilization today for the necessary skills you'll need tomorrow.
That's the trade.
That really is the aha moment of this entire framework. Strategy is only as good as your organization's embedded ability to execute it. And that requires rigorously managing both the sheer quantity of your resources, your capacity, and the quality, the potential, and the underlying processes of your workforce, your capability.
And they must always be managed in tension with each other.
In tension, yes.
So to reiterate that value proposition, the objective here is not just basic resource efficiency. It is maximizing utilization while continuously minimizing that crippling internal conflict, all while ensuring absolute alignment between the resources you have now and the strategic objectives you're pursuing for the future.
This deep dive has provided an incredibly powerful framework for making those tough decisions transparent, strategic, and most importantly, data-driven. Thank you for walking us through this. It's an essential element of portfolio management.
My pleasure. And it raises an important question, I think, for you, the listener, to mull over as you think about your own organization's resource maps.
What's that?
If capability development truly is the key to sustainable competitive advantage, how often should your organization consciously prioritize building a new skill-developing capability over simply maximizing the utilization of an existing resource managing capacity, even if that means taking a short-term measurable hit to efficiency? That tension, that is the central executive dilemma that true strategic resource balancing demands you consider every single day.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive, the place where we take the densest, most important documents in business, strategy, and technology and really cut right through the noise so you can walk away not just informed, but strategically armed.
Today, we are strapping in for that real high-altitude view of organizational strategy. We're moving above the clouds of day-to-day project execution and focusing entirely on project portfolio management professional concepts.
Right, the PfMP stuff.
Exactly. Specifically, we are diving deep into Section 6, Portfolio Stakeholder Engagement.
Okay, let's unpack this immediately, because when most people hear stakeholder management, I think their mind just jumps straight to a project manager, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They're visualizing someone meeting with a client, maybe getting sign-off on a deliverable, or, running user acceptance testing. It's all about scope, time, and budget. But what we're talking about today, it operates at an entirely different altitude.
It absolutely does. I mean, our mission today is to give you the shortcut to understanding that strategic difference. When you're operating at the program or project level, your stakeholders are concerned with those tactical details.
The nitty-gritty.
The nitty-gritty, scope, quality, time, cost, the specifics of delivery. At the portfolio level, however, the focus, it shifts entirely to the biggest questions. Are we building the right things? Are we using our limited resources effectively?
So we're talking about the flow of investment, we're talking about alignment with the corporate vision, and probably the big, sometimes brutal decisions about which initiatives get to live and which ones die.
Precisely. Look, portfolio stakeholders are the individuals, the groups, the organizations that influence or are affected by those huge strategic decisions, those resource allocation choices, and the strategy delivery itself.
I like the analogy of climbing a mountain.
It's a good one. If the organization's vision is the mountaintop, project managers are, they're focused on the quality of the trail they're currently on. Is it safe? Are we on schedule?
Right.
Portfolio managers and their strategic stakeholders, on the other hand, they're deciding which mountain the organization is even going to climb this quarter. They're assessing the risk of the ascent, and they're determining which teams get the expensive, limited supply climbing gear to even attempt it.
That analogy holds up really well because it captures the scarcity involved, doesn't it? Portfolio management is, at its core, it's the discipline of aligning those scarce resources, money, time, talented people, with the big, overarching strategic objectives.
And if the stakeholders at that level aren't engaged correctly, the entire stack of investments, it's just at risk of total misalignment.
And critically, that misalignment doesn't just result in a project being a bit late.
No, not at all. It results in the organization failing to hit its key performance indicators, its KPIs for the year. It means missing market opportunities or deploying millions of dollars of capital in completely the wrong areas. That's the strategic risk we're mitigating today.
So let's start with the foundational why. Why is this necessary? Section 6.1 talks about maximizing organizational performance. I mean, what does effective portfolio stakeholder engagement actually involve on a day-to-day level for the portfolio manager?
Well, it's an intensely political and practical role. And I mean political in the most constructive sense of the word.
Right, the small tunnel politics of getting things done.
Exactly. Effective engagement involves practical, ongoing activities designed to maximize both portfolio performance and overall organizational performance. The core responsibility of the portfolio manager here isn't just reporting status, it's facilitation.
What are they facilitating specifically?
They facilitate crucial communication, they negotiate agreements, often where, two senior VPs want the very same limited budget, and they ensure that portfolio decisions are informed, transparent, and ultimately accepted, even by the people who didn't get what they wanted.
That negotiation element is where the strategic risk lives, isn't it? If the portfolio manager makes a tough call, say, diverting 30% of the IT budget from Department A to Department B because a new strategic priority demands it, the friction from that can derail the entire process.
It absolutely can. The sources are very, very clear that these decisions about funding and resource flow bear the most immediate impact. And the PfMP content, it brings down 3 primary crucial groups that are directly affected by the execution of the portfolio. Understanding their interests is really step 1.
Let's dive into those 3 groups because their interests sound fundamentally different.
They are. The first group is executive leaders and managers. So these are your functional heads, the VPs, the C-suite. Their interests are directly impacted because they rely on organizational resources to achieve their own objectives.
Their own departmental or regional goals.
Right. So in strategic resources, people, budget, technology, are reallocated among portfolio components. Their ability to deliver their annual targets changes instantly. A strategic pivot might mean their budget shrinks or that their approved headcount allocation gets revoked.
So they're watching the portfolio like a hawk because it directly dictates their ability to be successful. If they feel blindsided by a funding decision, the portfolio manager has an immediate massive alignment problem.
Exactly. The second group is the internal or external organizations and individuals working on the components.
So the people on the ground.
The people on the ground. The program managers, the project teams, the vendors, the contractors, they are directly affected by decisions about component funding and strategic direction. If the Portfolio Governance Board decides to pivot the strategy because of a market shift, a program that was greenlit suddenly might be placed on hold or accelerated or even canceled outright.
And that's the difference between having 6 months of work ahead of you and, well, having to scramble to find a new assignment next week. Their main focus is stability and clear direction, I'd imagine.
You got it. And the third group is the internal or external users and customers of the portfolio components. This is perhaps the most often overlooked strategic group.
Why is that?
Because they're not internal necessarily, but their expectations and their requirements are influenced so heavily by which components get prioritized. Think about a major enterprise software release that your customers are anticipating.
Okay.
If a key portfolio decision pushes that product update back 3 quarters because another strategic initiative, say regulatory compliance, took precedence, the customer's expected value, their usage patterns, and their trust in your organization are immediately reset.
So engagement with these 3 groups is really about managing resource stability, clarity of direction, and expectation alignment. But the sources also identify a wider circle of potentially impacted stakeholders.
That's right. Beyond those 3 direct spheres, you have to account for process owners, key suppliers, various governance bodies, shareholders, governments, and even the general public, depending on the industry.
It's a huge, multi-layered web of influence.
It is. And the goal of effective engagement with all of them is fundamental, fostering transparency, responsibility, accountability, and fairness. If you establish these traits in your process, you secure that senior management and key stakeholder support, which is your primary defense against major risks of misalignment or, political sabotage. It's how the portfolio manager builds enduring credibility.
It sounds like a portfolio manager is acting as the chief diplomat, not just the person who sends out the status report.
That is precisely the role. And because the strategic landscape is never static, this process is iterative. It continuously loops through identification, analysis, planning, and communication management. It's never a set it and forget it plan.
Given that, let's transition now to the principles that guide this continuous engagement. This is in section 6.2. If engagement is the practice, these are the 6 key principles that define the ethos, the core beliefs that underpin the entire philosophy.
These principles are, they're non-negotiable guiding lights. They emphasize that engagement must integrate seamlessly with all portfolio management processes, and it demands a reliance on genuine two-way communication, not just broadcasting decisions from on high.
Okay, so walk us through those 6. Let's focus on the strategic implications of each one.
The first principle is simple, but it's all-encompassing. We must be focused on achieving excellence in strategic execution.
The bottom line.
The absolute bottom line. If the portfolio isn't delivering the organizational strategy, every other principle is moot. This means every activity, every meeting, every communication has to reinforce strategy delivery.
Okay, makes sense.
Right.
And the second principle, it addresses the ethics and stability of the process, it looks like.
Correct. Engagement must focus on enabling transparency, responsibility, accountability, sustainability, and fairness. This provides the necessary ethical and procedural framework for making those incredibly difficult resource decisions. Fairness is especially critical when you're in an environment of scarcity.
Stakeholders need to know the playing field is level or they'll stop playing the game.
Or they'll start their own game in the shadows. Exactly. The third principle is the core mandate of the portfolio manager role itself.
Which is the alignment mandate.
It is, aligning component investments with organizational strategy and governance. Every single dollar spent, every hour of effort invested in a program or project, it has to trace back clearly and logically to the strategic plan. If an initiative can't demonstrate that linkage, it has to be challenged or, frankly, removed from the portfolio.
The fourth principle sounds like it's about pure survival.
Absolutely. It's a practical necessity. Securing and maintaining senior management and key stakeholder sponsorship. Without continuous, active sponsorship from the highest levels, the portfolio loses its mandate, its funding, and all of its political capital. The portfolio manager must constantly demonstrate value to keep that sponsorship locked in.
And number 5, this one addresses the necessary organizational culture.
This is a profound one. Fostering a culture that embraces change and risk. Portfolio management inherently deals with shifting priorities, market uncertainty, and competitive responses.
So if strategy delivery means pivoting away from a project that's, say, 80% complete because it no longer serves the organization's new direction.
You need a culture that accepts that termination not as a failure, but as an act of strategic optimization. This principle ensures flexibility is built right into the corporate DNA.
That distinction optimization versus failure is vital. It reframes what might seem like a huge waste of money into a necessary, smart course correction.
Exactly. And finally, the sixth principle is about managing complexity, navigating complexity to ensure successful outcomes. The portfolio layer is, by its very nature, the most complex layer of the organization.
Why so?
Well, it deals with systemic dependencies, resource contention across the entire enterprise, and competing demands from global business units. The engagement process has to simplify and clarify this complexity for stakeholders so they can make informed decisions.
If we look at those six together, they really define the portfolio manager as the strategic risk mitigator and the chief driver of cultural clarity. If you neglect these principles, you might technically deliver projects on time and on budget.
But you will fail spectacularly at delivering the actual strategy. That's the key takeaway. You might have 10 successful projects, but if those 10 projects only align with 50% of the strategy, the portfolio has failed. Effective stakeholder engagement is the systematic method to ensure the organization stays on track and understands why those course corrections happen.
Now we get into the structure. Since portfolio management deals with such a high volume of diverse strategic interests, we need a method to organize them. Section 6.3 discusses the definition and focus of portfolio stakeholders, and it constantly hammers home that difference between them and program stakeholders.
It does. Portfolio stakeholders are strategically differentiated. They include the usual suspects like executive managers and sponsors, but also crucial external or higher-level internal entities. Governance bodies, regulatory authorities, strategic alliances, and yes, even competitors.
Competitors, how are they stakeholders?
Because their actions directly influence your portfolio decisions. If a competitor launches a disruptive new product, your portfolio governance board might have to convene an emergency session to approve funding for a counter-initiative. Their actions affect your resource allocation.
Yeah.
So the portfolio manager is tasked with identifying those who influence or are influenced by these high-level strategic initiatives.
How does the portfolio manager stop from getting completely bogged down in the day-to-day tactical details of, hundreds of underlying projects?
This is where the source material provides a really critical guardrail. There's a specific restriction. Stakeholder identification must support strategy delivery without overly constraining program or project activities.
Okay, what does overly constraining mean in practice?
It means the portfolio manager's job is to provide strategic guidance, ensure alignment with governance, and secure necessary resources. But they have to draw a clear line against micromanaging how the components are executed. They empower the program and project managers to run their components. They only intervene when a component threatens the overall strategic balance or, say, violates a critical governance decision.
That seems like a delicate balance. What happens when a functional manager who is technically a portfolio stakeholder because of resource decisions tries to impose tactical decisions on a project team?
That's a classic misalignment. The portfolio manager has to use the established governance framework, which defines who has decision rights, to push that stakeholder back up to the strategic level. Their engagement should focus on the output and the value realization of the portfolio investment, not the day-to-day methodology the project team is using.
The engagement structure itself helps manage that tension.
It does. And speaking of tension, this strategic level often deals with intensely sensitive information, things that could destroy a competitive edge if they were leaked. How do you manage transparency while still protecting proprietary strategy?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It requires extreme caution and strict adherence to protocol. Precautions have to be taken for all sensitive portfolio information, think competitive strategies, proprietary tech roadmaps, or merger and acquisition plans. Access has to be rigorously limited based on organizational and portfolio governance rules.
So governance acts as the gatekeeper.
It's the gatekeeper. It ensures information is released on a strictly need-to-know basis, usually tied to specific decision-making authority. You maintain transparency for the necessary parties, but you don't achieve transparency by broadcasting proprietary information to the entire stakeholder population.
So governance is the firewall that protects the strategy from being compromised by excessive transparency.
Precisely. If you fail here, you risk external leaks or even internal sabotage through things like resource hoarding or passive resistance.
Let's move to section 6.3.1, Categorization for simplified management. I mean, dealing with hundreds of potential stakeholders is just overwhelming. Why is creating a taxonomy so critical here?
Categorization is how you impose order on chaos. By grouping stakeholders using a defined taxonomy, you simplify management and you dramatically improve communication consistency across all of your portfolio components.
Can you give an example of those categories?
Sure. You define your categories: senior executives, strategic alliances, regulatory bodies, customer segments, contractors, and you create a standardized terminology. This means when a portfolio status report mentions regulatory bodies, everyone knows exactly what group that encompasses and what their communication channel and interests are.
That standardized terminology must be a lifesaver, especially when you're trying to minimize conflict. If everyone understands that strategic alliances are handled through a specific, dedicated channel by a specific person, you reduce redundant outreach and prevent different parts of the organization from sending mixed messages to the same strategic partner.
And critically, it mitigates internal conflicts, like resource competition, because the channels for decision-making and escalation are absolutely clear. It also supports important pre-arrangements, like defining approved vendors or contractors ahead of time through standardized categories.
And this isn't a one-and-done activity, is it?
No, you have to remember, this is not static. Categorization is an ongoing process that has to adapt to the dynamic market and the organization's strategic context, whether you're dealing with a global context or focusing solely on a single business unit strategy. Your stakeholder groupings have to reflect the current operating reality.
That constant adaptation leads us directly into the deep dive of how we understand these groups, the depth of stakeholder analysis in section 6.4.
Analysis is perhaps the most intellectually demanding part of engagement. It's an ongoing process to group stakeholders and identify their specific underlying key concerns, their power, and their influence. While categorization provides those broad buckets,
The analysis tells you who really matters inside the bucket.
exactly. The analysis reveals the key individuals within those broad groups often require specialized, individualized attention. You just can't treat a critical portfolio sponsor who holds the primary funding responsibility the same way you treat a functional manager whose resources are only marginally affected.
And this section introduces that incredibly useful structured framework for interpretation, the roles of owner, architect, engineer, builder, user, and community. This model helps the portfolio manager visualize the entire strategic life cycle, from the initial idea all the way to societal impact.
It's an essential tool for interpretation because it defines the context of the stakeholders concerned. Let's map out the flow of strategic intent through these 6 lenses.
Okay, start with the owner.
The owner is the source of the strategic intent. They express the strategic needs. Their central concern is typically framed as, we need a solution to a specific problem or an opportunity that we have to capitalize on.
And where do you find this concern written down?
The context for this concern is always expressed in the high-level organizational strategy, the vision, or the strategic plan. And the typical implementation agent or champion who carries this mandate forward is the portfolio sponsor. For example, the owner might be the board of directors stating, we must achieve carbon neutrality by 2030.
That's the high-level goal. Then the architect steps in.
The architect takes that pure high-level need and translates it. They describe the owner's need, but their context is the architecture design, the blueprints for the systems, processes, and structures required. They're figuring out the structural implications of achieving that strategic goal.
So following the carbon neutrality example,
If the goal is carbon neutrality, the architect designs the necessary organizational, technological, and infrastructure changes needed across the entire enterprise.
next, the engineer takes that structural design and makes it functional.
The engineer designs the solution. Their context is specifications, detailed drawings, models, or maybe extensive use cases and requirements documents. They define the precise how the solution will function, what materials are needed, what constraints exist. They are transforming abstract design into actionable technical plans.
And the builder is where the physical or virtual creation begins.
The builder implements the solution. Their context is the creation of virtual and physical artifacts combined into a working system. The actual deployment of the process, the coding, the construction, the data migration. They are focused on efficient and quality execution of the engineering specifications.
And once that system is in place, the user interacts with it.
The user utilizes the solution. Their concern is functionality, usability, and whether the solution actually solves the problem the owner originally identified. The agent responsible for managing their experience is typically the solution owner or the sponsoring business unit leader.
Finally, the community. This is the broad impact sphere.
This is the most expansive category, and it's often an external. The community benefits from the solution or is negatively impacted by it. Their interests are often protected and mediated by external agents, like government agencies, regulatory authorities, or consumer interest groups. The portfolio manager has to interpret the overall strategy to identify, categorize, and evaluate all portfolio components, ensuring alignment not just with the sponsor's needs, but with all these stakeholder interests, even the complex regulatory rules that guide component activities.
What's fascinating here is how the information flows and just changes format across these roles. The owner starts with a strategic aspiration, and the community ends with a social or regulatory assessment of the physical outcome. The portfolio manager has to communicate effectively with all six, but using six completely different languages.
Exactly. You speak the language of strategy and market share to the owner. You speak the language of resource allocation and ROI to the sponsor. And you speak the language of compliance and public good to the community. Failure to adjust your message to the context of the role is a failure in engagement.
And failure in engagement means the wrong projects get built, or the right projects face just insurmountable resistance from the community or the governance body.
It means strategic drift. For instance, the builder is optimized for speed and cost efficiency. If the portfolio manager fails to communicate the constraints imposed by the engineer or the non-negotiable requirements mandated by the community, say, environmental impact limits, the builder might optimize for the wrong outcome, entering a solution that is technically functional but strategically and legally invalid. The analysis process prevents that.
Now we shift from who they are and what they care about to how we systematically manage the relationship. Part 3 is all about operationalizing the strategy, starting with Section 6.5, Stakeholder Engagement Planning. This is where organizational strategy gets translated into operational plans.
Right, the planning phase is critical because it ties the dynamic nature of strategy to the static need for clear communication. Since organizational strategies are always evolving due to market conditions, regulatory changes, or technological disruption, the portfolio manager has to regularly review the portfolio to align with those evolving strategies.
And how do they make that alignment systematic rather than just reactive?
Well, the key step is establishing clear linkages between the operational initiatives, the projects and programs, and the high-level strategic goals. And crucially, this plan must incorporate specific triggers for engagement.
Let's elaborate on those triggers. What does that look like in practice?
A trigger is a defined event that automatically mandates a communication or an engagement response. For example, if a key competitor launches a product that directly invalidates a planned component in your portfolio, that triggers an immediate emergency engagement with the portfolio governance body to reassess prioritization and potentially reallocate resources.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other examples?
Sure. If an external analysis shows a 10% decline in the projected ROI for a major strategic investment, that could trigger a mandatory communication to the portfolio sponsor detailing the variance and proposing corrective action.
So instead of just waiting for the quarterly meeting to bring it up, the trigger forces the engagement, which ensures the plan remains aligned with reality.
Exactly. The plan is the blueprint, but the triggers are the automated alarms that ensure timely adjustments. And that leads directly into Section 6.6, identifying communications management approaches. This is the central nervous system that ensures those alerts and adjustments flow correctly.
Effective communication has to be consciously built, considering governance, infrastructure, and unique stakeholder needs. Let's start with alignment with governance in 6.6.1. Why is this the foundation?
Because governance provides the rules of engagement. The communications management plan must align with all organizational norms, legal rules, and values. Governance dictates who has the authority to release what information, the formats of decisions, and the escalation path.
But what if those documents don't exist?
Here's a critical point that can't be stressed enough. If formal governance documents, the approved rules for control, integration, oversight, and decision-making are absent or outdated, the portfolio team has the massive responsibility to develop those processes and seek approval for them.
So if you inherit a portfolio environment with weak governance, you can't just lament the lack of structure. You have to build the structure.
You must. Because without established, approved governance boundaries, the portfolio manager is flying blind. They lack the authority to enforce decisions, and the entire investment stack risks dissolving into a political football where resources are allocated based on personal influence rather than strategic merit. Developing that governance structure is a core component of portfolio stakeholder engagement.
Once governance is established, we build the communication infrastructure, which is section 6.6.2. What does this actually encompass beyond, email and meetings?
It includes the processes, policies, and technologies used for sharing portfolio status. This infrastructure requires robust knowledge management. Knowing the status of every component, understanding their dependencies, and maintaining a real-time list of the right points of contact for different strategic areas. It's really the digital ecosystem that supports information flow.
And the portfolio roadmap is the star player in this infrastructure, correct?
Absolutely. The roadmap is crucial because it's the definitive visual representation clarifying interdependencies and the planned path for achieving strategic objectives. Because it lays out that strategic timeline, it necessitates the timely communication of all updates and shifts.
So the infrastructure has to support that.
Right. The infrastructure has to be optimized to instantly broadcast shifts in the roadmap. If a major regulatory change requires an entirely new initiative to be inserted into the next quarter, the roadmap changes. And the communication infrastructure ensures that critical information reaches all relevant stakeholders, from the component teams who need to reschedule to the governance body who approve the new funding.
Section 6.6.3 details the portfolio management plan itself. How does this overarching plan guide the specific communication activities?
The portfolio management plan is like the constitutional document for the portfolio. It defines the scope, the strategic objectives, the governance model, and the primary stakeholders. And critically, it outlines the structured processes for component identification, prioritization, and scheduling.
And each of those has different communication needs.
Exactly. Since each of those processes, say a resource leveling exercise, has unique communication requirements, the communications management plan is a subsidiary document that has to reflect every nuance of the master plan. If a new methodology for prioritizing component risk is adopted, the communications plan has to be immediately updated to show how that decision was reached and how the results will be broadcast.
The outputs of this system are the portfolio reports in 6.6.4 status, performance, risk, and dashboard reports. These communicate the assessed value and progress.
Consistency here is paramount. The communication plan has to define the exact formats, templates, and procedures to ensure consistency and transparency. Strategic stakeholders, especially those on the governance board, they need to compare apples to apples across potentially dozens of different investments. They need to see the value, the risk, and the progress measured against a standardized benchmark.
We also rely heavily on portfolio process assets for communication planning, section 6.6.5. This sounds like the accumulated organizational wisdom and institutional memory.
It is the accumulated wisdom and its essential input for planning sophisticated communication strategies. These assets are the tools and historical records that ensure continuity and standardization.
What are we talking about here specifically?
It includes things like defined roles and responsibilities from previous successful portfolios, risk profiles documented from past initiatives. For example, every time we use Vendor X for this type of cloud migration, we see a 20% jump in delivery risk.
That's incredibly valuable.
It is. It also includes detailed financial forecasts, formal governance decisions from prior cycles, funding and resource allocation methodologies, documented value assessments, and a clear delegated matrix showing who has communication responsibilities for specific component groups.
Let's pause on that example of the historical risk profile. A portfolio manager who uses that asset isn't just communicating a current risk, they are communicating a pattern of organizational weakness that needs a structural fix.
Exactly. And that pattern requires specific, non-redundant communication with the relevant functional manager and perhaps the procurement department. This reliance on history makes the communication proactive, not reactive.
Finally, we arrive at the mechanics of flow in section 6.6.6, communication, governance, and interface to components. How do you ensure the communication plan actually meets the stakeholders' needs rather than just being what the portfolio manager wants to send them?
This is where you test the plan against reality using elicitation techniques. We use structured interviews, surveys, stakeholder meetings, and post-mortem lessons learned sessions to actively align the communications plan with what stakeholders actually require.
So you're asking them what they need.
You're asking. This phase includes requirements analysis, which evaluates the necessary frequency of communication, the most appropriate vehicles for delivery, and whether strategic redundancy is absolutely required for critical messages.
And those requirements inform the construction of the definitive guide to communication flow,
which is the communication matrix. This matrix documents everything: the communication area, the frequency, the recipients, and the vehicles. And importantly, the choice of methods is heavily influenced by organizational culture.
How so?
Well, a heavily distributed, tech-savvy organization might favor real-time dashboards and internal portals. A more hierarchical, compliance-driven organization might require formal, signed paper reports or detailed email distributions for every major decision. The method has to fit the culture.
Let's now look at that communication matrix in action, using the detailed examples from the source material, because this is where the strategy is truly operationalized. This is the granular detail that you, the listener, need to manage your own portfolio. Let's analyze the flow and frequency.
Let's use 3 distinct examples from the matrix to show how frequency and recipient lists change based on the strategic importance and the volatility of the information.
Take the area of portfolio governance decisions. These are the big, formal, strategic rulings.
Right. For portfolio governance decisions, the frequency is relatively slow, quarterly and monthly.
Yeah.
The intended recipients are very focused. The project sponsor, the portfolio manager, the PMO, and the contracting officer. The vehicles are quarterly or monthly reports uploaded to an internal portal.
Why so slow?
This slower frequency is appropriate because these are high-level decisions on strategy pivots or major funding reallocations that require time to implement. Governance decisions are about formal command and control.
Okay, now compare that to a more immediate diagnostic tool, the portfolio dashboard. The frequency jumps right up to weekly or monthly.
Exactly. The dashboard is needed more frequently because it provides a near real-time snapshot of the portfolio's health, its value realization, and its key metrics. The recipients are similar, project sponsor, portfolio manager, PMO, but the vehicles expand significantly.
What gets added?
Governance meetings are still used, but now we add email distribution and, critically, live dashboards available on the internal portal. This mixture of vehicles ensures that stakeholders can check the portfolio's pulse whenever they need, not just during a scheduled meeting.
And for key risks and issues updates, the information is urgent and volatile, demanding a high frequency and an even broader reach.
Key risks and issues updates also demand that weekly or monthly frequency, but the recipient list expands dramatically here to include general portfolio stakeholders and functional managers.
Why the expansion?
Because risks and issues, if they're unmitigated, can quickly impact operational teams or strategic goals that are outside the core governance group. They are communicated via formal governance meetings and status reports distributed via email. The key takeaway from analyzing this matrix is powerful.
Which is?
Multiple coordinated vehicles for a single communication are often necessary to reach different types of recipients effectively. This is not redundant communication. It is strategic redundancy.
Right. It's designed to ensure accessibility and confirmation of receipt. It mitigates the risk of critical information being missed.
It's the difference between just sending an email versus putting a headline on the internal portal, discussing it in the meeting, and including it as an appendix in the official report. You hit them from all angles because the information is just too important to miss.
It's saturation communication for critical strategic items. Now, moving to section 6.7, managing portfolio communications. Once the plan is defined, the execution has to be disciplined. What's the ongoing work for the portfolio manager after the plan is built?
The ongoing work is execution, characterized by strict adherence to governance and documented stakeholder requirements. But always maintaining enough flexibility to adapt immediately to changes in portfolio content, governance structure, or shifts in the roadmap.
So they're constantly managing expectations.
Moment to moment. The portfolio manager is continuously responsible for ensuring timely updates, maintaining that crucial transparency, and securing alignment among all parties. If execution reveals new, unaddressed communication needs, say, the component teams need more detail and resource capacity than originally planned, those needs have to be formally incorporated into the communications plan and approved by governance.
This sounds like perpetual quality control for strategic communication.
It is. The plan is a living document, and the portfolio manager is its caretaker.
We have saved the most actionable detail for last. Let's delve into the roles, interests, and expectations of the core strategic stakeholders, as outlined in the Stakeholder Interest Table, Table 6.1. This is the psychology of the portfolio. What does each key group actually prioritize? Understanding this tension is vital for tailoring communications.
This table gives us exceptional insight into the mandate and the potential friction points of each group.
Let's start at the top, portfolio sponsors.
Their role is fundamental, providing funding, resources, and high-level scoping guidance. Their primary interest is entirely focused on the bottom line, benefits and outcomes that meet the organization's strategic goals, typically ROI and value realization.
So what do they expect to see?
They expect regular updates on ROI, key portfolio milestones, risks, costs, and schedule. Their communication has to be succinct, financial, and outcome-oriented.
Next, portfolio governance. These are the decision makers and the overseers.
Governance oversees the portfolio, they set the priorities, they manage spending limits, and they report overall progress to the C-suite. Their primary interest is portfolio performance and strategic change decisions, basically maintaining control and alignment.
And their expectation.
Critically, their expectation is to be the most informed party on progress against goals. They expect to be aware of all developments of consequence. If the portfolio manager attempts to shield governance from negative news, they are violating a fundamental strategic expectation.
Now consider the PMO, the Project Management Office. Their interests are slightly different from the sponsor's ROI focus.
Exactly. The PMO's role is ensuring that best practices and standardized methodologies are followed. Their interest is project progress and, crucially, lessons learned.
So they're asking, how can we improve future execution and develop better PMO tools and templates?
Precisely. Their expectation is to receive notification of all portfolio changes and portfolio needs so they can support those changes effectively, ensuring the portfolio is run efficiently and professionally.
There is a potential point of tension there. The sponsor cares about the outcome, the ROI, while the PMO cares about the process, the lessons learned.
That tension is constant. The portfolio manager has to communicate the strategic success metrics for the sponsor, while simultaneously providing the process data points for the PMO.
What about the contract management team? Their focus is financial and legal integrity.
Their role is managing external contracts and ensuring funding is properly allocated and tracked. Their interest lies in financial standing and progress against contractual deliverables. They expect awareness of progress against those deliverables and, critically, to be made aware of any changes to the contract, including increased resource requirements, well in advance.
They need lead time.
They need lead time to manage the legal, budgetary, and resource impacts of strategic shifts. If a project is accelerated, the contract management team needs to know immediately to renegotiate terms.
We also must address the portfolio component teams, the engine of the work.
Their role is simple: reporting component progress and executing their mandate. Their interest, however, is the impact of portfolio changes, risks, and issues on their work stability and scope. They expect to receive notification of all portfolio changes, risks, and issues. They need to know if the strategic playing field is shifting so they can adjust their tactical component work, resource scheduling, and delivery timeline accordingly, preventing waste.
And the portfolio manager themselves is listed as a stakeholder group. This highlights the reciprocal nature of strategic engagement.
It shows that even the manager of the process has defined needs. The portfolio manager's role is implementing management, establishing communication, and adjusting components for alignment. Their interest is strategic alignment, resource efficiency, and value creation through a balanced component mix.
And what do they expect in return?
Their expectation is threefold: to be fully informed on organizational strategic goals, to be provided with sufficient resources for portfolio components, and to be empowered to communicate with all portfolio stakeholders without unnecessary gatekeepers. They need authority and resources to fulfill their mandate effectively.
Finally, external stakeholders.
Their role is monitoring funding and strategic direction, often from a public or regulatory perspective. Their interest is the effect of portfolio and component execution on their requirements, the broader societal, environmental, or market impact. Their expectation is for full and open communications and appropriate consideration of their interests in the implementation. They demand visibility into the organization's operational ethics and strategic consequences.
What we have just done is analyze a highly volatile ecosystem where every key player has slightly different and often conflicting expectations. The sponsor wants the maximum ROI, which might require high risk, while the external stakeholders want the minimum risk and maximum regulatory compliance, which slows everything down.
That is the daily strategic challenge. Portfolio stakeholder engagement is the systematic practice of balancing those conflicting expectations while still maintaining forward momentum on the overarching corporate strategy.
So what does this all mean? Our deep dive into portfolio stakeholder engagement shows that this discipline is far more than just managing email updates or status meetings. It is the systematic, structured engine of organizational strategy execution.
It demands a highly structured, iterative process of identification, rigorous analysis, planning, and continuous management. By operating at the strategic level and internalizing the distinct roles of the owner, the architect, and the community, You ensure that every investment decision and every resource allocation is directly traceable to the organizational vision, thereby maximizing organizational performance.
The value proposition here is mitigating the strategic risk of building the wrong things and maximizing performance through radical clarity. When you define who cares about short-term ROI, the sponsor, versus who cares about long-term process integrity, the PMO, you tailor your message, you manage expectations proactively, and you ensure major investment decisions are transparent, informed, and fair.
Which brings us back to the inherent tension in this framework. The source material heavily emphasizes both transparency and securing consistent senior management sponsorship. We saw the communication matrix, Table 6.3, advocates for using multiple redundant vehicles, internal portals, email distribution, governance meetings for a single critical message.
Right.
The ultimate challenge for the high-level portfolio manager is this. How do you ensure that providing consistent, thorough, and transparent information across multiple channels doesn't devolve into dangerous information overload for the strategic stakeholders, like the governance committee or the C-suite, who require clear, concise, and immediately actionable decisions the most?
That tension between maximal strategic transparency and minimal cognitive load for the decision makers is the ultimate communication puzzle. Get it right, and the organization flies. Get it wrong, and they just drown in data, completely unable to execute. We'll leave you with that one. Thanks for diving deep with us. Welcome back to the deep dive. You know the drill. We take a stack of dense strategic source material. We just will pull out the most high-impact knowledge you need to be instantly well-informed.
Yep.
And today, we are taking on a topic that it really sits at this critical intersection of money, strategy, and frankly, organizational success.
It really does.
The core question is, how do you make sure that these massive, multi-year, multi-million-dollar strategic investments actually, pay off?
And that's where we're diving deep today. We're looking at portfolio value management, which in the, let's say, the formal world of organizational planning is a core domain of the Project Portfolio Management Professional Framework.
Or PfMP. Okay.
So you can think of this as the rigorous formal system that's specifically designed to close that gap between a great idea on a whiteboard and actual results, between strategic aspiration and operational reality.
So our mission for this deep dive is to give you the blueprint for that exact structure.
Right.
The system that's designed to guarantee that every single investment aligns perfectly with the big picture strategy and, this is the crucial part, delivers the expected return.
The expected returns, yeah, that's key.
And it's all built on 3 pillars that we're going to explore. So first, maximizing value. Second, assuring value. And third, realizing a value. If you can get your head around those 3 actions, you really understand how an organization turns that, that boardroom vision into something tangible.
And this is essential knowledge for you right now, I think, no matter what your role is.
Yeah.
And why? Because value management is fundamentally the strategic language of the C-suite. It's how they think.
Right.
And value in this framework, it's so much more than just a financial metric. It is the absolute measurable link that connects a funded project or program to the ultimate purpose and really the long-term survival of the organization itself.
That distinction feels really important. When these organizations talk about strategic investment, they're not just spending money. They are making these huge calculated bets on their future.
They are. Big bets.
So this framework is the playbook that makes sure those bets are managed intelligently and are positioned to actually pay out.
Okay, so let's unpack this. If value is the core currency, the thing that drives every single decision here, we have to define it first. What exactly is value in this formal portfolio context?
Yeah, let's start there.
At its most fundamental level, value is really just an indicator of an entity's positive effect.
A positive effect. So that could be anything.
It could be. It could manifest as increased revenue, obviously, improved profit margins. But it could also be some of the softer benefits, like, reduced organizational risk or greater resilience.
But the critical layer that you have to add to that immediately is context. I mean, the sources are really clear on this. Value is never universal. It's never absolute.
Never. It is always contextual. It's rigorously defined by that specific organization's mission, its purpose, its overall strategy. It's a sliding scale.
A sliding scale. How so?
Well, the value of any investment only increases to the extent that it helps achieve the strategic goals of the company. So you could invest, I don't know, $1 billion into a component, and it delivers a technically perfect outcome. But if that outcome isn't something the strategy prioritizes,
It's worthless.
or not worthless, but it has surprisingly low value to that organization, The money was spent, but the strategic needle didn't move.
You can see this differentiation really clearly when you start comparing different sectors, and the source material gives some great examples of this.
It does.
So if you're in the private sector, value is pretty straightforward. It's calculated on hard metrics: return on investment, market share growth, margin improvement. The alignment is purely financial and competitive.
Right. It's about winning in the market. But then you switch that lens over to the public sector, and the metrics, they just shift dramatically. Value is defined less by profit and more by, well, efficiency, compliance.
Cost reduction for the taxpayer.
Exactly. And critically, citizen satisfaction. So an investment in, say, a new IT system for a government agency finds its value in streamlining how it delivers a service, not in boosting its revenue.
And then if we look at NGOs, the non-governmental organizations, their definition of value shifts again. It focuses almost entirely on mission-related outputs.
Almost exclusively, yeah.
So are they maximizing the reach of their aid? Are they hitting their stated community impact goals? And the internal challenge for an NGO, which the sources point out, is often balancing that immediate mission-critical need.
Like responding to a disaster that's happening right now.
Exactly. Versus the long-term, more strategic needs, like building sustainable infrastructure to, prevent future crises. That internal tug-of-war has a huge impact on portfolio value.
And that tension, that's what makes the portfolio manager's job in the NGO sector uniquely difficult. This whole contextual definition also helps us understand the danger of redundancy.
Oh, let's talk about that, because redundancy is a perfect example of how spending money doesn't automatically create value.
Not at all.
The source material uses this really poignant example of an aid program sending excess food shipments.
Right.
So if those shipments are sent, but they're beyond the logistical capacity of the local infrastructure to actually distribute them, maybe the roads are bad or there's no storage, the excess food just spoils.
And think about that.
Yeah.
The organization spent the money, it executed the delivery, it generated a massive physical output, but those logistical constraints on the ground meant the output was literally unusable. The value that was associated with that redundant portion of the shipment, it just disappeared.
It's gone.
Gone. It's an immediate critical lesson. Realized value is not the same thing as output.
Okay, so if value is so contextual, and we obviously need to track it, we need metrics that can handle both the obvious wins and the more subtle ones, which brings us to this idea of a tangible versus intangible value measurement.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tricky. The tangible effects. Those are the straightforward ones, the things we can measure directly in dollars, percentages, or units.
So give me some examples.
Okay, so economic value that you get from productivity gains, an increase in activity volume, a measurable uplift in your staff skills, or maybe a quantifiable gain in market share. These are the measurable, verifiable results that, make the finance teams happy.
Right, the stuff you can put on a spreadsheet and everyone nods.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the measurement becomes far, far more complex when we try to tackle intangible effects.
Okay, and this is where it gets fuzzy.
It gets very fuzzy. This covers crucial but, soft benefits, like brand awareness, the organization's reputation, or the broad societal value that the portfolio delivers. You just can't put a precise, verifiable dollar figure on public reputation tomorrow.
So how do you do it? I mean, this is the challenge, right? If reputation is intangible, how can a portfolio manager stand up in a meeting and confidently report that an investment improved it?
They have to rely heavily on what the framework calls proxy measures.
Proxy measures.
Right. So since you can't measure reputation directly, you find something that correlates with it very strongly. So you might measure media sentiment analysis. Or you could track the volume and the tone of social media engagement. Or quantify the number of positive mentions in influential industry reports.
But using a proxy always introduces a layer of interpretation, doesn't it? I mean, if you've got these huge environmental complexities, let's say new competitors just pop up out of nowhere, or global regulations shift mid-program, and you're running multiple strategies at the same time, trying to accurately measure that, even with proxies, feels incredibly difficult to isolate. Like, what caused what?
It's incredibly difficult, and the framework acknowledges that complexity, that difficulty, which is exactly why we have to rely on these universal guiding principles for portfolio value management.
Okay, so these are like the North Star.
They're the fixed North Star, yeah. Irrespective of the sector or how complex the measurement is. The overarching aim is always to enhance and maintain the organization's total value, whether that value is hard profit or soft reputation.
And the sources boil this all down into two essential principles that really underpin every portfolio decision. Principle one is Alignment.
Alignment. You must ensure every single investment aligns precisely with the organization's overarching strategy and its established governance practices.
So even if a component is technically brilliant, delivered on time, under budget, if it's drifted so far from the core strategy that it no longer supports the mission.
You have to question it or even terminate it. Alignment is completely non-negotiable.
Okay. And principle 2 is balance.
Balance. You have to continuously balance the portfolio value you expect to get against the overall risks you're taking on to get it. This is the institutionalized risk-reward trade-off. It's all about making sure that the pursuit of high value isn't, at the same time, exposing the organization to an unacceptable level of aggregated risk from all its projects.
And what's really remarkable here is how universal this is. We said the definition of value is contextual. It's different for a private company, a government agency, an NGO. But these two principles, alignment and balance, they apply everywhere.
Across the board. They are the nonpartisan drivers. They dictate strategic management, the governance structure, and the organization's entire approach to accepting risk.
So this isn't just a governance checklist. It feels more like a foundational philosophical commitment that sets the whole organizational culture for decision-making.
That's a great way to put it. You're deciding right up front what risks you're willing to take to achieve these specific, strategically aligned value targets.
Okay, so with that foundation laid, we can now look at how the work actually happens. This isn't just a philosophy.
Not at all. The framework is an integrated model. It's not a simple linear process. Effective portfolio value management involves 5 key activities that dynamically link the portfolio to the external world, the organization's purpose, and the continuous process of developing strategy.
Let's lay out these 5 activities because they seem to represent the entire life cycle, from defining the goal all the way to communicating the results.
They do. Okay, so first we have negotiating expected value. That's setting the precise, agreed-upon target.
Okay, number 1.
Second, maximizing return, which is all about achieving that target at the best possible cost. Third, realizing value, the crucial step of actually using the output in the real world.
Right.
Fourth, measuring performance, tracking the tangible results. And finally, number 5, reporting value, communicating the outcome and the analysis to all your stakeholders.
And this all operates within a specific context, right? It's not in a vacuum.
No, absolutely not. The organization has to define specific portfolio requirements, identify all the internal and external influencing factors, and set its risk tolerances. These are like the guardrails that guide all of the component activities toward a successful value realization.
Okay, now here's where it gets, for me, really interesting. When we look at the dynamic nature of this system, you're talking about the strategy feedback loops.
Yes.
You said this isn't a linear process, and these loops really explain why. The portfolio isn't just some engine that's running on strategy fuel. It's an active sensor system that's feeding data back to the central brain.
That's a perfect analogy.
Okay.
It involves 2 critical loops. The first one is what we can call the top-down loop.
Top-down.
This is where the enterprise's existing high-level strategy, its defined budget, its overall acceptable risk levels.
Yeah.
All of that informs and guides that initial process of negotiating expected value. The executives basically set the parameters, and the portfolio manager has to work within them.
Okay, so the strategy defines what success looks like, both financially and operationally. But the real power, the thing that makes this framework so dynamic, it comes from the bottom-up loop.
This is where the rubber meets the road.
Right.
Performance measurements from your completed or your in-flight components combined with observational data about the changing external environment.
Yeah.
They don't just report results. They actively shape and refine the enterprise strategy itself.
Wait, think about the implication of that for a second.
It's huge.
If the portfolio invests heavily in, say, a new market segment based on the current strategy, and all the pilot projects in that portfolio segment just fail. They fail to get any traction. That failure isn't just a project problem. It's a data point that immediately tells the executive team that their strategic premise might be flawed.
Exactly. The performance data forces the executive team to consider a strategic pivot, or at least a refinement of their long-term goals. The portfolio isn't just executing the strategy, it is constantly testing the validity of that strategy against real-world friction.
It's like an active learning organ for the business. It's ensuring the strategy stays relevant and current.
And supporting all 5 of those activities, running constantly just beneath the surface, is the indispensable function of assuring and safeguarding value.
This is the risk layer, the thing that provides the necessary confidence.
It is. And value assurance and risk management, and we have to stress, Risk management here explicitly includes opportunity management. It's not just about mitigating the downside, it's about looking for potential upside.
Right.
So their role is constant and it's pervasive. They safeguard that negotiated value and they optimize it throughout the entire portfolio lifecycle. They make sure the components don't drift away from their initial value proposition, especially when external factors start to shift. It's really the organization's insurance policy against strategic drift and unforeseen complexity.
Okay, now let's shift into the critical planning phase, starting with that first activity, negotiating expected value. This is all about defining the target. And the core objective here seems pretty clear.
It is. It's to avoid significant underachievement. You do that by aligning the expected value with the strategic goals and the organization's defined risk appetite.
And this is where two very different parts of the organization are forced into a direct conversation.
It is. You've got the component owners, so your project and program managers who are focused on the nuts and bolts of technical delivery. And then you have the strategy function, the people holding the high-level executive vision.
So the negotiation bridges their perspectives.
It bridges their perspectives, using those strategic choices to identify any potential gaps where the portfolio might fail to meet that vision.
And to make this negotiation concrete, you can't just rely on gut feeling. The framework demands specific assessment approaches, especially trade-off analysis, to really inform the negotiation. This is where we break down uncertainty.
And the sources outline 5 critical variability assessments that portfolio managers have to analyze. These force a really robust, realistic discussion about the uncertainties surrounding any component's potential return.
Okay, let's break down those 5 because they seem to capture the full spectrum of risk. First is market payoff variability.
Right. This is your financial uncertainty. How much might the expected financial return shift if external market conditions, let's say interest rates or competitor actions, change before the project is even finished?
Okay, makes sense. Second is budget variability.
This is the internal financial risk. How flexible is the component's budget, and what is the risk of a cost overrun? If you negotiate a value based on a very tight budget, the portfolio manager needs to know how much wiggle room they have before the whole value proposition just collapses.
Third, performance variability.
This is the technical risk. How likely is the component to actually achieve its stated technical or operational performance targets? If you're building a new supply chain system, will it actually process transactions at the speed you need it to unlock that strategic benefit you promised?
Okay. Number 4 is market requirement variability.
This one is about strategic relevance risk. How likely is it that the fundamental needs of the market or your core stakeholders will shift before the component is even delivered? This one is so crucial because a perfect technical solution that's delivered too late is, well, it's worthless.
And finally, time to market variability.
Your schedule risk. How much might delays impact the timeliness of the value realization?
Okay, so let's try to put this into a scenario. Let's say a pharmaceutical company is investing in launching a new drug.
Okay, good example.
The initial negotiation defines a really high expected value, a high market payoff.
Right. Blockbuster drug potential.
Exactly. But then their budget variability assessment shows there's a 40% chance of a cost overrun because of some unexpected regulatory compliance issues.
Okay, so that immediately pushes their expected value down. The risk is higher.
Right. And then if that cost overrun means they have to slow down the schedule, that's time to market variability, it drastically changes the whole calculation. Because the longer the delay,
the higher the risk that a competitor launches a similar drug first, which increases the market requirement variability and could just decimate the original market payoff you were banking on.
So that one framework, just analyzing the uncertainty across those 5 axes, it forces the organization to have a really sober, realistic conversation about its strategic risk appetite before they commit a single dollar.
Absolutely. And this whole negotiation is supported by specific tools. Portfolio managers need a formal value management framework to define target value, and they need evidence-based value statements baked into the business cases for each component.
But the key analytical tool here, the one the sources really highlight, is the concept of the efficient frontier.
The efficient frontier, yes.
Let's unpack that. It sounds complex, but it's basically the ultimate optimization tool when you have constrained resources, right?
That's a good way to put it. Imagine you're training for a marathon. The efficient frontier shows you the absolute maximum performance you can achieve for any given level of effort, your investment or risk. Any point that falls below that frontier line means you're either taking on more risk or spending more money than you need to for the return you're getting.
So you're being inefficient.
You're being inefficient. It allows portfolio managers to visually and analytically figure out the best achievable value given their resource constraints. It helps them spot the components that offer less than optimal returns compared to other options on the table, which then drives those critical trade-off decisions. It sets a rigorous goalpost for the next phase, maximizing return.
Okay, so moving to maximizing return. This is all about achieving that value you just negotiated, but achieving it at the lowest safe economic cost. And that word safe feels like it's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
Because the biggest danger at this stage is cost obsession.
Just cutting costs for the sake of it.
Right. If you focus only on minimizing cost, you risk cutting corners. On quality assurance, on stakeholder engagement, on necessary training, things that can completely undermine the negotiated value you started with. You save, $10 million on the delivery, but you lose $100 million in realized benefit because the product is buggy or nobody knows how to use it.
So portfolio financial management is the mechanism used to balance that, to balance cost minimization against safeguarding the value.
Exactly. And that balance requires some specific strategic tools. The portfolio manager has to be very active in how they maximize value.
So what do they do? What does that look like?
Well, first, they strategically allocate risk appetite. They decide which components are allowed to tolerate higher risk for potentially higher reward. Second, they implement design guidance to actively prevent overspecification.
Overspecification. That's the gold plating problem.
And the gold plating problem. It's the core concept of value engineering. Why build a system with all these bells and whistles that only 1% of your users will ever need if a functional, let's say, bronze-level system delivers 95% of the strategic value at half the cost?
And setting solution constraints is also vital here to ensure there's synergy between components.
Oh, massively. You absolutely do not want two different programs within the same portfolio building incompatible IT systems that are going to require huge integration costs down the line. That's a negative synergy.
So what's the structural heart of this? How do you make sure this happens systematically?
It's a comprehensive, rigorous financial management framework that applies across the entire portfolio. This is not just project accounting. It's much bigger than that.
And that structure, the sources say, requires 4 integrated parts that have to work together.
They have to. First, you need a formal financial framework that transparently aligns your funding decisions with specific strategic goals. Everyone needs to see why money's going where it's going.
Okay. Second, a detailed financial management plan. This outlines the budgets, the key metrics, and specific accountability for spending. Who owns what number?
Right. Third, you need bottom-up cost estimations. You need realistic figures flowing up from the component level, not just arbitrary budget targets being pushed down from the top.
And fourth, a detailed portfolio budget that's coupled with continuous financial tracking and control throughout the entire execution phase.
And when you have those 4 pieces working together, that's when the theoretical ideal of the efficient frontier actually becomes possible, because you have this granular 4-part financial structure feeding reliable, real-time data into your decision-making process. It gives you the analytical rigor you need to continuously balance those resource constraints against the pressure to deliver maximum value.
Okay, so if the first couple of sections were about planning the targets and controlling the costs, this next section, assuring value, feels like the crucial operational bridge. It's about making absolutely sure that whatever gets delivered is actually capable of hitting that negotiated value target.
That's a perfect description. This is the core of value assurance, ensuring that the component execution can and, more importantly, will lead to the negotiated value. And the source material is very, very precise here, especially in how it distinguishes between the outputs of projects versus programs to clarify the whole value chain.
Yeah, that distinction seems paramount.
It is. So, projects produce deliverables, a tangible output, like a newly constructed factory floor, or a specific piece of software, like an online registration system.
It's like a thing.
It's a thing, exactly. Programs, on the other hand, they deliver benefits, the measurable result of leveraging that thing. So improved management information, increased throughput, reduced operational costs.
So the goal of the value chain is to realize value through this clear progression. The technical deliverables have to lead to operational outcomes. Those outcomes have to generate benefits. And then those benefits ultimately have to contribute to the high-level organizational mission.
And assurance is the function that steps in to mitigate the inherent risk that the deliverables, even if they're technically perfect, might fail to enable the necessary organizational or operational changes you need for that benefit to be realized.
So the portfolio manager isn't responsible for building the system itself,
No,
but they are responsible for ensuring the system can deliver the strategic value.
that's their job. It's a continuous monitoring role. The portfolio manager has to adapt to the organization's constraints and quality principles for assurance, and then communicate them directly, making them mandatory for all the component teams.
And the sources give us 4 detailed, practical approaches to enforce this. These are the tools.
These are the daily tools of confidence building, yes. Approach 1 is requirements tracing.
The audit trail.
It's the ongoing audit trail. It links every single requirement, feature, or function that was defined in the business case back to the specific work packages that are being executed. Reporting on this just confirms that the scope has not drifted from the original value proposition.
So if a team decides halfway through to add some nice-to-have feature that wasn't linked to a requirement in the original value negotiation, tracing flags that immediately.
Flags it as scope creep, a direct risk to the expected return.
Exactly.
Approach 2 is acceptance criteria. This requires defining clear, objective criteria for the completion of any task or any phase. If those criteria are not met, it immediately flags a component risk indicator. It signals the potential decrease in future value if it's not corrected. It basically prevents teams from moving forward with partially completed or substandard work.
Then we have the more formal gates. Approach 3, gated reviews.
Right. This is a structured process. Component progress is reviewed at these predetermined key points, the gates, to confirm comprehensive satisfaction of requirements, alignment with the strategy, and the feasibility of value realization before you grant authorization to proceed and spend the next big chunk of investment.
So these gated reviews are essential for controlling the spend. If the component fails the review,
Investment is stopped, or it's redirected. And finally, approach 4. Quality assurance. This is straightforward, but it is so crucial, ensuring continuous compliance with quality management standards. High quality is directly linked to the component stability and its ability to support the ultimate value delivery. A faulty deliverable breaks the value chain right at the start.
So, if the negotiated value is the target, then assurance is this complex guidance system that's continuously correcting the flight path, making sure the component hits the bullseye and doesn't crash halfway there because of technical failures or scope creep.
A perfect summary.
Okay, we've planned it, we've controlled the execution, we've assured the technical quality. Now we move to the ultimate phase, ensuring the organizational change actually happens and then communicating the results. So we're at realizing value, which the sources say is arguably the most complex and people-centric challenge.
It really is. Realizing value means ensuring that the components exploit their outputs effectively to deliver the targeted benefits, all while maintaining that fidelity to the original negotiated value. It's all about the transition from a perfect technical output to a successful operational reality.
And accountability for this, it sits really high up, doesn't it? It's often with the portfolio sponsors.
It has to be, because it requires serious organizational, people-centric change management. And this is fundamentally different from the technical change management you associate with just executing a project.
Right, so the technical team can install the software, maybe train a few people, and then they sign off on the project. It's done.
It's done from their perspective.
Yeah.
But value is only realized when the organization fundamentally shifts its behavior and embeds the new processes in response to those outputs. It's a cultural shift, and it has to be driven by executive sponsorship.
Let's go back to that source's real-world example because it's so clear. A portfolio aims to consolidate expensive real estate by implementing virtual desktop infrastructure across its workforce.
Okay.
The investment is made. The virtual desktop technology is delivered perfectly. That is the project output, the thing.
The thing is delivered, but the value, the financial benefit, is only truly realized if 2 things happen. First, the staff have to actually adopt the virtual system fully and stop relying on their physical desktops.
And second, and this is critical, the organization must successfully retire the dedicated physical PCs and actually vacate the consolidated office space without any operational disruption.
And if that doesn't happen, if the old hardware just stays in a storage closet, just in case, or if key teams refuse to use the new system because it's different, the expected cost savings from that real estate consolidation are not realized. They evaporate.
So the technical success of implementing virtual desktops is completely negated by the organizational failure to adopt and retire assets. Value realization is the bridge over that gap.
It is. But even with perfect adoption, there's another layer of complexity. The source reminds us that there are all these factors affecting realized value that introduce constant uncertainty. The organization exists in a marketplace, not in a vacuum.
That's right. Value forecasts are inherently based on assumptions, and those assumptions are subject to external factors, a sudden market downturn, unforeseen regulatory changes, or even, unpredictable geopolitical shifts.
And internally, too. Scope changes, unexpected cost increases, or a certain strategic reprioritization can just throw off the expected return completely.
So to maintain alignment with the strategic goals, portfolio managers have to be constantly updating their risk strategies and issuing updated value forecasts. You can't just pretend the original negotiation holds true if the world has drastically changed.
Absolutely not. If a new regulation comes out that halves your potential market, your value forecast has to reflect that immediate decline. You have to be honest about it.
The sources have this helpful visualization, the value realization chain, which describes this flow of capital and results.
It does. It shows that your initial value is sacrificed for the component investment. That's the immediate drop in value because you're spending cash. That investment should then enable service value realization, which leads to improved value.
But the actual improvement, the net value gain, is driven by three core factors.
So the things, yeah. The magnitude of the investment you made, the realized value, so the successful adoption, and the effectiveness of that people-centric change management. And all three of those, as we said, are constantly being influenced by those shifting external factors.
Okay, so finally, we arrive at the culmination of all of this, measuring and reporting value. The value measurement framework provides the structure for how value is tracked, and it demands organizational compliance, comprehensive stakeholder buy-in, and total transparency.
And continuous reporting tracks your progress against the planned benefits. It provides the necessary performance insights, future value forecasts, a variance analysis showing how you've deviated from the plan, and importantly, recommendations for corrective actions.
But the process itself is described using this very specific and I think provocative phrase.
It is. It's described as a political act.
A political act. What does that mean?
It's a term that acknowledges the underlying human dynamics of a complex organization. Even when you are dealing with quantitative data, the complexity of the organizational context means you need stakeholder consensus to even interpret the value. You're dealing with multiple executive functions, finance, operations, strategy, and each one often has a competing viewpoint on why a number looks the way it does.
So, if the organization faces some extreme environmental complexity, like a global pandemic hits mid-program, determining the precise reason for a value shift becomes highly debatable.
Exactly. Did our program fail, or did the world just fundamentally change? Building consensus amidst that complexity is the political act.
And this subjectivity is baked right into the reporting requirements. While certain metrics, like the actual costs for outcomes, are objective, we know exactly what we spent, other key areas that define the portfolio's success are inherently subjective. They require interpretation.
Let's detail some of those subjective reporting areas because they really highlight the need for that consensus. First, the analysis of reasons for cost shifts.
Right. So the budget went up. Why? Was it bad component planning? Was it scope creep? Or was it a mandated regulatory change that we had no control over?
And the finance team, the delivery team, and the compliance team will likely have three different answers. The final reported reason is often a negotiated truth. It may lack universal agreement.
Second, cost synergies.
This is the positive or negative financial interaction between different components in the portfolio. So if Program A simplifies a process that Program B uses, Program A has created a positive synergy benefit. But if Program A requires Program B to adopt some inefficient new system, that's a negative synergy. Defining and quantifying these interactions is often highly subjective.
It sounds like a continuous debate. The CFO will want to claim the maximum positive synergy to justify the overall investment.
Of course.
But the operations manager, whose team is struggling with the new combined processes, will report a negative synergy, arguing the value is diminished by all this new friction.
Absolutely. Third, the impact assessment of value achieved. Because of all those external factors we discussed, the organization has to reach consensus on how much of the final value was actually attributable to the portfolio's investment versus uncontrollable external factors, like a sudden boom in the economy that boosted sales regardless of what the project did.
And finally, the most subjective of all, the subjective analysis of reasons for value shifts.
Right. Was the value decline because of poor program performance, meaning the delivery team failed? Or was it entirely due to external changes, meaning the strategic premise was destroyed by the market? This requires a complex interpretation that inherently involves stakeholder negotiation to settle on the final official narrative.
So the rigor of the whole portfolio value management framework is ultimately used to impose some structure on this complex, messy, and sometimes politically fraught reality.
That's it. It's to ensure that reporting becomes a transparent attempt to build a shared understanding, rather than just a justification exercise after the fact.
It's fascinating because the entire structure is built on trying to achieve objective measures, yet the moment you try to interpret those measures in a dynamic real-world context, you run right back into the inherent subjectivity of human organizations.
You do. If we synthesize the key takeaways here, what we've really explored is this sophisticated system that's designed to replace, generalized hope with rigorous, measurable discipline. Portfolio value management is the essential operational core. It connects the high-level strategic aspirations of the executives to the day-to-day financial and operational reality of delivery.
And that rigor, it really relies heavily on two elements we discussed. Those constant feedback loops, the portfolio continuously learning from its performance and from the environment to inform and refine the strategy itself.
And continuous value assurance?
Right. The organization doesn't just hope that component deliverables will create value, it formally assures that capacity through structured techniques like gated reviews and requirements tracing.
And I think the true value of this framework is its acknowledgement of real-world friction. It recognizes the subjective nature of metrics, the constant influence of environmental factors, and the inevitable political interpretation that's required in the final reporting. And that's exactly why those formal, analytical steps, like negotiating expected value, breaking down variability across those 5 critical axes, are so absolutely essential. They ground the organization in reality from the very beginning.
It's a testament to good governance in the face of ambiguity. But this brings us right back to that point about interpretation and consensus. We just detailed how portfolio value reporting requires building that critical consensus amidst significant complexity. And we noted that many key areas, cost synergies, reasons for value shifts, impact attribution, are fundamentally subjective.
Which raises, I think, an important final question for you, the learner, to consider. If value is always contextual, defined by a specific organization's purpose, and its finalized reporting is described by the framework itself as a necessary political act that requires consensus,
then how much confidence should an organization place in any single finalized value metric, especially when they're attempting to quantify highly intangible effects like reputation or long-term societal impact?
Is the goal precision, or is it merely confidence that's built through consensus?
It's a system engineered for objective precision, but it has to operate in a fundamentally ambiguous world. It's something for you to mull over as you work to connect those strategic aspirations to reality in your own organization.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into portfolio value management.
Until next time. Welcome back to the deep dive. Our mission here is, well, it's pretty simple. We take these complex strategic frameworks, we tear them down to their essentials, and then we rebuild them piece by piece so you can walk away truly well-informed.
And today, we are moving decisively up the organizational food chain.
Yeah, that's right.
For a while now, we've been really focused on the nuts and bolts of executing individual projects and programs successfully. But now we are zooming way, way out.
All the way to the executive suite. The strategic level where the biggest decisions, the ones about the organization's whole future, are being made.
Exactly.
Our deep dive today is all about portfolio risk management. We're specifically drawing on the very comprehensive guidance from Chapter 8 of the Project Portfolio Management Professional, the PfMP body of knowledge. So we're talking about the actual mechanisms organizations use to navigate, just massive uncertainty.
And the central mission for you as you're listening is to get your head around the profound, just essential difference between tackling risk at the tactical project level versus doing it strategically at the overall portfolio level.
Right.
We need to understand the blueprint for how senior management maximizes total strategic value while at the same time juggling multiple investments, which are, they're inherently just balls of uncertainty.
And we are diving into some highly structured guidance here. It's all about optimizing the value of a portfolio of investments. And remember that portfolio can include not just projects and programs, but ongoing optimizations too.
Yeah, that's a key point.
This is an abstract theory. This is really the core operational playbook for senior leaders deciding where the company is going next.
And we have to define portfolio risk management, or PRM, right away, because I think it often confuses people who are used to, say, project controls.
It's a totally different beast.
It is. PRM is not fundamentally about minimizing bad things. That's not the goal. It's a value proposition. It aims to optimize the value of the entire portfolio by aligning all of its components with the organization's big picture strategy and business model.
Okay, so how does it do that?
The key mechanism for achieving this optimization, and the source material is very explicit about this, is the sophisticated art of balancing. Balancing positive risks, what we call opportunities, and negative risks, or threats.
That distinction balancing versus minimizing that is so crucial. I mean, it sounds like a complete philosophical reversal for anyone who spends their day just trying to keep threats at bay.
It's the fundamental shift in mindset.
Okay.
PRM is all about navigating systemic complexity. It's about accounting for these nonlinear interactions between investments and being ready for emergent risks that you just cannot foresee at the individual component level.
Right.
The goal is singular: maximize strategic value delivery. But you always have to do it within acceptable, institutionally defined risk thresholds. It transforms risk management from, I don't know, a compliance activity.
Checklist. It's exactly a checklist into this sophisticated engine for making strategic trade-offs.
Okay, let's start right there with that philosophical anchor. If you're, say, a construction project manager, success is building on time, on budget, making sure the thing is structurally sound.
Sure.
Your risk management is all about avoiding collapse and mitigating delays. But when we move up to the portfolio level, what's the ultimate non-negotiable metric?
The whole measurement of success shifts. It shifts entirely to strategic value delivery.
Okay.
At the portfolio level, value is measured strictly by alignment with strategic objectives. So the questions become, did the totality of our investments move us closer to market leadership? Did we successfully diversify?
So it's not about any single project's success.
Not at all. And this is why PRM demands a truly holistic approach. You can never, ever look at a risk in isolation because of the heavy and often hidden interdependencies among all these diverse risk factors.
So we're talking about connecting dots across, vast disparate fields. A sudden shift in environmental regulations in one region could doom a manufacturing project.
Right.
But at the same time, it could create a massive new opportunity for the R&D arm, couldn't it?
Precisely. The portfolio manager has to identify and balance every kind of risk factor: environmental, human, legislative, compliance, financial, competitive. Because a threat factor in one project might actually amplify a critical opportunity in another.
It's an interconnected ecosystem.
It is. It's not a list of separate problems to be solved.
So let's really unpack that core contrast using the standard definition. For years, the guidance has been that project and program risk management focuses really intensely on exploiting opportunities and avoiding or mitigating threats.
That is absolutely correct. And, it remains a necessary discipline at that component level. A project manager has to protect the integrity of their specific deliverable.
Of course.
But at the portfolio level, that priority shifts dramatically. Portfolio risk management prioritizes the overall portfolio value and balancing all the components within your capacity constraints.
So we move from minimizing individual project threats to optimizing the aggregate risk profile of the entire investment mix, all to support a strategic outcome.
Okay, let's nail this down with that crucial illustrative example from the source. The strategic acceptance of risk.
Yes.
For a project manager, avoiding a massive costly threat is almost always the professional mandate, but at the portfolio level, that can totally change.
Take the classic example, investing in unproven technology.
Okay.
Imagine a new AI platform that, if it works, could radically reduce operational costs across the entire organization by, say, 40%.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's massive. But a project manager who is tasked with implementing this technology on time and within budget would be heavily incentivized to avoid it.
Why? I mean, why would they avoid such a big win?
Because the technology is unproven, it is highly risky, it might cause delays, it could fail spectacularly, and just consume resources.
So the project manager sees only this massive, scary threat that could completely jeopardize their personal success metrics.
Exactly. But for the organization's overall portfolio, accepting that specific, high-visibility threat investing heavily in the unproven tech may be profoundly strategic. If the potential rewards include securing market leadership, creating proprietary advantages, or just achieving that vital 40% cost reduction.
Then the portfolio manager might actually demand that this risk be taken.
That's right. They demand it.
Okay, wait, let me challenge you on that for a second. How do you sell that internally? I mean, if the project manager fails because the technology was, too new, aren't we just celebrating failure at the portfolio level? The guy on the ground gets fired, but the portfolio manager is celebrated for letting them take the risk. That sounds like a recipe for some serious employee cynicism.
It's a critical human factor, and we will dive into that later. But the strategic answer is that the portfolio manager's job is to create the structures to absorb that failure. They are operating from a totally different incentive structure. Okay. They're saying, we need 3 big bets on unproven technology this year. We fully expect 2 of them to fail. But if that third one succeeds, it pays for the failure of all 3 and secures our long-term strategic position.
So the decision isn't based on the individual project's success at all.
No, it's based on the portfolio's collective expected value gain.
That makes the portfolio manager sound like a really sophisticated investment manager, consciously ensuring they have a diversified mix, enough high-risk, high-reward plays alongside their safer foundational bonds.
Exactly.
They're compensating for known threats in one area with these calculated opportunities in another to optimize the total value.
That analogy holds up perfectly. And this balancing act, it immediately explains why portfolio risk management is so much harder than just aggregating a bunch of project risk lists.
And that reason is?
Complexity and emergence.
Why is it structurally more complex beyond just the sheer scale of the investments?
It's the interaction effect. At the project, or the program level, we use a decomposition approach.
Yeah.
We break the work down into smaller, manageable, predictable chunks. We're managing discrete variables.
Right.
At the portfolio level, however, you have to account for emergent risks and nonlinear interactions between components.
Define emergent risks for us in this strategic context. The risks that come from the system itself, not the components. Is that right?
Precisely. Let's imagine an organization has 3 big projects. Project A is a new product launch. Project B is a supply chain reengineering, and Project C is a regulatory compliance upgrade.
Okay, got it.
Individually, they all look fine on paper, but then a new trade tariff is suddenly announced. This is a risk event.
Okay, so Project B, the supply chain one, gets hit hard because they rely on international shipping.
Correct, but the emergent risk is this. Project A's new product launch was timed to coincide perfectly with Project B's cost savings from their reengineering. So now that Project B is delayed and over budget because of the tariff, the entire profitability assumption for Project A is destroyed.
And what about C?
And Project C, the regulatory compliance upgrade, suddenly needs to accelerate its delivery because the tariff introduced all these complex new customs requirements.
So the emergent risk is this catastrophic domino effect across all 3 components, driven by their interdependencies, which was not visible on any single project manager's risk register.
Exactly. The tariff was the trigger, but the real risk was the lack of synchronization across the portfolio. And because of these complex nonlinear interactions, the source material notes that decision-making often results in, suboptimal solutions with trade-offs.
Suboptimal.
You cannot possibly maximize all 3 projects at the same time.
That must be incredibly frustrating for managers who are just focused on achieving peak efficiency.
It is the unavoidable reality. The portfolio manager's job isn't to find the perfect solution, the so-called Pareto optimal outcome, but to navigate these trade-offs.
You have to make a choice.
You might have to accept an inefficient outcome in Project A, like launching the product at a higher than expected cost, to achieve the superior strategic outcome overall, which in this case is completing Project C rapidly to maintain regulatory compliance across the entire enterprise. It is a strategic sacrifice.
And when you're trying to quantify these sacrifices, the source mentions decision-making tools, things like expected monetary value or EMV, to evaluate these risk-reward trade-offs. This calculation seems pretty foundational. You just multiply probability by impact. But it sounds like we immediately run into limitations at the strategic level.
We do, and this is where we really need to slow down and explain the technical failure mode. EMV is a beautiful quantitative technique on the surface.
Right.
You calculate, for example, a 1% chance of a $100 million loss, which gives you an EMV of $1 million. In a simple project, if the mitigation costs $5 million, you don't do it.
Simple enough. It tells you the mitigation isn't financially worth the average expectation of loss.
The problem at the strategic portfolio level is when you deal with high-impact, low-probability events.
The black swans.
The so-called black swans, yes. Let's say there's a 0.001% chance of an event that destroys the entire company, a $10 billion loss. The EMV calculation for that risk is still very small, maybe only a few $100,000.
So mathematically, EMV is telling you not to spend a large amount of money preparing for that event.
Exactly. The mathematics mandate insufficient investment in mitigation. But the portfolio manager knows that if that high-impact, low-probability event actually occurs, the organization is gone. It ceases to exist.
So EMV is basically useless for doomsday scenarios.
It's deeply misleading for aggregate, catastrophic risks where survivability is the goal. It's reliable for optimizing frequent moderate risks, but not these. And therefore, you need other approaches, which brings us to the formal role of reserves.
Right, management or contingency reserves. These feel like straightforward savings accounts, but how does the portfolio level use them strategically to counter that EMV failure mode?
They are far more sophisticated than just simple savings. Portfolio managers maintain these reserves specifically to address those aggregate, catastrophic risks, the high-impact, low-probability events that EMV fails to handle reliably.
Okay, but it's more than just a safety net.
Oh, absolutely. Beyond mitigation, these centralized reserves offer enhanced portfolio resilience and flexibility.
And crucially, they leverage economies of scale and improve liquidity. How does that work in practice?
Well, imagine you have 50 projects. If every single project holds its own separate massive reserve for its own worst-case scenario, that capital is just sitting there idle, earning nothing.
And it's probably politically hard to access if another project needs it.
Incredibly hard. It's inefficient and rigid. By pooling reserves at the centralized portfolio level, the organization achieves these economies of scale. The portfolio can support both threat mitigation and opportunity exploitation across the entire set of investments much, much faster.
Can you give an example?
Sure. If a critical market opportunity arises in one program that requires, say, $20 million in immediate investment to capture first-mover advantage, the portfolio reserve can fund it instantly.
Ah.
Or if a major regulatory threat materializes in another, the reserve provides the necessary buffer without halting other strategic work.
So the Central Reserve acts as this highly liquid strategic fund that can be deployed at the speed of opportunity or threat.
And it serves a political function, too. If a project manager asks for a reserve that is mathematically unjustifiable by EMV, say a massive $50 million buffer for a 1-in-1,000-year event, they will be denied. But the portfolio manager can politically and financially justify maintaining a $200 million central management reserve to cover the aggregate effect of all those low-probability threats simultaneously. It provides a formal, central political buffer against those impossible-to-quantify fears that keep senior leaders up at night. #tag2, guiding principles and the strategic risk culture. So now that we understand the strategic need for balancing and this mechanism of centralized reserves, we have to look at the foundational philosophy that guides this entire practice.
Right.
Because without the right culture and principles, the best processes in the world are just going to fail.
That takes us to the core guiding principles. The source material lists transparency, integrity, and objectivity. They sound a little like motherhood and apple pie,
Yeah.
But in the context of risk numbers, what's a real practical consequence if these are missing?
The consequence is either decision paralysis or catastrophic misalignment. These are absolutely non-negotiable requirements for reliable strategic decision-making. If risk reporting lacks transparency, if a project manager is hiding their worst failures, or integrity, if they're inflating opportunities, the portfolio manager cannot accurately compare the true risks across all these disparate components.
It's a classic garbage in, garbage out problem, except the garbage is strategic risk data, which makes the stakes so much higher.
Exactly. And the guidance emphasizes the need to move beyond just simple mechanical risk calculations, just plugging numbers into a standard formula to address both internal and external portfolio factors holistically.
And objectivity.
Objectivity means using validated data, not wishful thinking, when you're assessing probabilities.
The ultimate goal is that equilibrium, a balanced portfolio where threats are consciously accepted because the opportunities outweigh them, and all of it aligns with the organization's overall value proposition.
And achieving that equilibrium absolutely requires fostering a culture that actively embraces change and risk.
Okay, but embracing risk is so counterintuitive for many traditional companies. Most corporate managers, especially the ones reporting on quarterly earnings, they want absolute stability and predictability. How do you flip that switch?
You flip it by demonstrating that complexity and dynamism are unavoidable strategic conditions, not just temporary glitches.
I see.
Successful PRM requires that culture shift to navigate complexity for successful outcomes. The aim isn't to suppress uncertainty. It's proactive risk assessment over 3 distinct time horizons: short, medium, and long term.
That's a key structural difference. Project management usually focuses on the short to medium term. The portfolio lens has to stretch far, far further out.
Absolutely. The short term might focus on immediate cash flow and budget containment, but the long term has to focus on exploiting opportunities that secure the organization's position 5 to 10 years down the line, even if they consume short-term resources.
So you're minimizing losses and exploiting opportunities at the same time across this whole spectrum.
You have to be. You must be looking past the current budget year and asking, are we set up for sustainable value delivery?
In this structure, it has to connect perfectly to overall corporate governance. How does this specialized portfolio risk management fit into the broader corporate strategy?
PRM is, well, it's inextricable from overall organizational risk governance.
Yeah.
It has to align perfectly with the defined risk appetite, the level of risk the company is willing to bear,
Right.
the established frequency and severity tolerance, the composition of key stakeholders, and the overall diversification strategies the organization employs.
Meaning, if the organization's board of directors has mandated that the company is aiming to be a high-growth, market-disrupting leader, even if that means occasional spectacular failure, the portfolio risk tolerance must reflect that strategic ambition.
Without question. And this reliance on strategic alignment is why effective communication and stakeholder engagement are so critical. If the portfolio level is setting a high-level strategic risk tolerance, that message must be clearly articulated and cascaded downward.
Everyone has to be on the same page.
Everyone must understand, we accept high risk in Area X because it is necessary for our mission.
Let's delve a bit deeper into risk conditions. The sources mention analyzing how these conditions can amplify or mitigate risks. Can you give us a clearer definition of what a condition is versus an event?
Sure. A risk event is something that might happen, like a specific vendor fails. A risk condition is an existing structural factor that increases the likelihood or the impact of that event happening. A condition is already present.
Okay.
The sources cite two powerful examples. Poor management practices, which would amplify almost any threat, or more specifically, an over-reliance on specialized external participants.
That over-reliance example is interesting. That's where the organizational structure itself creates systemic weakness.
It creates enormous systemic risk. Let's use a modern context like cloud computing. You have 10 strategic projects, new product development, internal IT transformation, client data storage. You decide to standardize on a single, highly specialized hyperscaler cloud provider, relying on them for core infrastructure, security, and specialized technical expertise across all 10 of those projects.
That standardization, it seems efficient in the short term.
It is efficient, but it creates a dangerous risk condition. Massive single point of failure exposure. If that specialized vendor has a major service outage, or if they decide to dramatically raise prices next year, or if they suddenly get acquired by a competitor, 10 strategic projects suffer simultaneously. That is the amplification effect of a risk condition.
And that risk isn't just technical, it's political and financial. The portfolio manager has to look at the aggregate financial exposure tied to that single vendor, even if the individual project managers are reporting low risk because the vendor is technically excellent today.
Precisely. And conversely, the portfolio manager also looks for positive risk conditions. Perhaps the organization has successfully lobbied for long-term, stable regulatory clarity in its operating region. That regulatory stability is a positive risk condition that can mitigate financial and political risks across the board.
So you're always trying to maximize the good conditions and minimize the bad ones.
The amplifying negative ones, exactly. Tag 3, the portfolio risk management process and framework.
Okay, so we've established the why, this whole philosophy of balancing and managing risk conditions. The next logical step then is asking, how do we actually operationalize this strategy? How does the process flow?
Well, the sources are very clear that portfolio risk management is not a one-time activity or some fixed phase. It's an active, continuous process involving the familiar cycle of planning, analysis, response, and monitoring.
Right.
But the crucial differentiator from the lower levels is the requirement for extreme flexibility.
Tell us why the flexibility is so paramount at this level.
It's because of that complex, nonlinear emergent risk environment we were talking about. Prescriptive linear approaches, like a strict waterfall process, they work best for defined, contained project risks. But portfolio risks, which are dynamic, constantly emerging, and interacting across multiple strategic components, they require rapid adaptability. The process must use dynamic, data-centric decision-making supported by continuous feedback loops, constantly recalibrating the portfolio mix.
So let's structure this using the source's guidance. I think it references Figure 8.1, which outlines the 4 key planning elements that cycle through this active, continuous process.
Okay. We begin with number 1, risk planning. This is the foundational step. It's what defines the boundaries. It's where senior leadership determines the organization's tolerance for loss and its hunger for opportunity.
So this is where you set the ground rules.
Exactly. Risk planning involves defining the portfolio risk to tolerance, the quantifiable amount of risk the organization is willing to accept, and defining the specific portfolio risk processes and resources that will be used to manage it.
So we establish the rules of engagement and the strategic budget for risk. Then we move on to number 2, risk identification.
Identification means searching for specific portfolio risks, the aggregated, emergent, and strategic risks that affect the portfolio's goals, not just the project deliverables.
Okay.
And crucially, this step involves establishing clear risk owners.
Accountability has to be crystal clear, especially for those high-level strategic risks that don't belong to any single project.
Precisely. Following identification, we enter the core deep dive. Number 3, risk assessment. This is where the complexity really sets in.
And risk assessment at the portfolio level is far more nuanced than just simple probability and impact. You're not just looking at some binary threat opportunity matrix.
That's right. While it includes the basics, probability, impact, importance in terms of strategic alignment and timing, it also requires assessment of 4 absolutely crucial portfolio factors.
What are they?
Interdependencies, which is mapping how the success or failure of one component affects others. Confidence limits, assessing how reliable the data supporting your probability and impact estimates actually is. Then you have the risk list, maintaining the prioritized inventory of key risks. And finally, risk trends, which is monitoring the accumulation or dissipation of risks over time.
Those factors are the real differentiator. Interdependencies tell you exactly how much risk Project A is currently injecting into Project D.
Yes.
And confidence limits acknowledge the inherent uncertainty at the executive level. If you have low confidence limits around a major component, you need more reserve funding or more oversight.
And monitoring risk trends over time is the critical predictive function. It allows the portfolio manager to anticipate the accumulation of risk across multiple components before it reaches a crisis level.
How so?
If 3 different projects are independently reporting minor supply chain delays, the trend indicates an emergent portfolio-level supply chain breakdown that must be addressed centrally.
I see. And the final element is number 4, risk response. This involves monitoring status, tracking trends, balancing the portfolio based on the assessments, and actively managing investment choices.
The response phase is active. If the analysis shows excessive regulatory risk across the entire portfolio due to some impending legislation, the risk response might require initiating entirely new operations, a new compliance program, a new lobbying effort.
Or shifting investment entirely to a less regulated jurisdiction.
Right. And this is where delegation becomes absolutely essential to maintain momentum. The portfolio manager identifies the need, but they don't run the compliance program themselves.
Correct.
They hold the strategic reins, providing senior leadership with actionable options for navigating these aggregated risks. But they delegate the execution of specific risk responses to subordinate programs or projects.
And that maintains the separation of duties. Strategy at the top, execution at the bottom.
It's the only way to scale effectively. Now let's look at the portfolio risk management framework itself. If the process is the flow of activity, the framework is the structural backbone. The what?
The framework defines the entire risk environment.
Yes, and let me use a metaphor here to clarify the difference. If the framework is the organizational constitution, defining the categories of risks we care about and the principles we adhere to, the portfolio risk management plan is the specific legislative body, the set of rules, policies, and committees that dictates exactly how we execute our response to them this fiscal year.
I love that. The framework is the enduring structure. So what does that structure define?
It defines the entire risk environment by linking PRM with organizational processes, integrating program, project, and operational risk management. This includes formally defining specific risk categories, often established in the Comprehensive Risk Breakdown Structure, or RBS.
A structured RBS ensures systematic identification. Nobody forgets to look for, say, environmental risk or organizational risk because the framework mandates it.
Exactly. It accounts for both internal and external risks identified by stakeholders at all levels, filtering that information up into the portfolio view. Let's pull some specific examples from the source materials, I think it's from Figure 8.2, to showcase the breadth of this portfolio lens.
We see categories that confirm the portfolio view captures far more than just project scheduling issues.
We do. They include portfolio component risk, which are risks related to the composition and mix of the investments themselves.
Like being overexposed to a single market segment.
Precisely. Then organizational risk. This is a crucial one. It includes things like internal political struggles, resource competition, or structural inertia, which can destabilize all projects.
Organizational risk is fascinating because it's entirely internal and self-inflicted. How does an internal power struggle manifest as a portfolio risk?
Well, let's say the head of operations and the head of development are constantly fighting over resource allocation, specifically a limited pool of highly skilled data scientists.
Okay.
This struggle isn't a problem for one project. It's a systemic organizational risk condition that introduces delay and inefficiency across every single project requiring data science expertise. It jeopardizes the entire portfolio's strategic timeline.
So the portfolio manager has to step in.
They have to step in and impose an operational change to mitigate that internal political risk.
What about external factors that the portfolio manager has little direct control over?
Those are covered extensively. Market risk, regulatory risk, supply chain risk, and procurement risk. Then you have these more abstract cultural categories like data information quality, stakeholder risk, and perhaps most complexly, image and public relations risk.
Image and PR risk seems like a marketing or communications problem. Why is that a portfolio risk?
Because a catastrophic image failure, say a major data breach or a public product recall, doesn't just harm one product line. It harms the entire organization's ability to secure future investments, attract talent, and maintain regulatory goodwill.
I see.
If the company's reputation is severely damaged, the aggregate cost of capital goes up for every future project in the portfolio. That makes it a high-impact portfolio threat that needs proactive management and dedicated reserves.
That really confirms that the framework has to capture everything that can affect strategic alignment, from a natural disaster to stakeholder perception.
And finally, we have to return to the complexity of managing positive risks. The framework is designed to manage negative events like a hurricane, but it also mandates managing positive risks, like a sudden increase in product demand.
Why does a sudden massive increase in product demand need risk management? I mean, that sounds like a dream scenario.
It is an opportunity, but it brings immediate major threats. If product demand dramatically increases beyond expectations, the organization faces risks related to scaling manufacturing capacity, extreme supply chain stress.
Which could lead to relying on riskier secondary vendor.
Exactly. Loss of quality control due to rush production and the massive logistical risk of sudden hiring and training requirements. If the organization can't scale quality, the positive risk of high demand rapidly flips into the negative risk of reputation damage and regulatory fines.
So the portfolio manager has to view that positive demand surge as a trigger that mandates initiating new projects immediately, maybe a capacity expansion program or a quality assurance search project,
Right.
to capitalize on the opportunity while mitigating all the associated threats.
Exactly. Complex strategic objectives require these nuanced risk-balancing approaches because the line between threat and opportunity is often razor-thin. #4V, the critical role of risk perception and dynamic capacity.
We've established the processes and the structures, but we arise now at the element that I think fundamentally distinguishes strategic portfolio risk management: the human element.
The analysis in the sources here is striking. It says risks at the portfolio level are primarily driven by human factors, things like individual risk attitudes, cognitive biases, and political agendas, rather than purely technical or process issues.
That is a massive insight. It means if we treat portfolio risk like it's just an engineering problem, we've missed the point entirely.
Completely.
The mitigation strategy has to focus on shaping behavior and perception.
It fundamentally changes the game. If the risk stems from human decision-making, no amount of technical process definition will solve it without addressing the underlying cultural drivers.
And this feeds right into the fact that risk perception is inherently subjective. It varies dramatically across organizational levels. It's shaped by psychological factors, and critically, by the fact that information at the strategic level is always incomplete.
Uncertainty is highest at the top. It has to be. They're looking the farthest out into the future and at the most complex emergent interactions. Senior managers rarely have perfect data. They have to rely on their risk attitudes, their personal comfort level with uncertainty to bridge these vast information gaps and make, trillion-dollar decisions.
So if a CEO experienced a near-fatal business collapse 20 years ago, that personal psychological history can translate into a systemic portfolio risk condition today.
How so?
A deep-seated risk aversion that prevents the organization from capitalizing on high-growth opportunities, regardless of what the numbers might say.
That is the essence of portfolio risk management complexity. It requires addressing the human equation. And this objectivity is why establishing a clear, quantified risk appetite statement based on stakeholder perspectives is absolutely necessary.
How does a formal risk appetite statement actually help manage something as messy as a subjective personal attitude?
The statement formalizes and defines measurable risk thresholds and tolerance bands. It translates that subjective psychological attitude into concrete, objective rules that guide decision-making and resource allocation.
I see.
So when a strategic project comes up for approval, the discussion shifts from the subjective question, does this project feel too scary to me personally, to the objective question, does this project's risk profile fit within our defined tolerance band of a 15% maximum anticipated failure rate for strategic exploration projects?
And it anchors the value proposition. The statement confirms that value delivery is evaluated purely in a risk-reward context, where higher risks are expected to yield commensurately greater rewards.
This is how the organizational risk culture is codified. The culture is formed by combining these individual risk attitudes into a formal consensus, and that culture directly influences the organization's overall adaptability and its ability to respond to change effectively.
This cultural piece, it leads us to the concept of dynamic capacity. It sounds a little like a buzzword, but the source defines it as the organization's overall ability to adapt.
Dynamic capacity is the organizational measure of resilience and speed of response. It's not just about whether you have reserves, it's how fast and flexibly you can actually use them.
And what are the inputs that create a high dynamic capacity?
It relies heavily on managerial agility, the ability of leadership to pivot quickly and change course, and the organization's established risk appetite. These factors directly influence how risks propagate across the portfolio and ultimately impact organizational outcomes.
So a highly agile organization with a high but well-defined risk appetite has high dynamic capacity.
Right, it can absorb unexpected competitive blows and pivot into new opportunities far faster than a slow, risk-averse competitor.
So if the portfolio manager has successfully nurtured a risk-aware, risk-tolerant culture, that culture effectively becomes a core risk mitigator itself. It's like a shock absorber for the entire organization.
Absolutely. The cultural framework is an asset. And finally, all these guiding principles, cultural requirements, and structural definitions are codified in the portfolio risk management plan.
Okay, let's nail the difference again between the framework and the plan, because this is where listeners can often get confused. The framework is the structural, enduring constitution, the what we care about.
And the plan is the detailed execution manual, the how we will manage risk this cycle. The portfolio risk management plan, which is a component of the overall portfolio management plan, outlines how risks will be structured and managed. It includes the specific guidelines, policies, and procedures that reflect the organization's risk strategy, its appetite, and its defined thresholds.
So it ensures alignment with governance by taking that broad strategic mandate and turning it into procedural action.
And while the plan is not prescriptive at the project level, it doesn't tell a project manager which bug to fix first. It provides a cohesive structure for all component risk plans. It enforces a consistent risk management culture across the entire organizational landscape.
We can illustrate the power of this plan by contrasting two types of organizations as suggested in the source material.
Let's do it. Consider that high-tech startup versus a major public utility. In a risk-tolerant organization like that startup, their portfolio might be 70% experimentation projects with high technical uncertainty and 30% refinement projects.
Okay.
The portfolio risk management plan explicitly encourages risk acceptance across that 70%. It might mandate that the project managers must explore unproven paths, and it sets a high tolerance for technical failure, accepting that, 1/3 of those exploration projects will fail completely.
And that failure is a planned expense, not a disaster.
Exactly. Whereas in high-stakes industries like nuclear power generation or a major pharmaceutical company, the plan enforces much stricter threat tolerances. Their portfolio might be 95% maintenance and compliance projects and only 5% exploration.
Right.
Their portfolio risk management plan would set stringent controls, demanding near-zero acceptance of regulatory or safety risks.
So the plan, therefore, is the organizational DNA that controls strategic intent by setting the boundaries for what is considered acceptable risk.
It supports continuous updates and proactive management based on risk triggers. It's the living document that allows the entire risk management structure to remain data-centric and dynamically responsive to change, guided by those carefully established risk appetite statements that originate from the human factors at the very top. #tag outro.
We have covered some extensive ground today, moving from the tactical focus of projects all the way up to the strategic engine of the portfolio. The core takeaway, for me at least, is that portfolio risk management is not a compliance or a checklist exercise to minimize problems. It is a strategic balancing act designed to optimize long-term value.
It requires extreme flexibility, a continuous acknowledgement of these emergent nonlinear risks, and most importantly, a deep understanding of the organizational culture and risk perception to truly optimize value across all your diverse investments.
We're shifting the focus from the tactical avoidance of individual threats to the strategic acceptance and proactive exploitation of aggregate opportunities.
So what does this all mean for the senior leader? Well, it means PRM isn't an option. It is essential for achieving strategic goals over the long term. And this process, it often requires accepting seemingly poor trade-offs or risks in the short term, allowing a project to fail, for example. But the key is that these choices must be intentional.
Right,
They have to
intentional.
be rationalized and rigorously aligned with a clear organization-wide risk appetite statement. You're making deliberate, documented, strategic sacrifices.
That is a powerful conclusion. And since the sources state that portfolio risks are primarily driven by these human factors, like individual risk attitudes at the highest levels, let's leave you with this provocative thought. If the CEO's subjective personal risk comfort level inadvertently influences the formal risk appetite statement, how might that perception, that subtle bias for or against risk, filter down through the formal plan to affect the day-to-day decisions of project managers several layers below who are just trying to follow the rules?
And building on that, what informal communication tools, so things beyond the formal portfolio risk management plan and the risk appetite statement, what would be necessary to prevent that misalignment from causing project managers to avoid the exact kind of high potential strategic risk the organization is banking on for market leadership?
Yeah.
Think about how culture truly transmits intent.
It's all about that cultural transmission of strategic intent. Thank you for joining us for this deep dive into portfolio risk management.
We hope you walk away better informed and ready to apply these strategic, high-level insights